From Value to Uneven Development. Selected writings by John Weeks in the Marxist Tradition. Edited by Ben Fine, Simon Mahan, Alfredo Sodfillo. Contents. Introduction 1. Ben Fine, Simon Mahan and Alfredo Sodfillo. Part 1. Essays on the Theory of Value. 1. The Sphere of Production and the Analysis of Crisis in Capitalism. 19. 2. On the issue of capitalist circulation and the concepts appropriate to its analysis. 38. 3. The process of accumulation and the profit squeeze hypothesis. 51. 4. A note on underconsumption theory and the labor theory of value. 70. Part 2. Essays on development and underdevelopment. 5. The law of value and the analysis of underdevelopment. 87. 6. Epochs of capitalism and the progressiveness of capital's expansion. 113. 7. Equilibrium, uneven development and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 132. 8. The expansion of capital and uneven development on a world scale. 150. 9. International exchange and the causes of backwardness. 170. 6. Contents. 10. Class alliances and class struggle in Peru. 203. Elizabeth Dorey and John Weeks. 11. Backwardness, foreign capital, and accumulation in the manufacturing sector of Peru, 1954-75. 224. John Weeks Academic Publications. 251. References. 262. Index. 271. Introduction. Ben Fine, Simon Mahan and Alfredo Sodfillo. This book brings together a selection of the theoretical writings of the Marxist economist John Weeks. They were mostly written in the decade following 1975, 2 of them with his lifelong partner Elizabeth Dorey. 1. A brief biography. John Weeks was born in Texas in 1941, and spent his undergraduate years at the University of Texas. There he became active in the civil rights movement, participating for example in sit-ins to desegregate Woolworth's lunch counters. But by and large in these years he regarded Austin as benignly tolerant, and only later did he come to see the years of his youth in the context of the subjugation of black Americans, with whom he had had little contact because of segregation. He graduated in 1963, and went north to the University of Michigan for postgraduate studies in economics. In Michigan he was active in the anti-war movement, and in 1968 participated in founding the Union of Radical Political Economics, promoting heterodox ideas within economics whilst attempting to forge links with broader non-academic social movements. His academic specialism was in development economics, focusing on Nigerian industrialization. After gaining his PhD in 1969, he taught at Ahmadu Bello University in northern Nigeria before moving to the UK to take a position at the University of Sussex and, subsequently, at the newly established Economics Department at Birkbeck College, London. In 1974, en route to a consultancy in Jamaica, Johnny stopped over in New York, meeting Elizabeth Dorey, his future wife. Liz was leaving for Peru for field work, and after his consultancy they spent the summer backpacking in the Andes. Subsequently Johnny left Birkbeck and joined Liz in Lima, learning Spanish in order to collect data for what would become his book on Peruvian industrialization. He then found a position at American University in Washington, D.C., whose economics department was welcoming to heterodoxy, and he spent the late 1970s there teaching and writing up his positions on Marxist economics. His students were drawn from all over the world, and were often involved in revolutionary movements in their home countries. Amongst these, Nicaraguans discussed with him the policies and prospects of the Sandinista government that had gained power in July 1979, and, stimulated by these discussions, Johnny took leave from American University to work in Nicaragua initially as an advisor in the Nicaraguan Planning Ministry. But there was little tolerance for critical advice, and he began to work instead for a Sandinista think tank with a mandate to develop industrial policy. On his return to American University in 1983, he used his experience to write a survey of the economies of Central America. 1 Moving to Middlebury College in Vermont in 1986, Johnny had a growing profile as a Marxist theorist. As such, he came to the attention of Accuracy in Academia, an American organization committed to driving left-leaning scholars out of teaching, and was placed on its list of dangerous academics. During a spell of research leave in London in 1990, the School of Oriental and African Studies asked Johnny to create an MSc program in development studies. He accepted enthusiastically, remaining at SOAS until retirement in 2006, holding appointments in the departments of Development Studies and Economics, chairing each at various times, and founding the Center for Development Policy and Research. During his retirement, Johnny continued research, writing, speaking and consulting. He even started his own weekly radio program. He fully embraced the resurgence of political economy and activism in the wake of the financial crisis, actively participating in the Occupy Wall Street movement in both New York and London, and publishing 2 further books. 2 From 2018 to his death in 2020, Johnny devoted his time to the Progressive Economy Forum, whose aim was to coordinate the development of a radical new UK macroeconomic program. Johnny wanted his writings to be accessible to non-economists as guides to public understanding and political action. By nature a radical contrarian, he questioned conventional wisdoms, and in his extensive consultancy work advocated pragmatic and politically feasible alternatives to the myths around fiscal austerity and the reactionary orthodoxies of the World Bank and the IMF. In his later years, he increasingly focused on macroeconomic performance, growth, and inequality, and devoted strenuous efforts both to exposing the disastrous policies of neoliberal governments, and to formulating the more radical economic policies he saw as essential. These efforts continue Johnny's prodigious output of papers critically assessing mainstream economic theory and the impact of conventional stabilization, structural adjustment, and fiscal austerity programs on distribution, welfare, and the development prospects in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, the transition economies in Eastern Europe and the UK. These papers examine in great detail and in a wide variety of contexts the inconsistencies and perversities of mainstream macroeconomic policies, and their damage to the economic and social fabric of both the richest and the poorest regions in the world. The counterpart to this engaged activity in both less and more developed economies was his theoretical work on the basic concepts of the theory of value, and its applications to developed capitalism, transitions to capitalism, the dynamics of uneven and combined development, dependency theory, and unequal exchange. It is this theoretical work that is reproduced here, and the remainder of this introduction tries to set the intellectual context within which the articles collected in this volume were written. 2. The framework for the analysis of developed capitalism. During the 1970s, especially in the wake of radicalism inherited from the 1960s and the collapse of the post-war boom, there was a notable revival of Marxist political economy, with fierce debates over the correct interpretations of Marx's own contributions, over their precise meaning, validity, and application to contemporary capitalism. At that time, there were 2 broad schools within the field, the Neo-Ricardian and the Fundamentalist. The first school rejected Marx's value theory and associated arguments about movements in the rate of profit. The key text was Ian Steedman's book Marx After Sraffa. 3 The second school accepted Marx's value theory, and presumed the rate of profit must fall within capitalism, leading more or less automatically to crises. In the UK the key texts were 2 articles by David Yaffe, Value and Price in Marx's Capital and the State and the Capitalist Crisis. 4 In this era of stagflation, sharply falling profitability, industrial struggle, a Labour government with a tiny majority but seemingly committed to radical policies it then rode back upon, subordination to IMF supervision of tax and spend, and a social contract of wage restraint. Seemingly academic differences were often translated into direct political differences and campaigning interventions. Academic debates were therefore politically charged in a way that some 50 years later is hard to comprehend and remember. Although there was no direct relationship between theoretical and political positions. In this contested context, Fine and Harris developed an approach to Marxist political economy at Birkbeck in the 1970s, subsequently continued by Fine and others after Fine's move to SOAS in the early 1990s. 5 Johnny encountered this approach when he was at Birkbeck, maintained contact with Fine when at American University, and re-encountered it upon his own move to SOAS. Fine and Harris were regarded as fundamentalist by the Neo-Ricardian school for their enthusiastic promotion of Marx's value theory, but their position was more nuanced than Yaff's, partly due to their methodological approach to the layering of abstractions, and partly because of their emphasis on the dynamics of accumulation in the production of relative surplus value. As regards the latter, Fine and Harris made a careful distinction between the composition of capital at the general level of prices prevailing at the time of the innovation, and the composition of capital at the prices prevailing once the technical innovation had been generalized through the relevant industries. Clearly, if prices were held at their initial level, the rate of surplus value was held constant. Under these circumstances, capital using labor-saving technical change must raise the organic composition of capital, and at a constant rate of surplus value the rate of profit must fall. This was Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall as such. The subsequent changes in prices generated the counteracting tendencies, but this was part and parcel of the same process of the production of relative surplus value. The overall outcome unprofitability depended upon the interaction of the wasage with the counteracting tendencies, and no general prediction of changes in the rate of profit would be possible, because there were just too many possible contingencies. Since the LTRPF and the counteracting tendencies were part of the same process, Fine and Harris's separation of them was a typical example of their adoption of a general methodological position on how to analyze complex phenomena. Marx had generally pursued a structured sequential approach in his analysis, concentrating on what he thought were the elements of primary importance, and only subsequently dealing with less abstract or more contextual issues had both reflect and to some degree modify the concrete effects of the primary elements. The advantage of this sequential procedure is that it allows a clear focus on causation and explanation. The disadvantage is the danger that it might miss explanatory factors that turn out to be important. For this latter reason, the Neo-Ricardian approach favored a simultaneous rather than a sequential approach. While the advantage of this is that all factors are, at least in principle, taken into account, the disadvantage of a framework in which everything depends upon everything else is that causation and explanation become very difficult, if not impossible. Johnny was heavily influenced by the Fine-Harris approach and its subsequent development, and integrated large elements of it into his own perspective. This is evident in his work on the rate of profit, his insistence on the centrality of class relations and his focus on the restructuring of capital. It also informed his critical work on underconsumptionism and his wide-ranging critique of the Neo-Ricardian school. 3. Underconsumptionism and distributional struggle. Underconsumptionist approaches to the post-war development and crisis of capitalism, while weak in a UK context, dominated Marxist political economy in the USA through the works of Barron and Sweezy. 6 For them, the problem for capitalism was not that it could not produce sufficient surplus but rather that it was incapable of realizing it, due primarily to the suppression of wages through distributional struggle generating deficient levels of demand. Through this prism, many economic and social phenomena were seen as attempts to sustain the realization of surplus, especially through state expenditure. That sufficient state expenditure in particular could restore growth and profitability is of course also suggested by Keynesian perspectives on aggregate demand, with which underconsumptionism has strong affinities. But for Johnny, crises acted as a restorative mechanism for profitability through the destruction of weaker capitals, which laid the basis for renewed accumulation. In the context of the 1970s, he regarded Keynesian attempts to sustain accumulation through state expenditure as at best postponing the crisis for weaker capitals, and as leading to inflation in the meantime. In Johnny's work in this area, such theoretical observations are tied to the historical specificity of capitalism after 1945, in which U.S. dominance coming out of the war had been eroded by more successful accumulation in other countries, with catch-up and intensified competition underpinning crisis. Johnny's earlier work was also characterized by a rejection of an approach based on the net rather than the gross product. There were two main reasons for this. First, whenever wages might be paid in practice, they remained a logical precondition of production under capitalism, and they had to be reproduced as new value along with surplus value at the end of the circuit of capital. But the creation of surplus value always depended upon the effectivity of exploitation, and this could not be taken as given. So net output could not exist before it was distributed, and this further problematized the neo-Ricardian focus on distributional struggle between wages and profits. Second, Johnny thought that a focus upon gross rather than net product to be realized enabled a move away from macroeconomics as a sequence of equilibria to the consequences of the contradictions of the accumulation of capital. In this, elements of constant capital were subject to devalorization from one production cycle to another. Johnny also offered a detailed critique of the wage increasing, profit squeeze approach to the falling rate of profit and crisis. Along with his critique of underconsumptionism, this marked his rejection of two of the most influential Marxist framings of crisis theory at that time. For, in the case of underconsumptionism, the argument was that wages were too low to sustain sufficient demand to realize the potential surplus value produced, primarily because wages were squeezed by the corporate sector in order to sustain profitability. But, from the profit squeeze perspective, wages had been pushed too high to sustain profitability, so the rate of profit fell, precipitating a crisis. For Johnny, analysis of the accumulation of capital in developed capitalism had to focus on the competitive processes involved, whether between capitals themselves, in labor markets, and in the roles played by the state and finance. He considered that accumulation through pursuit of productivity increases allowed for both an increase in wages and the capacity to sustain profitability. In such a pursuit, both the supply of and demand for labor, and the latter's capacity to press for higher wages, were conditioned by the accumulation processes themselves, and could not be taken to be independent forces in their own right. Clearly, if wages increased disproportionately relative to productive IT increases, then the rate of profit must fall. But rather than focus on this arithmetic, Johnny thought it more important to focus on how capital was being restructured, both within and between sectors, creating push and pull factors on labor markets, in which increasing wages might be a consequence. Further, if the restructuring of capital created pressures on profitability through wage increases, then the pace of accumulation could slacken without necessarily giving rise to a crisis as such. Johnny questioned any simplistic relationship between some numerical level of, or movement in, the rate of profit and the automatic collapse into crisis. Because some profit was always better than none, the focus should rather be on whether the competitive processes of accumulation can be sustained. In short, whilst underconsumptionism viewed the capitalist economy as driven by the levels of macroeconomic expenditures, and neo-Ricardianism viewed it through the levels of wages and their effects on profitability, Johnny considered these variables as outcomes to be explained. He also thought that taking them as starting points fell prey to the illusions of exchange, thereby misspecifying both the structures and the dynamics of a capitalist economy. The same positions underpinned his extensive work on the economies of poorer or less developed countries. In a piece written for the first issue of Historical Materialism 7, Johnny reviewed the methodological and other insufficiencies of mainstream economics, and outlined the alternative provided by Marx's theory of value, focusing on the role of competition, technical change, and the LTRPF. He then neatly moved into the analysis of the progressiveness of capitalism, and how it could inform our understanding of processes of development. He applied these insights to the analysis of the counter-tendencies to the LTRPF as they emerged in advanced capitalist economies and in developing countries, focusing on the role of agriculture supporting the accumulation of industrial capital and the extraction of surplus value in the economy as a whole. Finally, Johnny summarized the implications of the expansion of capital on pre-capitalist social relations, focusing on the form of capital, and the broader context of the mode of production. This showed that the penetration of capital was both creative and destructive at the same time, implying that simplistic views attributing inevitable good or bad outcomes to the capitalist transition were misguided. Outcomes depended on the historical context, economic forces at play and, crucially, the form and intensity of the class struggle. Johnny's analysis of capitalist development drew upon the notion of uneven and combined development under capitalism. UCT was originally developed in the early 20th century, to try to explain the perceived divergence of Russian social and economic development from the trajectory followed by more developed economies such as the UK, Germany, and France, and to suggest the possibility of a socialist revolution despite the comparative low level of capitalist development in Russia and other backward regions. Back then, orthodox Marxist views in the highly influential German Social Democratic Party as well as among Russian Narodniks and Mensheviks argued for a linear trajectory for the historical development of countries including a fixed sequentia of modus of production driven by the development of technology. This implied that a transition to socialism was only possible when capitalism was sufficiently advanced. Such a mechanistic interpretation of history found justification in Marx's famous remarks from the preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. In broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as epochs marking progress in the economic development of society. The bourgeois mode of production is the last antagonistic form of the social process of production, but the productive forces developing within bourgeois society create also the material conditions for a solution of this antagonism. Yet, in his 1877 letter to the editor of the Otечественные Zapiski, Marx was concerned with the question whether, as her liberal economists maintain, Russia must begin by destroying la commune rurale in order to pass to the capitalist regime, or whether, on the contrary, she can without experiencing the tortures of this regime appropriate all its fruits by developing ses propres duns historiques, in order that he might be qualified to estimate economic development in Russia today. I learned Russian and then for many years studied the official publications and others bearing on this subject. I have arrived at this conclusion: if Russia continues to pursue the path she has followed since 1861, she will lose the finest chance ever offered by history to a nation, in order to undergo all the fatal vicissitudes of the capitalist regime. In the same letter, he pointed to the contingency rather than the necessity of a fixed sequence of modes of production, referring to his own work as a historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe, rather than the general path imposed by fate upon every people. 84 years later, when Varazay Sulich wrote to him querying the possibility of Russia bypassing the pains of the primitive accumulation as it was described in Capital Volume I, and using the traditional peasant commune as the springboard for a socialist revolution, Marx replied that at the heart of the capitalist system is a complete separation of the producer from the means of production. Only in England has it been accomplished in a radical manner. But all the other countries of Western Europe are following the same course. The historical inevitability of this course is expressly restricted to the countries of Western Europe. In the case of the Russian peasants, however, their communal property would have to be transformed into private property. The analysis in Capital therefore provides no reasons either for or against the vitality of the Russian commune. 9. This nonlinear interpretation of history and acknowledgement of the coexistence of different modes of production at different stages of development, in contrast to the abstract logical sequencing of modes of production, opened the way for a richer understanding of the spread of capitalism. Rather than creating an homogeneous world, capitalism generated complex and historically specific patterns of UCT. In such an understanding, relative poverty, limited industrialization and large peasant populations did not preclude revolutionary politics. Instead, they could ground a new type of politics, which was different from that in developed countries but had just as much revolutionary potential. Johnny drew upon these debates and on Marx's theory of competition to suggest an interpretation of UCT that distinguished primary and secondary elements. For him, the emergence and early diffusion of capitalist relations of production in Europe and North America produced a primary manifestation of UCT, the division of the world into a core of integrated and economically dynamic capitalist countries, and a non-capitalist and economically less dynamic periphery. Primary yuk generate the pattern of global divergence that was very difficult to overcome, after the first wave of capitalist development in Western Europe. The following wave included only 4 European settler states, plus Italy and Japan. The secondary pattern of UCT was due to competition and technical change among all capitalist countries, in both the core and the periphery. Secondary UCT generated a cyclical pattern of convergence and divergence among these economies as new industries, employment, and wage levels rose and fell depending on the forces of competition. The interaction between primary and secondary UCT suggested that there was a strong tendency towards convergence among capitalist regions, while they tended to diverge from non-capitalist regions. In periods of rapid accumulation, the capitalist regions converged faster, while in times of crisis they converged more slowly or even diverged. In contrast, the developing capitalist areas might or might not converge even in periods of rapid global growth. Recognition of these complex relationships, driven by the forces of competition and accumulation, could help to overcome the limitations of linear views of history that suggested that capitalism drives an unrelenting process of global convergence. 5. Dependency theory and unequal exchange. In the 1970s, dependency theory offered a radical critique of capitalism in the periphery in general and in Latin America in particular, in the context of the exhaustion of the post-war boom in the center and, in the periphery, the crisis of import substituting industrialization, the collapse of populism, and the decline of the structuralist theory associated with the UN Economic Commission for Latin America. This critique derived from Paul Barron's book The Political Economy of Growth 10, which outlined an explanation of the relationship between developed and underdeveloped countries, in which countries in the periphery were systematically exploited by those in the center. While not a unified school, the various approaches to dependency theory focused on the economic relations between center and periphery, especially the forms and mechanisms of extraction and transfer of the economic surplus. Dependency approaches generally shared 3 features. First, they were historically grounded and conceptualized a world economy integrated by commercial and financial exchanges, in which center and periphery fulfilled distinct roles. The separation between them derived from the incorporation of the periphery into the world economic system originally created by European commercial capitalism from the 15th century. Since then, the periphery had been subjected to 3 types of relations of dependence: mercantile during the colonial era, industrial financial from the late 19th century, and technological industrial since the mid-20th century. Across these phases, colonial domination, imperialist subordination, and unequal trade and financial relations have extracted surplus from the periphery to benefit the center. The systematic extraction of surplus was the main factor responsible for the backwardness of the periphery. Second, relations of dependence between core and periphery had created a peculiar social structure in the periphery. A parasitic comprador ruling class managed the exploitation of peripheral workers and peasants on behalf of the core, exported the commodities they produced, and thereby obtained the foreign currency needed to purchase the imports which allowed it to live in luxury. The transfers of surplus and the high living standards of the comprador class were possible only because of the extremely high rates of exploitation in the periphery. Inevitably, this expropriation of surplus implied that the periphery lacked both resources and markets for autonomous development. Third, the surplus generated in the periphery was transferred to the core through unequal commercial exchanges, profit remittances by transnational companies, and financial transactions, especially debt repayment and capital flight. These transfers depressed incomes, welfare standards, and investment in the periphery, and produced a distorted growth pattern favoring the production of primary products for export. Dependency writers have offered different arguments to explain unequal exchange. The most rigorous model was proposed by Emmanuel 11, drawing on David Ricardo's theory of commodity prices, Sraffian solutions to the transformation of money values into prices of production, and the Prebys-Singer hypothesis of deterioration of the terms of trade of the periphery vis-a-vis the core. Emmanuel assumed that capital was mobile, profit rates were equalized globally, labor was immobile, and wages were higher in the core than in the periphery. In this case, commodities produced with the same quantum of labor time would have higher prices in the core than in the periphery. Consequently, the low-wage country would export goods produced in more labor time than the goods it received from the high-wage country. Emmanuel called unequal exchange this transfer of labor hours, hidden by the price system. Johnny pointed to the inconsistency that, on the one hand, capital flowed to the periphery presumably because of higher rates of return there, and on the other hand that profits were remitted rather than reinvested in the periphery, implying higher rates of return in the core. The periphery could not be both an outlet for the surplus generated in the core and a source of surplus to be pumped away. He also drew on his perspective of UCT to suggest that the combination of a single global capitalist class and separate national working classes competing for resources in circulation was neither realistic nor helpful. In a different literature, the assumption that the core exploited the periphery led André Gunder Frank to claim that underdevelopment was not a transitional stage through which countries must pass en route to development. Rather, underdevelopment was a condition that plagued subordinate regions of the world economy, and the more countries participated in these unequal relations the more underdeveloped they would become. 12 Johnny was very critical of attempts to attribute the relations of exploitation in any mode of production to unequal exchange. He considered, instead, that the class relations of capital created systematic inequalities in the sphere of production which might appear, in different ways, in the sphere of exchange. For him, dependency theory could not explain historically how one group of countries came to extract surpluses from other countries, and could not deliver a consistent explanation of how surplus was extracted in one part of the world and transferred to another. Moreover, dependency theory was generally associated with the underconsumptionist argument that capitalist accumulation must rely on a non-capitalist periphery in order to avoid realization crises, an argument with which Johnny disagreed. Finally, he saw dependency theory as over-reliant on a demobilizing functionalism. For that school of thought, a dependent country that remained tied to the world market could not develop, which was disabling both for the subordinate subjects and for the theory itself, since it could not readily explain late development under capitalism. From this point of view, if underdevelopment was due to international integration, the logical solution was a delink strategy of national development in which all peripheral classes can express a common interest, and in the pursuit of such national interest, socialist strategies could only suffer. Rather than the international relations between core and periphery, Johnny proposed an account of development in which class relations and the mode of production took center stage. For him, earlier capitalist development in the core was not predicated primarily and essentially upon the extraction of a surplus from outside the core, but upon internal class exploitation. International transfers of value were the consequence of exploitation between classes, not countries, and patterns of exploitation in the periphery were reproduced by imperialism. 6. Following the financial crisis. In the years after 2007, Johnny took a more nuanced view of the state and its role in capital accumulation. He had always recognized that the state had an impact upon accumulation through channels other than demand as such. This implied that state expenditure was never neutral in relation to competitive processes, it must favor some relative to others, however indirectly, and these ways important in thinking about restructuring consequent to an economic crisis. But he also knew that the state could also thereby influence the pace and rhythm of the accumulation of capital. So for Johnny, restructuring entailed demand management, and demand management entailed restructuring. But the disastrous austerity policies pursued by the UK after 2010 led him to place much more emphasis on the absolute necessity of demand expansion. In that sense, Johnny's later policy work represented an implicit rejection of the more simplistic theory of state expenditure found in his earlier work reproduced in this volume. Indeed, he strategically adopted positions that he had earlier criticized in order to combat, in the short run, what he thought of as the catastrophic consequences of neoliberal policies. Yet he was always mindful that expansionary demand management required a perspective on restructuring, and he was an enthusiast advocate of the UK Labour Party's plan for a National Investment Bank and an associated Green New Deal. He also believed that although improvements could be won, they would be both limited and precarious in the absence of a more fundamental shift to socialism, to which he had always remained committed. Part 1 Essays on the Theory of Value. Chapter 1. The Sphere of Production and the Analysis of Crisis in Capitalism. The current economic crisis which has swept the capitalist world caught most bourgeois and some Marxist-analysts largely unawares. The apparent economic stability of the post-war period, the absence of deep depressions such as occurred during the interwar period, generated a myth of permanent economic stability, and a faith among the bourgeoisie that capitalist economies could expand without limit, with only minor crises. It became fashionable to talk of the obsolescence of the business cycle. Some of the radical and Marxist literature on the expanded post-war role of the state, one while providing valuable insights, has suggested that the source of post-war stability can be found in the growth of state expenditure. This paper argues that the attempt to explain the stability of capitalism in the post-war period by the role of state expenditure derives from a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of crises in the development of capitalism, in particular from the error of underconsumptionism, which mistakes the form of crisis for its cause. But the underconsumptionist theory of crisis is quite widespread. Indeed, in the United States underconsumption is a generally accepted doctrine among those on the left. The first section of this paper deals with this doctrine, and the subsequent sections suggest an alternative analysis of the post-war period derived from the basic contradictions of capitalism arising out of the law of value. 1. The error of underconsumptionism. The underconsumptionist thesis sees the cause of crises to be the unequal distribution of income, which creates a tendency to overproduction. 2. The disproportionality thesis is closely related and will not be considered separately. 3. The argument is that the low income of the masses in capitalist society is the obstacle to the expansion of capital, i.e. the low income of the masses results in a lack of effective demand, to use the Keynesian phrase, for the commodities produced by expanding capital. 4. Thus, the cause of crisis is seen as the inability to realize surplus value in the sphere of circulation, the inability to sell what is produced. The role of the state is to alleviate this crisis of overproduction through increased expenditure on goods and services. This analysis is in the tradition of Hobson 5 and Keynes, not Marx. 6. The major figures in the development of Marxian theory, Marx himself, Engels, and Lenin, all rejected underconsumptionism as the explanation of crises in capitalism. The error of underconsumptionism can be demonstrated at various levels of abstraction. Most fundamentally, ascribing the cause of crises in capitalism to the inability of capitalists to realize surplus value is tantamount to rejecting the concept of the mode of production. The underconsumption of the masses, the restriction to what is necessary for their maintenance and reproduction, is not a new phenomenon. It has existed as long as there have been exploiting and exploited classes. The underconsumption of the masses is a necessary condition of all forms of society based on exploitation, consequently also of the capitalist form of production, which first gives rise to crises. The underconsumption of the masses is therefore also a requisite condition for crises, and plays in them a role which has long been recognized. But it tells us just as little why crises exist today as why they did not exist before. 7. That is, all societies divided into classes have been and remain characterized by the poverty of the masses of the working people relative to the wealth of the ruling classes. This only describes class societies, explaining nothing. Capitalism as a social system is not unique in this regard. But only under capitalism are crises, taking the form of overproduction and widespread unemployment, inherent in the economic system. While it is certainly true that the poverty of the masses is necessary for economic crises, this poverty cannot explain why they occur only under capitalism and not under pre-capitalist modes of production. 8. At this level of abstraction, the error of underconsumptionism is the confusion of the form of crisis for its cause. This is clearly shown in the crisis of the second half of the 1960s, and the failure to make the distinction between form and essence of social phenomena. 9. At another level, Underconsumptionism results from a profound misunderstanding of the nature of capitalist accumulation. Implicit in the underconsumptionist thesis is the proposition that the engine of accumulation is the growth of individual consumption. Point 10. In this view, investment by capitalists is derived from, or prompted by, the growth of this consumption demand. That is, it is the growth of the market for consumer goods which determines the rate of accumulation. This line of argument turns the process of accumulation on its head. It is the rate of accumulation itself which determines the growth of individual consumption through determining the level of employment and the value of labor power. Similarly, the size of the market for all types of goods is a consequence, not a determinant, of the rate of accumulation. Fundamentally, the problem of demand under the capitalist mode of production is resolved through the demand among capitalists. For the means of production. Point 11. This is the sense in which the rate of accumulation can be treated as an independent variable, determined by the state of the class struggle, the degree of centralization of capital, the quality and size of the labor force, and the technical conditions of production. It must be stressed that we have not argued that crises of realization are not inherent in capitalism. That all crises eventually take the form of a realization crisis is a necessary consequence of the dialectical role which crises play in the capitalist system. But to see realization as the cause, or even as the signal that the crisis has arrived, is either, in the first case, never to move beyond the sphere of circulation in the analysis, or, in the second case, to fail to see that the contradictions of capitalism are always resolved to a higher level, only to reappear in more acute and altered form. These points will be explained at length in the next section, but as a final comment in Thunderconsumptionist thesis one can no better than Marx's criticism. I tishir tautologidis I that crisis caused by the scarcity of effective consumption, or of effective consumers. The capitalist system does not know any other modes of consumption than effective ones, except that of subforma pauperis or of the swindler. But if one were to attempt to give this tautology the semblance of a profounder justification by saying that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product and the evil would be remedied as soon as it receives a larger share of it and its wages increase in consequence, one could only remark that crises are always prepared by precisely a period in which wages rise generally, and the working class actually gets a larger share of that part of the annual product which is intended for consumption. Point 12. Marx showed that the possibility of crisis is inherent in the capitalist mode of production on the assumption that there are no interruptions in the process of circulation, i.e., that surplus value is realized as profit. Surplus value must be realized as profit, and increased wages cannot aid in this realization. Prob. Lem. Point 13. Herala is the contradiction if capitalists cannot sell out that the produce, a rise in wages, far from ameliorating the crisis, intensifies it, for this reduces the profit which capitalists could realize were they to sell all they produced. For the system as a whole, the problem of the capitalist class is to realize profit. This problem cannot be reduced by diminishing that portion of the product which capitalists receive. The role of the underconsumption thesis as an explanation of crises is practical and immediate. Reformism and the doctrines of social democracy are its logical extension. If crises are caused by insufficient demand, then there is no reason in principle why crises cannot be eliminated or drastically curtailed by either income redistribution or by more reactionary measures such as military spending. On the other hand, if crises are the result of the process of production itself under the capitalist mode of production, as we argue below, they can be eliminated only by the overthrow of capitalism and the building of socialism. 2. The dialectical role of crisis. Equating a failure to realize surplus value with the cause of crisis arises from misperceiving the role of economic crises in capitalism, and, more fundamentally, the nature of capital itself. Capital is self-expanding value. For the system as a whole, stagnation, except in the short run, is not possible. Further, the longer capitalism goes without a major crisis, the more necessary a crisis becomes. These points represent a summary of the argument to which we now turn. Crises in capitalism arise from the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, Changes in values. Point 14. This tendency is not a trend, but a pressure inherent in the self-expansion of capital, which necessitates steps on the part of individual capitalists to counteract the tendency. One of the most important counteracting forces for the system as a whole is the crisis itself. Thus a crisis plays a dialectical role. It is both the consequence of the internal contradictions of capital as a social relation, and a measure to resolve those contradictions to a higher level. Before proceeding further, it is necessary to deal briefly with the question of the tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise in the process of accumulation. Throughout the 100 years since the publication of Capital, both sympathetic and hostile critics have seized upon this tendency as the focus of their revision of Marx. Point 15. The critics, whether using bourgeois or Marxian terminology, base their refutation upon one apparently telling argument. 16. They point out that technical progress can, in principle, reduce the constant capital necessary in production as well as reducing the variable capital in production. Often the argument stresses the possibility of technical change increasing the durability of machinery, thus making capital saving possible. The conclusion seems to follow that the direction of change of the organic composition of capital is solely an empirical question. Point 17. This line of argument, as Yaff and Bullock and Yaff have shown, 18, involves a rejection or misunderstanding of Marx's analysis. Implicitly, the critics ignore circulating constant capital, and treat only fixed constant capital as such. 19. It is certainly possible for the amount of fixed capital to be economized in production, but fixed capital is only a portion of constant capital. Once it is recognized that raw materials and intermediate goods are important portions of constant capital, a rising organic composition of capital is a self-evident tendency when productivity of labor rises. An increase in the productivity of labor implies that a given amount of labor produces more commodities in a given period of time. In order to do so, labor must process more raw materials and intermediate goods in a given amount of time. This reflects a contradiction of capitalism. Increases in the productivity of labor always result in a greater mass of the means of production being set in motion over the production period. This is the immediate impact of an increase in the productivity of labor. Certainly there are counteracting tendencies, namely, a. the possibility of the value of the means of production falling relatively, so that the technical composition of capital rises, but the organic composition of capital does not rise as quickly, b. greater durability of fixed capital, so that the value it adds to each commodity falls, and c. revolutions in the means of production which reduce the mass of raw materials and intermediate goods consumed in the production process. But we are not left with an agnostic position. It is a necessity that increases in productivity involve a tendency to put in motion more constant capital. It is a possibility that this necessity will be offset by one of the three counteracting tendencies listed above. This relationship between the necessity inherent in accumulation and the possibility of it being counteracted at a particular moment yields a tendency for the organic composition of capital to rise. With this in mind, we turn to the analysis of crises. In the period of uninterrupted expansion of capitals, several forces are acting to undermine that expansion. The technical composition of capital is rising with the increases in productivity, and with it, eventually, the organic composition of capital in terms of exchange value, which actualizes the latent tendency of the rate of profit to fall. But this rising technical composition of capital proceeds unevenly, so some capitals fall behind in the growth of labor productivity. Thus, in the expanding period the uneven development that characterizes capitalism is accentuated. If no particular forces, such as a sudden rise in raw material prices or state action, trigger the crisis, it will be brought about by the reduction of the reserve army and a general rise in wages. Point 20. This general rise in wages makes the fall in the rate of profit more acute. The actual impulse which turns the crisis into the form of a realization crisis is of incidental importance, though it is the obsession of Keynesians who mistake the starter switch for the engine. The important point is that once there is a general rise in wages, a trigger mechanism for altering the form of the crisis becomes a necessity. For with the reserve army reduced to a low level, individual capitals compete directly over the distribution of the now limited amount of profit, that is, with the reduction of the reserve army, the mass of surplus value which can be created approaches its limit. It is now inevitable that the crisis must take the form at some point of a crisis of realization, a recession. For at this point, capitals momentarily reach their maximum expansion, and must turn upon one another for further expansion. This intra-class conflict over surplus value takes the form of a failure to realize surplus value and, therefore, profit. For out of this form of crisis will emerge the potential to produce a greater mass of surplus value and realize profit than before. The purpose of the crisis is twofold: first, to drive down the cost of labor power to the capitalists, but more important in the long run, to eliminate other capitalists and to restructure capital in the system as a whole. 21 The realization crisis leads to the cheapening of individual capitals, and the more efficient capitals seize a themament to absorb their less efficient brothers. What is being absorbed in a sense is the power to purchase labor power in the market. What is gained in this process of fratricidal conflict is what was denied to the capitalist class before the crisis took the form of an inability to realize surplus value, the possibility of further expansion. Thus the role of the crisis is to raise the average rate of profit by the elimination of less efficient capitals, which once the limit of the reserve army is approached represent only a deadweight drag on the rate of profit. It must be emphasized that the necessity to eliminate capitals results in the manifestation of the crisis in the form of an inability to realize surplus value. It is not the failure to realize surplus value that is the impulse for the elimination of relatively inefficient capitals, but the contrary, the successful production of the mass of surplus value inherent in the labor force, and its realization as profit, brings about the necessity to eliminate inefficient capitals. A themament of success through acre capitals are the barrier to further expansion. It might be thought that as capitalism passes through crisis after crisis, the process of centralization and concentration would so advance that at some stage the contradictions and, thus, conflicts, arising from the competition among capitals would be eliminated. This is the implication of the monopoly capitalism school, and from that analysis derives a new interpretation of Marx which stresses that the tendency towards crisis is much less pronounced now than in capitalism's competitive stage. Below it is argued that the present world crisis refutes such an interpretation. But on a theoretical level it is interesting to note the similarity between the theory of monopoly capitalism, in particular its conclusions about the absence of competition, and Koski's analysis of imperialism. Koski argued that there was a trend toward a single world cartel, or monopoly, and this trend would eliminate the warring among factions of the capitalist class and end imperialist rivalry. 22 Lenin's reply is an excellent statement on the importance of the dialectical method. There is no doubt that the development is going in the direction of a single world trust that will swallow up all enterprises and all states without exception. But the development in this direction is proceeding under such stress, with such a tempo, with such contradictions, conflicts, and convulsions, not only economical, but also political, national, etc., etc., that before a single world trust will be reached, before the respective national finance capitals will have formed a world union of ultra-imperialism, imperialism will inevitably explode, capitalism will turn into its opposite. 23. The culmination of the centralizing trend in capitalism toward a single, integrated production system without competition will be reached, of course, but under socialism, when capitalism has turned into its opposite through a convulsive revolutionary upheaval. 3. The genesis of the current crisis. We are now in a position to analyze the current crisis and explain its particular form. This form, which differs from that of previous crises, is the result of the resolution of the contradictions of capital through previous crises. These resolutions to a higher and more intense level have resulted in the state assuming a more prominent and altered form, and have generated in the working class greater strength to defend its material conditions. These two factors, one superstructural, the other inherent in the contradictions in the sphere of production, are fundamental to the current epoch. Marxist commentators have tended to explain the period of expansion from the end of World War II to the late 1960s in terms of an alteration in the fundamental laws of capitalism. In particular, it has been argued that the decline of competition has resulted in a suspension of the law of value, that is, the emergence of monopoly capitalism eliminates the inherent tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and as a consequence, sustained expansion of capital or stagnation of the system as a whole is possible. The essence of this argument is that the tendency for crises and the potential for breakdown have receded. One need not question that capitalism in each developed capitalist country is in a monopoly stage. But, as Lenin argued in his work on imperialism, it does not follow that competition has been eliminated at an international level. The crisis of the 1930s, and the World War which followed, led to a profound restructuring of capital. During the interwar years, the process of centralization advanced for capital as a whole. On an international level, however, the competition among large capitals was keen. Indeed, it was this process of centralization which generated the intensified competition among capitals. The much more rapid accumulation of capital in the United States and the emergence of Germany and Japan as capitalist powers laid the material base for the political necessity of a redistribution of world markets, which before World War II were largely dominated by weak capitalist states, Great Britain and France. Thus, the Great Depression was the vehicle for the restructuring of capital, and the Second World War was the vehicle for the redistribution of markets. The consequence of the war was the temporary elimination of North American capital's rising capitalist competitors, and the subordination of the older national capitals to secondary status. This monopoly position of U.S. capital provided the basis for a new phase of accumulation, but inherent in this accumulation was the re-emergence of competition. As always, capitalism advanced in the grip of dialectical forces in the post-war period. The hegemony of the United States made further accumulation possible, but the recreation of competition was a necessary consequence. And the re-emergence of competition among capitals on a world scale brought about the current crisis. In the restructuring of capital, the bourgeois state took on a new and vastly expanded role. This new role had first emerged in the interwar period, but during the war the tendency towards a stronger state was accelerated tremendously. The new role of the state arose out of the needs of capital, but more profoundly, it represents the political form which contradictions within capitalism assume at their higher and more intensified level. It is important to understand that it was not the crisis of the 1930s which gave rise to the new role of the state. Such an interpretation derives from a bourgeois pragmatic interpretation, and does not explain why previous crises, such as that in the 1890s, did not bring about a New Deal-type government in the United States. The growing centralization of capitals in the United States provided the material basis for the expanded state and thus its possibility. The crisis of the 1930s was the historical mechanism for transforming this abstract possibility into actuality. The centralization of capital had two consequences. First, it generated a tendency towards the concentration of the power of the capitalist class into the hands of finance capital, so that the conflicts within the class were repressed in the interests of the advance of capital as a whole. 24 Second, inherent in the centralization of capital is imperialism, characterized by the division of world markets and the export of capital. This development, which counteracts the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, places extended demands for military expenditure upon the state. This is clear in the case of the United States. But, again, we do not explain the expanded role of the state in terms of the growth of the military alone. This expanded role must be understood in terms of the total needs of capital in monopoly form. The growing harmony of interests within the capitalist class, due to fratricidal centralization, made it possible for the class as a whole to transfer more surplus value to the state. The necessity of this transfer arose from the growing instability of capitalism, part of the same process which generated centralization, and the rising strength of the working class. As capital becomes more centralized, the seriousness of a crisis necessary to restructure capital, and to enable it to emerge from the crisis with a higher social rate of profit, increases. This is because the fratricidal struggle during the crisis tends to be among giant financial capitals, which possess great power to endure the crisis of realization and to take advantage of the devaluation of capital through the elimination of their weaker brothers. But as the crisis becomes more profound, the fact that large capitals gain relatively in the crisis is tempered by the possibility that capitalism itself may be destroyed. In other words, each crisis tends to be more severe than the previous in order to achieve the necessary restructuring of capital, but the same tendency threatens to turn capitalism into its opposite. The role of the bourgeois state is to counteract this tendency. Out of this dialectic, the state emerges as a rationalizer of competition, acting to lessen the violence of crisis and to try to bring about the restructuring of capital without crisis. In the United States, this second function of the state, restructuring of capital, has played a much less important role than in European capitalist countries. 25. Integral to the new role of the state was the development of working class consciousness. The severe crisis of the 1930s, while not generating a revolutionary proletariat in the United States, did cause an important leap forward in class consciousness. Growing class consciousness strengthened the resolve of the working class to defend itself through mass action against the return of unemployment rates of the level of the 1930s. The strength of the working class has been an important impetus to reforms like those of the 1930s and the Post-War Full Employment Act. Obviously, these measures were taken in the interests of capital, but the strength of the working class forced the interests of capital to take these forms. Thus, we see the possibility of the expanded state to be the result of centralization. Its necessity derives from the increased severity of crisis inherent in national capitalism in monopoly form and the emergence of a more militant proletariat. But this new form of the state, arising out of the contradictions of capitalism, does not resolve the contradictions, but brings them to a higher level. These contradiction shavering emerged in the present crisis in third and more severe form. We have argued that one of the major functions of the expanded state is to temper the severity of crisis inherent in the monopoly form of capitalism. However, this gain is a limited one, for the crisis itself is one of the counteracting tendencies to tendencio thirta profitofall. Without crises or with only minorities thuagime tentoriza above a value of labor power, but more important, the necessary restructuring of capital does not occur unless achieved in some other manner. Thus, the tempering of crises is a mixed blessing. It not only represses the symptoms, but precludes one form of the cure. The symptoms of the contradictions within the expansion of capital could be repressed so long. 26 Because World War II had virtually eliminated international capitalist competition. United States capital emerged from the war in a monopoly position in the capitalist world. This absence of competition temporarily postponed the necessity of restructuring capital and allowed accumulation to proceed in the absence of major crises. But the underlying contradictions remained. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall lay dormant, but as accumulation proceeded, American capitalism developed in an increasingly fragile manner. Relatively inefficient capitals maintained an artificial hold on life, and larger capitals, in the absence of competition, were not forced to revolutionize the means of production. This is the sense in which monopoly capitalism tends to stagnation, in the social productivity of labor. 27 Thus, United States capital expanded in the post-war period, with the rot at its core, requiring only the re-emergence of competition to turn the possibility of crisis into actuality. The re-emergence of competition was inherent in the world monopoly position of U.S. capital. Like all synthetic resolutions of contradictory forces in capitalism, within the early post-war monopoly position lay the seeds of its antithesis, competition. The expansion of U.S. capital in the post-war period, in the face of a catastrophically changed Europe, required the reconstruction of capitalism in these countries. The dialectical situation is clear in retrospect. The destruction of the productive power of the other major capitalist countries was the basis of the U.S. monopoly position, yet, the expansion of U.S. capital and the repression of socialist tendencies in the working classes of the war-ravaged countries required the reconstruction of capitalism in Europe and Japan. Thus the very expansion of U.S. capital progressively eroded the U.S. monopoly position, rebuilding capitalism in Europe and Japan. The only alternative to direct U.S. rule in perpetuity was the fostering of eventual competitors, the local capitalist class. 28 In the countries of Reconstruction it was inevitable that the technical relations of production would develop at a more rapid rate than in the United States. If the re-emerging capitals were to exist at all, they had to develop and utilize more progressive production methods. This is because the first form of the re-emergence of competition was, and had to be, in the internal markets of the economies under Reconstruction. The growing national capitals faced markets dominated by U.S. consumer and producer goods. In this early stage of the growth of the war-ravaged economies, the pressure of competition was hardly felt by U.S. monopoly capital, with its predominant world position. But for the national capitals in each capitalist country, this competition was the major determining factor in accumulation. In a study of 8 industrial capitalist countries and 1 backward country, Christensen, Cummings, and Jorgensen write, "The ranking of the United States in international comparisons of growth in real output, man-hour productivity, and total factor productivity is always near the bottom. Our study is no exception. During the period 1960 to 73, the United States ranked 8th of 9 countries in growth of real output, 9th in growth of man-hour productivity, and 9th in growth of total factor productivity. 29. These bourgeois economists find that man-hour productivity in the U.S. grew at 2.8% per annum from 1960 to 1973, compared to 8.9% in Japan and 3.6% in Canada. Further, in the early post-war years, the U.S. performance was better, but ranked next to last, with Germany having the highest rate of growth of labor productivity. While we must be cautious in using measures derived from bourgeois ideology, the same study finds that the average rate of profit in the United States was falling in the post-war years, and relevant to the present argument, it began a sharp fall in 1967, before the U.S. crisis took the form of a crisis of realization, and fell continuously to 1970, when it began to rise very slightly, but from a level well below 1961-6. Thus, we can see that the 1950s, the period of the Japanese and German economic miracles, was a period in which U.S. capital was continually falling behind in the process by which the means of production are revolutionized, and this tendency accelerated in the 1960s. The possibility of crisis is inherent in capitalism. With the re-emergence of competition, the necessity for crisis returned. Only absent was the impulse which would transform possibility into actuality. We have argued that the cause of the current crisis was the activation of the latent tendency of the rate of profit to fall, brought on by the re-emergence of competition on a world scale. For the United States, the first symptoms of this crisis were a deterioration in the balance of payments and a pressure on the dollar in international markets. But these symptoms were only the concrete manifestation of the declining relative efficiency of U.S. capital. While the crisis of 1929-40 first manifested itself in the domestic markets of each country and later in international markets, in the era of capital in monopoly form and state demand management, the crisis first manifested itself in international markets. The expanded role of the state, whose material base is national capital in monopoly form, dictated that the crisis would assume the form of accelerating price inflation. 30 The declining competitive position of U.S. capital turned the tendency for the rate of profit to fall into actuality. The fall in the rate of profit reduced the rate of accumulation, and, thus, the rate at which value expanded. In a previous, non-monopolistic epoch, this would have quickly brought the crisis to its form of a failure to realize surplus value. However, in the monopolistic epoch, state fiscal and monetary policy in the years 1962-8 maintained the expansion of the economy counter to the underlying contradictions which were operating to necessitate a crisis. 31 The action of the state could only postpone the crisis, not eliminate its necessity. State expenditure, while ensuring that the circuit of capital continued unbroken, could not increase the mass of surplus value produced, and the essence of the crisis was that the mass of surplus value was too small in relation to capital advanced. In other words, the problem for U.S. capital in the 1960s was not the realization of surplus value, but the production of it, due to U.S. capital's declining competitive position. The contradictions go even deeper. Not only could the state not increase the mass of surplus value, but also its growing expenditure 32, which was aimed at maintaining the rate of accumulation, actually aggravated the problem by directing a larger proportion of surplus value to unproductive expenditure. This is the dialectical contradiction in Keynesian counter-cyclical policy. Crises are the result of the underproduction of surplus value in the future. Such counter-cyclical fiscal policy can be successful only when a crisis is the result of accidental or occasional causes 33, or when the restructuring of capital has been accomplished and only the impetus to expansion is wanting. When the crisis is a result of changes in values, counter-cyclical policies aggravate the crisis. This aggravation takes the form of price inflation. The state, through its expenditure, attempts to maintain the rate of accumulation, following the interests of capital, but capitalists in each successive unbroken circuit of capital discover that their realized surplus value is less and the rate of accumulation declines. After a point, the new value created in each successive reproductive circuit is less. Inflation is the consequence of the state attempting to maintain the rate of accumulation when the mass of surplus value is contracting relatively or absolutely. This explains the failure of Keynesian policies in the present crisis and the disarray in which bourgeois economics finds itself as it seeks to account for the present form of the crisis. The disarray is so complete that the capitalist class was even prepared to flirt briefly with the morbid monetary metaphysics of Milton Friedman. The failure of Keynesianism was a result of the absence of a theory of value in this analysis. With its analysis completely in the sphere of circulation, it interprets symptoms as causes. Keynesian policies could be effective in the Great Depression, because they were employed after the crisis had performed its function of re-establishing the basis of accumulation by driving down the cost of reproducing labor power and restructuring capital. Similarly, in the period of U.S. monopoly, when the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall lay dormant, Keynesianism had its golden age. But such counter-cyclical policies can never re-establish the basis of profitability. On the contrary, by smoothing out the business cycle they postpone the necessary cure, and by draining off surplus value the policies aggravate the crisis. In the pursuit of its interests, sections of the U.S. capitalist class recognized the impotence of Keynesianism to alleviate the crisis, and in the United States pressures developed for the reduction of state expenditure. 34 The effect of this is to transform the crisis to its form of an inability to realize surplus value as profit. This assault upon state expenditure is necessarily an assault upon the working class. While a large proportion of state expenditure may be unproductive 35, it is nonetheless necessary for the expansion of capital. Military expenditure is only the most obvious example. Thus, the capitalist class seeks on all levels of government to reduce state expenditure which is least essential to its interests in the short run, expenditure which goes to the working class, welfare, education, medical care, etc. As in all crises, it is the proletariat, the possessors of the source of value, labor power, which must bear the burden of crisis. For conclusion, this paper has offered an approach to the current crisis, and makes a sharp break with the underconsumptionist thesis. It is in agreement with the position that seeks to shift Marxian analysis in the United States to an emphasis on contradictions of capitalism which arise in the sphere of production. By stressing the central role that contradictions in the sphere of production play, we have consciously played down the sphere of circulation. We have done this, not because we do not see the sphere of circulation as important. Indeed, Marx devoted an entire volume of Capital to its analysis. The analysis of the sphere of circulation has been given little space because it is necessary at the present state of Marxist and radical thought in the United States starkly and unambiguously to differentiate underconsumptionist theories of crisis from the Marxian materialist analysis of crisis. At the risk of oversimplification, it is necessary to initiate and advance a debate concerning the nature of crises, with the aim of revealing and isolating the underconsumptionist thesis for demolition. The position that crises are the result of changes in values, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, requires much more theoretical work. However, its unresolved analytical difficulties can be of no solace to underconsumptionists. As we showed in section I, the underconsumptionist thesis fails in eat sound terms, i.e. it cannot explain the economic crisis liar to the capitalist mode of production. Marxists must discard this analytical framework and leave it to the Keynesians and neo-Ricardian social democrats. No analysis that incorporates it can break out of the bounds of reformism. Once underconsumptionism is left behind, the possibility of theoretical advances in the analysis of the laws of motion of capitalism is again before us. One of the most important areas where theoretical work is necessary is in the analysis of the competition among capitals, a subject dealt with here only in general terms. The idea that the centralization of capital has led to the virtual destruction of competition in the United States is another ideological weapon in the reformist arsenal. It suggests that the ills of capitalism lie in the form which capital takes, monopoly enterprises, not in capital as a social relation, whatever its form. The materialist theory of competition follows from the theory of crisis 36 and is the extension of contradictions in the sphere of production into the sphere of circulation. Second, with underconsumptionism behind us, progress can be made on the theory of wages. Once the erroneous idea is discarded, that the importance of wages lies in their relation to effective demand, the fundamental importance of variable capital can be explored, namely, its function of providing the means of reproducing the commodity labor power, the source of value. From this insight, one can explore the motor of capitalist accumulation, the driving down of the value of labor power in order to raise the rate of surplus value. 37 and third, by rejecting underconsumptionism, we can open up the theory of imperialism for theoretical advances along a revolutionary line. The analysis of imperialism has too long been mired in the sphere of circulation 38 and a clean break must be made with the search for markets explanation. The direction along which investigation must go is clear. Crises in capitalism are the result of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and imperialism in the form of the export of productive capital represents a counteracting tendency to the pressure on profitability. 39 From this perspective, the excellent work of Bettelheim can be built upon to avoid the errors of the superexploitation and surplus extraction thesis of imperialism. 40 The present economic crisis in the United States is the most severe in 30 years. U.S. capital in the post-war period built up a weight of inefficiency which requires a major restructuring of capital. It remains to be seen if the present crisis has been sufficient to bring about this restructuring. To understand the developments out of the crisis and the subsequent recovery, the materialist method must be applied, with the analysis proceeding from contradictions in the sphere of production. It is in understanding these contradictions that we understand the antagonistic struggle between capital and labor and the revolutionary possibilities inherent in that struggle. Chapter 2. On the issue of capitalist circulation and the concepts appropriate to its analysis. In an article published in the spring 1982 issue of this journal, I argued that the underconsumptionist hypothesis is inconsistent with the labor theory of value if the latter is based upon the distinction between concrete and abstract labor. 1 At the same time I argued that the underconsumptionist view is perfectly consistent with the labor-embodied view of the labor theory of value. 2 Thus, I do not argue that the underconsumptionist arguments are inconsistent with value theory in general, but inconsistent with the particular value theory based on the distinction between abstract and concrete labor. Now Sherman takes me to task, arguing that underconsumptionism is consistent with value theory. I note in passing that Howard Sherman objects to my identifying him as an underconsumptionist, and for alleging that he does not use value theory and that he considers profit and surplus value to be the same thing. He is quite right in these objections, and I apologize for having made these statements. However, he at no point uses the terms abstract and concrete labor. Therefore, my argument, right or wrong, has not been challenged. One question of concepts. I do not mean to suggest that the issues Sherman raises are not important ones. They are, though they are not the issues I dealt with. Our two contributions are: like ships had pass in the night. I would like an autotree to make contact with the other vessel, send out a launch, and try a non-belligerent boarding of the other vessel for the purpose of analyzing the cargo stowed therein. Specifically, I am interested in considering the concepts relevant to the analysis of the process of capitalist circulation. The central issue to which Sherman addresses himself is that of the process by which commodity capital is transformed into money capital, or, less precisely, the realization of commodities as money. On the basis of Sherman's note on my article and another of his works 3, I shall attempt rendering of the concepts he uses to consider this process. In Sherman's formulation of the circulation of commodities, the key concepts are aggregate demand and aggregate supply, and these concepts are measured in monetary units. Point 4, he notes that while it is the case that the price of a product includes the cost of intermediate commodities for purposes of analysis of social production as a whole, intermediate costs should be subtracted out, leaving one with what bourgeois economists call value added, or the value created by living labor during the period in question. This net value can be viewed on the one hand as wages plus profits, in which case it is the total revenue flow of net product 5 or aggregate supply. Obviously these money incomes must derive from the sale of commodities. Thus, on the other hand, the national product corresponds to the sum of individual consumption expenditures and investment expenditure by capitalists, with this sum being aggregate demand. This two-sided 6 nature if the net product corresponds to what bourgeois textbooks call income approach, an expenditure approach to national income accounting. Using these two concepts, one can proceed to analyze social production. If aggregate supply exceeds aggregate demand, then commodities go unsold and the level of the net product falls. If aggregate demand exceeds aggregate supply, the level of net product rises. Taking the former case, net product falls because by definition aggregate supply is both the value of net production and the income flow generated by that production. If aggregate demand is less than the net product, then commodities go unsold and capitalists reduce their level of production. This, in turn, reduces income generated, and since aggregate demand derives in part from income, aggregate demand falls more, inducing capitalists to further cut back production, etc. This feedback is what is called the multiplier process, well known to anyone who has taken introductory college economics. The contraction process does not go on forever, even in the because of the particular theoretic formulation of the determinants of personal consumption expenditure and expenditure on fixed means of production. Personal consumption expenditure is explained in the simplest case as determined by personal income flow. Analytically, personal consumption expenditure is determined simultaneously with the level of the net product, via the consumption function, whose most important parameter is called the marginal propensity to consume. Point 7, since personal consumption expenditure is derivative from the net product, the process of contraction or expansion would go on to zero or infinity without the inclusion of an element of aggregate demand which is independent of the level of the net product. This autonomous element is investment in fixed means of production. Point 8, investment functions come in many varieties, and Sherman argues for one in which the level of investment in fixed means of production is determined by profit expectations, with those expectations approximated by past profit levels and profit rates. With these conceptual elements in mind, one can summarize the process by which the net product is determined. The initial conditions are the past history of profit performance. These determine the level of investment. The level of investment, via the multiplier, determines the level of the net product, and the latter determines the level of personal consumption expenditure. Expansion or contraction proceed until personal non-spending equals the autonomously determined investment. 9 cycles in this model are the result of the volatility of investment. The cause of this volatility within the framework so far described are discussed in some detail by Sherman, and there is no need to go into them since they play no part in what follows. Although this is of course quite familiar. The reason for the elaboration here will soon become clear. In order to facilitate discussion, I need a term to describe the analytical approach so far presented. Since it is not my purpose to identify anyone as a Marxist or not a Marxist, I shall describe the foregoing as the net product framework, i.e., it considers the circulation of commodities in terms of the product of living labor only. I can now clarify my theoretical difference with Howard Sherman. I reject the net product framework in its entirety, from start to finish, and all of the concepts it encompasses, without exception. 10 To be specific and in order to avoid misunderstanding, 1. I reject as invalid the analysis of the circulation of commodities 11 in terms of the net product, whether this net product is called aggregate demand, aggregate supply, value added, the product of living labor, the net national product, the total revenue flow of net product, or simply income. In other words, I reject analyzing circulation of commodities in net terms, be the net product defined in Keynesian, Neo-Ricardian, or Marxian language. 2. I reject the concept of the consumption function and, therefore, the concept of multiplier process, and the analytical category consumption itself. And 3. I reject the concept of an investment function, be it endogenous or exogenous, and the analytical category investment. 12. The 3 points above can be summarized by saying that I reject in toto and all its parts Keynes's formulation of macroeconomics. I argue that one understands the aggregate functioning of the capitalist economy, the movement of capital as a whole, by making a complete and total methodological break with the net product framework. Marx made precisely such a break and made it explicitly. 2. Net versus gross product. A reader at this point might justifiably ask, what depth of ignorancy or mind-affecting drug would let anyone to reject the basic concepts of macroeconomics, which are obviously real and measurable? To justify rejecting these cornerstones of contemporary economic analysis, I first outline the argument, then elaborate it. The production of wealth in capitalist society takes the form of the production of commodities. These commodities are capital, they are produced as capital and circulate as capital. Therefore, the circulation of commodities is part of the process of the reproduction of capital and must be analyzed as such. When we analyze circulation as the circulation of capital, the relevant aggregate is the gross product and the gross value of commodities. Further, the reproduction of capital has two aspects, as do commodities, the reproduction of capital in the abstract, and the reproduction of capital in the concrete. When one considers these two aspects and their interrelationship, the relevant time period of analysis is the turnover period of capital, not a year, quarter, or some other arbitrary segment of time. It goes without saying that the central concept of the analysis of capitalist society is capital. Capital is not means of production, nor is it commodities or money, though it assumes the form of all three in its reproductive life cycle. 13 Capital is the social relation in which money serves as a general claim on society's wealth and elements of production. Capital is the historically specific relationship based upon the monopoly of the means of production by the bourgeoisie, which itself is predicated upon the dispossession of labor from those means of production. This separation of labor from the means of production necessitates that labor and the means of production be reunited by the medium of money. The circuit of capital begins with the exchange of value in abstract form, money, for the use values by which the material process of production is made possible. Marx called this step the advance of money capital, and when the exchange is realized, capital has transformed itself into productive capital, from capital in the abstract to capital in the concrete. At this moment, capital exists in the form of labor power and the means of production, or as the potential to produce use values. Within the sphere of capitalist production, all of the ingredients of the labor process are capital, the buildings, land, machines, raw materials, and, of course, the labor to be set in motion. In this context, Marx repeatedly uses the phrase investment in wages 14, a phrase which strikes the eye as quaint and old-fashioned if one has been trained to the neoclassical framework in which labor and capital are defined ahistorically and divorced from the social relations of production. Labor power in use or marshaled in anticipation of use is as much capital as the machines that labor power is combined with. It is for this reason that money exchanged against labor power is called variable capital. Point 15. Once production has occurred, a new set of use values results, and these, too, are a form of capital, commodity capital. This commodity capital is the material carrier of the surplus value created in production. It then remains for the commodity capital to be exchanged against money, which returns the capital to its initial form of money capital, and the process begins again. Point 16. The process of reproduction in capitalist society is the circuit of capital. Fundamental to understanding this circuit is the twofold nature of commodity. IES, for the reproduction involves both the reproduction of value relations and the reproduction of material wealth. That is, capital must be reproduced both in money form and in material form. On the material side, labor power and means of production must be reunited in each successive circuit. On the value side, capital must achieve its metamorphosis into money in order that it be exchanged against use values and assume its productive role. Marx's analysis of circulation was precisely the study of this opposition and interaction of the abstract and the concrete. Point 17. This approach is not an obscure theoreticalone budiquita practicalone, since a value must have a material form. The real nature of circulation requires that we consider both the circulation of value and the circulation of use values. If one considers only the circulation of value, as neoclassicists and neo-Keynesians do, the concrete process of production is ignored or subsumed. If only material circulation is treated, as the Serafians do, the capitalist nature of circulation is lost. A moment's reflection should make it clear that one cannot understand the twofold nature of circulation by using the net product to represent society's currently produced commodity wealth. Point 18. This is for two reasons. First, the net product, or the product of living labor, excludes on the value side the consumption of means of production and the production process. If one uses the net product, then the material and value reproduction of part of the capital value in commodities is presupposed. The second problem with the net product derives from its being defined over a time period other than the turnover period of capital. Net national product, for example, is defined for a year or a quarter. In consequence, the two components of net capital value are aggregated over several turnovers, and conceptually one loses sight of the fundamental aspect of circulation, which is the recapture of capital advanced through sale of commodities and the replacement of the material components of production. With regard to the limited consideration of the conversion of commodity capital into money capital, the use of the net product is quite misleading. Because it treats the product of living labor as income or revenue to workers and capitalists on the supply side, the character of the product of living labor as capital is lost. Point 19. But the net product also proves unsatisfactory on the demand side, for it misrepresents the relationship between the production of use values and the production of value. In the simple Keynesian model, wages plus profits equal expenditure on the articles of personal consumption plus expenditure on fixed means of production. That is, the value created by living labor must be equal to the value of the articles of consumption plus the value of fixed means of production. Point 20. In fact, this equality can hold only under simple reproduction, that is, when the level of gross production does not change. In this case of no expansion, the sum of all variable capital and surplus value equals the total value of the articles of consumption. Point 21. If there is expansion, then part of the surplus value must be transformed into additional capital. This additional capital has three parts: the increment in fixed constant capital, the increment in circulating constant capital, and the increment in variable capital. The material form of the increment in fixed constant capital is fixed means of production, or what the net product approach calls investment. The increment in variable capital becomes additional wage income and has as its material form articles of consumption. This appears in the net product model as induced consumption. The increment in circulating constant capital exchanges against raw materials and intermediate commodities, which by definition are excluded in the net product model, because constant capital has been subtracted from both sides. Point 22. There is an inconsistency here. Wikasan inconsistency note online theoretical modeling buden the concrete, to produce commodities, material inputs as well as labor power are required. Surely no one would contest this obvious fact. To produce more commodities than before, more inputs are required and the value equivalent of these is part of the net product. Therefore, except in the case of simple reproduction, the net value product cannot be equal to the value of the articles of consumption and net increase in fixed means of production. In other words, wages plus profits cannot equal consumption plus investment in equilibrium as Keynes maintained. Point 23. 3. The circuit of capital. A capitalist society reproduces itself through the circuit of capital, and it is the circuit of capital that provides the appropriate model of analysis for capitalist society. As we consider the circuit, the categories of the net product framework present themselves, but as distorted forms of the metamorphosis of capital. The circuit of capital takes the form of two moments of circulation around the moment of production, that is 24. M. C. P. C. M. The moment of production is the pivot around which the moments of circulation turn and interact, it is the hub, from which the moments of circulation radiate like spokes. In the net product models, production is presupposed, viewed as a step in a linear sequential process, in which commodities are produced, then must be sold, with sale being a separate and discrete process predicated upon production, but analytically separate. In reality, production both creates the commodities to be circulated and determines their realization, so that the categories of production must be the basis of the categories of circulation. This is what Marx meant when he said, production determines circulation and distribution. 25. Not merely that commodities must be produced before they circulate, but also that the actual relations of circulation derive from the actual relations of production. It is not valid to construct circulation relationships such as the consumption function which are divorced from production. We can demonstrate this by following the circuit of capital. Capital marshals the ingredients of production by the exchange of money capital for productive capital, M. C. This is followed by the productive consumption of labor power and the means of production, from which a new set of commodities results. These commodities, commodity capital, are then transformed into money capital. The net product framework considers circulation in the context of the post-production moment, C. M., but in reality this conversion of commodities into money is purely derivative from the earlier circulation moment, M. C., and the relationship between this moment and production. One must be quite clear here in order to transcend the confusion created by the circulation process. It appears that the following three discrete and sequential steps occur. First, the elements of production are purchased, second, production occurs, and third, the final commodities are sold. And it is the third step which the net product models treat as an independent process, analyzed in terms of their own particular concepts which are based in this step. In reality, there are only two steps or phases, circulation and production, for the first and the third are the same. Put another way, the sale of commodities, step 3, is merely the way the first step appears to the seller of commodities, while phase 1 is the same set of transactions to the seller in his necessary role as a buyer. When capital first purchases the means of production with the exchange M. C., this is simultaneously the final step, C. M., for the producers of the means of production. Thus, what serves as the first step of one circuit of capitalist the last step for the previous circuit, so the end phases cannot be viewed separately. Similarly, the exchange of money for labor power uniquely determines the personal consumption expenditure of workers, so the part of C. M. which refers to the articles of consumption is merely the direct extension of the advance of variable capital. In a comment often quoted, Marx observed that all relationships appear as their opposite in the circulation process 26, and this is no better demonstrated than in the aggregate movement of social capital. The advance of capital determines the personal consumption of workers, but it appears that the consumption expenditures of the masses set in motion the advance of capital. It appears that profit calls forth the advance of capital, but in reality, it is the advance of capital that allows surplus value to be produced and realized in money form. In the analysis of aggregate circulation, as in all other areas of capital's reproduction, Marx's fundamental insights, based on the distinction between value and use value, the abstract and the concrete, reveal the appearance of things to be an inversion of the actual operation of capitalist society. For summing up, among contemporary Marxists in the United States there are two major schools of interpretation of Marx's work and contribution. One of these views the work of Keynes as a complementary addition to Marx, incomplete since it incorporates neither value theory based on labor time nor a concept of exploitation, but essentially correct in its conceptualization of the circulation process. This view, presented coherently by contemporary writers such as Sherman and Thomas Weisskopf, sees Keynes as following Marx 27 with less insight and profundity, certainly, but providing a more modern set of concepts, at least for the analysis of circulation. Other writers, Anwar Sheikh and myself in the United States, Ben Fine, Simon Mahan and Susan Himmelwaite in the United Kingdom, take a different viewpoint. 28 This view takes literally and incorporates Marx's critique of Adam Smith in Chapter 19 of Volume 2 of Capital. 29 In this chapter Marx unequivocally rejects the procedure of analyzing circulation in terms of the product of living labor. Whether he is right or wrong, there can be no doubt that he argues that one must analyze the circulation process in terms of the gross product, or what he calls the total annual product. He refers to the procedure of resolving the total product to the net product as Adam Smith's first mistake, at another point as an absurd formula. 30 Marx argues that the reduction of the gross product to a net product not only should not be made, but cannot be made. Indeed, Marx specifically takes Smith to task for trying to resolve production into wages plus surplus value. 31 This critique is astoundingly modern, applying equally to the definition of the value-added measure of national income found in basic economics textbooks. After ridiculing Adam Smith rather unkindly, Marx relents a bit and concedes that Smith's first mistake has a real basis, namely, in the obfuscation of the concrete by the abstract. 32 After criticizing Adam Smith, Marx adds, as a final comment, John Stuart Mill likewise reproduces the doctrine handed down by Smith to his followers. As a result, the Smithian confusion of thought persists. Stoichauer and is dogmason of the orthodox articles of faith of political economy. 33. Chapter 3. The process of accumulation and the profit squeeze hypothesis. For decades underconsumptionism dominated the thinking of American Marxists, and while it still has some currency, the revival of interest in Marx's work has weakened its ideological hold as a new generation of Marxists have rediscovered the criticisms of this position by Engels, Lenin and other writers of the 19th and early 20th century. 1 As underconsumptionism has waned, profit squeeze theories have waxed. This hypothesis, that rising wages result in falling profits, is generally considered an advance on underconsumptionism, by bringing to center stage the class struggle, even if commentators do not completely agree with it. 2 The purpose of this paper is to demonstrate that the profit squeeze hypothesis not only is not an advance, but is a great leap backwards. For it rejects in toto Marx's contribution to political economy in favor of Ricardo's. Specifically, it will be argued that 1. To the extent that the profit squeeze hypothesis is offered as a theory of crisis, it is wrong. 2. To the more modest extent that it is presented as a theory of the timing of crisis or of state fiscal policy, it is also wrong. And 3. Insofar as it seeks only to analyze the role of wages in the cycle of accumulation, it is still wrong. In short, under close examination, the profit squeeze hypothesis is satisfactory neither as theory nor as description. 1. The hypothesis as such. The essence of the profit squeeze hypothesis is disarmingly simple. In the process of accumulation, the reserve army of the unemployed declines, which leads to rising real wages, which reduces profits. At this point, a higher level of unemployment becomes an objective necessity for capital in order to re-establish normal profitability. This inevitably drives down real wages. Whether this is a general theory of crisis or of fiscal policy is largely semantic, for all writers in this school agree that rising real wages eventually require an interruption in the normal circuit of capital, whether brought about automatically or by the conscious design of the bourgeoisie through the state. The hypothesis presents itself in many forms, from the very simplistic, with virtually no use of Marxian categories 3 to the sophisticated point 4 here. We shall deal first with the very simple form of the hypothesis and briefly consider criticisms that have been made of it. We shall see that the criticisms of the simple profit squeeze hypothesis do not get to the heart of the matter, because, like those they are criticizing, the critics fail clearly to distinguish between expanded reproduction and accumulation. By expanded reproduction we mean the purely quantitative expansion of the circuits of capital, and by accumulation we mean the expansionary process that incorporates the development of the forces of production, concentration, and centralization, and the establishment of new values. Point 5 Body and Crotty summarize their position as follows. We view the erosion of profits as the result of successful class struggle waged by labor against capital, struggle that is confined and ultimately reversed by the relaxation of demand and the rise in unemployment engineered by the capitalists and acquiesced in and abetted by the state. Point 6. In the view of these authors, the expansion of capital provides the demand for labor power, and demographic and other social factors determine the supply of labor. As capital expands, the industrial reserve army is reduced. This tightening of labor markets strengthens the economic power of the working class, and wages rise. Rising wages reduce profits, and the reduction of profits requires a response on the part of capitalists to eliminate the cause of rising wages, which is a low level of unemployment. The authors consider this to be consistent with the Marxian concept of cycle, which presumably means consistent with Marx's theory of crisis. Point 7 The foregoing summary of the Body and Crotty profit squeeze hypothesis involves a number of implicit theoretical positions, and it is useful to make these explicit. First, the supply of labor power is treated as determined independently of the demand for labor power. Second, and related to the first accumulation is treated in a purely quantitative way and is seen as demand generated. Third, a tight labor market generates a general rise in real wages, which implies that wages themselves are determined in circulation. And fourth, the wage profit relationship is treated statically implicitly in terms of the Sraffian wage rate profit rate frontier. Point 8 In our critique, we will take issue with each of these positions. Criticism of the profit squeeze hypothesis, particularly as put forward by Body and Crotty, has generally focused on one or another of these four implicit positions. Wright bases his criticism on the second, when he argues that the level of productivity plays almost no role in the view of the rate of exploitation. Point 9 While this is certainly correct, and a promising line of departure, its theoretical implications are lost in Wright's own eclectic treatment of crises. In effect, he accepts the profit rate wage rate frontier analysis, which places distributional struggles as key, and only calls for a more complex treatment of them in relation to underconsumptionist theory and his own particular view of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. He criticizes the profit squeeze thesis for being monocausal, not for being incorrect. Point 10 Bell takes a similar position, arguing that although class struggle certainly occurs around the distribution of national product in the sphere of circulation, it must first be analyzed in terms of value relations in the sphere of production. 11 He does not pursue this as a critique, however, but incorporates it into the profit squeeze hypothesis, as Dobb does. Point 12 He also feels that Body and Crotty have committed the sin of monocausality and, with Wright, applauds the profit squeeze for delivering class struggle from the wilderness. Point 13 By far the most serious recent critique of the profit squeeze hypothesis is that of Sheik, who rejects the hypothesis out of hand as theoretically invalid and concerned only with the appearance of things. Point 14 To individual capitalists, a fall in profitability can appear in only two forms: failure to sell what is produced, or failure to sell it at a sufficient profit rate. The latter must involve a rise in costs relative to price. The profit squeeze hypothesis is merely the generalization of this perception to capital as a whole. To demonstrate the error of this reasoning, Sheikh analyzes the relationship between the abstract concepts surplus value and variable capital, on the one hand, and the empirical concepts net corporate income and wage income. 15 He argues that the profit squeeze theorists equate S/V with P/W, and in doing so confuse the manifestation of the underlying causal variables with those variables themselves. This is an extremely important point, for if it were possible to understand the accumulation process from the appearance of economic phenomena, there would be no need to utilize concepts like value, surplus value, variable capital, etc. However, as important as Sheikh's point is, it does not seriously damage the profit squeeze hypothesis unless it is pursued further. What must be demonstrated is that the failure to distinguish between surplus value and variable capital on the one hand and wages and profit on the other makes a scientific consideration of the latter impossible. Put another way, the profit squeeze theorists could accept Sheikh's criticism and reply that it in no way affects their contention that rising wages lead to falling profits, a proposition which is presented as essentially empirical. We seek to demonstrate that the analysis implied by Sheikh's critique implies that all of the four basic positions of the profit squeeze hypothesis are wrong. To do this, we first consider the work of Ito, which integrates the hypothesis with what appears at first glance to be a Marxian method, and in which the basic theoretical elements of the hypothesis become explicit. 2. Ito's theory of the overproduction of capital. Ito's work draws heavily upon the writings of Marx, something largely absent in the writings of Body and Crotty, and as a result is analytically richer than other profit squeeze theories. Thus, while it is virtually impossible to oversimplify the Body and Crotty and Glynn and Sutcliffe theories, this is a danger in the case of Ito. The author distinguishes between his theory of crisis and underconsumptionism with the descriptive labels overproduction of capital in relation to the laboring population and the excess commodity theory. 16 There is imprecision here, since in a capitalist society commodities are also capital, commodity capital onab the form sasumid be capitalis circuitem c. P. C. M, where M and C stand for money capital and commodity capital and P the moment of production. With this circuit in mind, we can identify the underconsumptionist hypothesis as overproduction of capital with respect to the capacity to consume. 17 Neither of these is Marx's theory, which we can call the overproduction of capital in relation to surplus value produced. 18 Ito's theory can be summarized as follows. The existence of fixed capital discourages the introduction of new plants and machinery, which occurs on a large scale only when economic conditions create favorable conditions for widespread revolutionizing of the means of production. Here, Ito seizes upon Marx's analysis of fixed capital in volume 2.19. What makes fixed capital fixed is that its value is fixated in material objects which have a lifespan beyond a single circuit of capital. The argument of Ito is that capitalists will resist replacing fixed capital until its value is exhausted. This exhaustion can occur by depreciation, or by a sudden fall in the exchange value of fixed capital due to market conditions. The latter will tend to occur in dramatic fashion during a crisis, when the inability to realize commodities renders fixed capital in part redundant. From this line of argument, it follows that new machinery will be introduced, and productivity raised, during a crisis, while during the expansion phase this will occur only as an exception. In other words, accumulation proceeds without the relative overpopulation generated by the expelling of living labor. Ito begins his analysis with the process of expansion and proceeds to crisis. To understand his theory, it is useful to proceed first from crisis and then to see how one returns to a crisis situation. With the crisis, fictitious capital values fall, drastically cheapening fixed capital. 20 This allows old fixed capital to be eliminated and new to be installed, and is purely a price phenomenon. That is, the older means of production are not replaced because of a competitive struggle between more and less efficient capitals, but because it becomes relatively cheap to do so. Point 21. Were competition the impetus to revolutionizing the forces of production, it would be arbitrary to restrict this revolutionizing to the period of crisis. The process of replacement sets off a quantitative expansion of capital and revival is underway. In the crisis, the limit to the future expansion of capital is set. Since the revolutionizing of the means of production occurs only in the crisis, accumulation proceeds quantitatively, at a given ratio of constant to variable capital, and reaches its limit when the industrial reserve army is eliminated. The potential size of the reserve army is determined in the crisis by the extent to which living labor is expelled from production. If the introduction of machinery is fragmentary and limited, the resultant expansion will be correspondingly brief, because of the limited extent to which labor power has been rendered redundant. Speaking very simply, we can summarize by saying that in the crisis all the qualitative changes occur and lay a strict basis for a predetermined quantitative expansion of capital. This analysis is certainly an improvement on the body and Crotty view, since it explains how each period of accumulation involves a higher level of total production and production per worker. Once the initial conditions are given by the qualitative changes during the crisis, accumulation proceeds. As accumulation advances, the reserve army contracts and there is a general upward pressure on wages. This is what Ito calls the overproduction of capital in relation to the laboring population. Point 22. Here, again, his analysis is more sophisticated than that of other profit squeeze writers, for he does not directly argue that rising wages cause profits to fall. Rather, rising wages increase the demand for money capital, for capitalists require more money to advance as variable capital. This pushes up the market rate of interest and the net profits of industrial and commercial capitalists are dramatically squeezed by a rise of both wages and interest. Point 23. This sets off a credit crisis, which transforms itself into a full-blown crisis. It should be noted, in anticipation of our critique, that this consideration of the contradictions between industrial and finance capital is Ito's only reference to competition. We can now summarize the cyclical nature of capitalist production according to Ito. Crisis creates an absolute and relative surplus population through the depreciation of fixed capital and its replacement. Expansion occurs quantitatively on the basis of this surplus population and reaches a new peak. Overproduction of capital generates a general rise in wages, which sets off a credit crisis, which initiates a general crisis. In the theory, a general rise in wages is introduced explicitly and accumulation is explicitly seen as quantitative. However, it does appear that the supply of labor power is no longer exogenous, and that the Sraffian wage rate profit rate relationship is rejected in favor of a wage profit interest mechanism. Below, we will show that in fact all four of the basic profit squeeze positions are retained in essence. 3. Accumulation, wages, and the profit squeeze hypothesis. 3.1 Nature of the accumulation process. Since the product of living labor presents itself in capitalist society as profit and wages, it is superficial and obvious to ask whether accumulation can be systematically affected adversely by an increase in wages. It is precisely this question that Mark addresses in Vol.io of Capital in the chapter called The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. In the first section of this chapter, he lays out the conclusion to which his subsequent analysis will bring him. The rise of wages therefore is confined within limits that not only leave intact the foundations of the capitalist system, but also secure its reproduction on a progressive scale. The law of capitalistic accumulation, metamorphosed by economists into a pretended law of nature, in reality merely states that the very nature of accumulation excludes every diminution in the degree of exploitation of labor, and every rise in the price of labor which could seriously imperil the continual reproduction, on an ever-enlarging scale, of the capitalistic relation. Point 24. First, it should be noted that Marx is unambiguously clear in his opinion. Here, in Marx's most mature work, in the only volume of that work which he himself rendered in final form for publication, he categorically and without qualification rejects the idea that accumulation can be seriously imperiled by rising wages. However, more important than the conclusion itself, which he repeats elsewhere. 25 is how he reached it. In the quotation above we are told that accumulation itself excludes every diminution in the degree of exploitation. We now turn to an analysis of accumulation. In doing so, we seek to analyze the conditions under which the process of accumulation leads to a rise in the value of labor power, for such a rise is crucial to the profit squeeze hypothesis. If the value of labor power does not rise, the rate of surplus value does not fall, and profits are not squeezed. Accumulation is both the expansion of capital as a whole and the interaction of individual capitals in that expansion. If we consider only the possibility of expanded reproduction, as Marx does in Volume 2 of Capital, we can abstract from the interaction of capitals, from competition. But the process of accumulation is more complex than this and must incorporate the competitive contradiction. Point 26, that is, accumulation as a concept seeks to encompass the actual process of the expansion of capital, as opposed to merely the formal possibility of capital's reproduction on an expanding scale. In the actual process of accumulation, as each capital grows, it comes into conflict with other capitals, and the battle of competition is fought by cheapening of commodities. Point 27, the discipline of competition forces upon capitals the necessity to raise the productivity of labor, which by definition involves the expelling of living labor from the production process. Productivity increase can only mean that a given number of workers transforms a growing mass of products per unit of time. Point 28, thus, the process of accumulation involves the values of commodities falling. This process of productivity increase is achieved both by the concentration of capital and centralization. At the level of appearances, centralization takes the form of mergers, takeovers, and the actual elimination of smaller capitals. In this process, the larger, more efficient capitals gain access to the labor power and the means of production of smaller capitals. Point 29, this characterization of the process of accumulation, reproduction on an expanded scale accompanied by productivity change and the centralization of capital, is basic to Marx's analysis and would seem unexceptionable. To argue that productivity increases and centralization are not part of the accumulation process is theoretically in error, since it ignores the pressure of competition, as well as empirically absurd. Yet this is exactly the position of those who hold the profit squeeze hypothesis. 3.2 The general law of capitalist accumulation. The profit squeeze theorists, and Ito most explicitly, treat Marx's discussion of expanded reproduction as if it were a system of accumulation. In this discussion, where Marx is refuting the underconsumptionist position that capital is incapable of self-reproduction, expanded reproduction occurs at a given technical composition of capital. In effect, this is Ito's view of accumulation. From the previous discussion of accumulation, it should be clear that nothing meaningful can be concluded about the dynamics of capital's expansion from such a view, for it only establishes the formal possibility of expansion. It is only a consideration of realization for capital as a whole. The process of accumulation, as opposed to expanded reproduction, involves the expulsion of living labor from production, and in this process capital affects both the demand for and the supply of labor power. Each mode of production produces its own characteristic law of population, and under capitalist relations of production the supply of labor power is in part determined by capital, not by the absolute size of the labor force alone or its natural rate of increase. Point 30 This theoretical insight is one of the most important which Marx developed, breaking completely with the bourgeois view that the supply and demand for labor are determined independently of each other. In the accumulation process, capital increases the demand for labor with one hand, and simultaneously increases the supply with the other hand. The actual size of the reserve army, so crucial to the profit squeeze hypothesis, is the consequence of the balance of the demand and supply creating tendencies in the accumulation process, given demographic factors, which are parameters in the short term. All of the profit squeeze theorists treat accumulation in a mature capitalist society as if it were occurring in the stage of manufacture, when the production of absolute surplus value is dominant. 31 This is explicitly Ito's position, for in his characterization of accumulation, relative surplus value is raised only during the crisis itself, and subsequent expansion is on the basis of absolute surplus value. Such a dichotomy is totally arbitrary, conforming only to the mechanistic needs of his theory, not to reality. The expelling of living labor during accumulation does not ensure that labor power will be always in adequate supply. It is not a magic wand, by means of which productivity increases always conjure up the labor power capital needs. But the general law of capitalist accumulation implies that any serious discussion of what happens to the reserve army during accumulation must consider technical change and its relation to accumulation. By this basic standard, all profit squeeze theories fail. To put the matter simply, the heart of their argument is the relationship between the reserve army and accumulation, and they fail to analyze this relation except at the most superficial level. In particular, they must demonstrate that there is a systematic tendency for productivity change to occur at a rate insufficient to replenish the reserve army, but do not do so. If this cannot be established, then, as Marx wrote, a declining reserve army raises wages and lowers the rate of profit by way of an exception. 32 We can summarize our first criticism of the profit squeeze hypothesis. While seeking to analyze the supply and demand for labor power in the process of accumulation, it ignores what makes capitalist accumulation different from all previous modes of the accumulation of wealth, namely that capitalist accumulation is based upon the continual revolutionizing of the means of production. In Marx's words, capitalist production can by no means content itself with the quality of disposable labor power which the natural increase of population yields. It requires for its free play an industrial reservoir independent of these natural limits. The production of a relative surplus population or the setting free of laborers, goes on therefore yet more rapidly than the technical revolution of the process of production that accompanies, and is accelerated by, the advance of accumulation. 33 At the beginning of part 3 of this paper, we quoted Marx as saying that the rise of wages during accumulation is confined within limits that secure capital's reproduction. The first reason for this is that accumulation itself provides a supply of labor independently of the size or growth of the laboring population. The second reason is that the same process which replenishes the reserve army cheapens labor power, which we now consider. 3.3 Accumulation and the value of labor power to individual capitals, or the capitalists who personify those capitals. The introduction of new and more advanced machinery is motivated by the necessity to keep pace with other capitals, in short, to produce that commodity at a lower cost, and in doing so, to maintain or expand a particular capital's share of the market. However, for capital as a whole, this is the means by which relative surplus value is extracted. What for individual capitals is the means for competition with one another is, for capital as a whole, the means to intensify the exploitation of labor. To quote Marx, like every other increase in the productiveness of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and, by shortening that portion of the working day in which the laborer works for himself, to lengthen the other portion he gives, without an equivalent, to the capitalist. In short, it is a means for producing surplus value. 34. Productivity increases raise relative surplus value for capital as a whole as long as they occur in branches of industry which produce the means of consumption of workers, or the means of production employed to produce those means of consumption, i.e. when they occur in luxury commodities. 35 That profit derives from surplus value is the basis of Marx's theory, presumably accepted by the profit squeeze theorists. Surplus value is valorized surplus labor time, the difference between total working time and necessary labor time. Productivity increases, which by definition reduce the value of commodities, reduce necessary labor time unless confined to the production of luxury commodities. For the means of consumption, this is obvious and direct. Productivity increases in this case directly reduce the value of the commodities workers consume. In the case of the means of production, productivity increases reduce the value of the constant capital advanced for the production of the means of consumption. The value of labor power, which determines the wage, can be written as W equals Vx, where W equals value of labor power, a number. The process of accumulation and the profit squeeze hypothesis 63. V equals the vector of the values of all commodities which workers consume, and X equals a vector of the physical quantities of the commodities workers consume. When profit squeeze theorists speak of the real wage rising, they confuse W and X. The vector X reflects the standard of living of the working class, as it is a vector of use values. It is a real wage in that it measures the material consumption of the working class. However, W is also a real wage, in that it measures in abstract necessary labor time the cost of a unit of labor power to the capitalist, though perhaps the term the exchange value of labor power would be more precise. The profit squeeze theorists proceed as if the two were identical, as if workers' wage demands were aimed at raising W, while in fact they are aimed at raising X. This confusion is serious, because the standard of living can rise, while the labor time necessary to produce that standard of living can fall, i.e., workers can become better off, while the value of labor power falls. Indeed, this is precisely what happens in the process of accumulation. One might think that this relationship can be epitomized by saying that profits will fall if real wages rise faster than productivity. This formulation is imprecise, however, since it confuses two processes, the decline of V and the rise of X. While it is true that the value of labor power will rise if X rises faster than V falls, this algebraic definitional statement does not explain the conditions under which X would rise faster than V falls. Indeed, it implies that they are independent of each other while, in fact, the rise in real wages negatively related to the fall in values. As productivity increases, simultaneous processes occur, values decline, which tends to reduce the value of labor power, and the reserve army is replenished, which tends to weaken the ability of the working class to raise its standard of living. Thus, to the extent that profit squeeze theorists consider productivity increases, they ignore the second process. With these two processes operating simultaneously, the accumulation of capital will lead to a rise in the value of labor power only if it is sufficiently rapid to offset both the continual replenishing of the reserve army by productivity change, which would lead to X rising, and the continuous fall in values, which counteracts the rise in X. Speaking mechanically, we have here two parameters, the parameter which relates the rate of productivity change to the rate of accumulation, and the parameter which relates the growth of labor demand to increases in real wages. It is simple to demonstrate that there exists a range of values for these two parameters for which no rate of accumulation, no matter how high, will give a rising value of labor power. 36 The point here is not to degenerate into a mathematical specification of the conditions under which necessary labor time will rise in relation to surplus labor time, but to demonstrate theoretically that the accumulation process itself generates tendencies to counteract the tendency for surplus value to be squeezed, and as a tendency the rise of wages therefore is confined within limits that not only leave intact the foundations of the capitalist system, but also secure its reproduction on a progressive scale. 37 This statement of Marx's is thus not an opinion, but a scientifically derived conclusion, based on the analysis of the accumulation process. Accumulation generates, through its internal operation, the solution to the potential problem of rising wages, without necessarily requiring interruption of that accumulation. This is not mere theory, but enables us to understand how a capitalist economy, like that of Japan, could accumulate at rates of 8 to 10% per year for over a decade, an empirical fact incomprehensible to the profit squeeze hypothesis. Here it must be made clear what has been demonstrated. We have not shown that the process of accumulation cannot give rise to a momentary fall in the rate of surplus value, rather, we have shown that the profit squeeze theory does not demonstrate why and the circumstances under which this would occur. We can go farther, and on the basis of Marx's analysis, consider what would happen if it were the case, by way of exception, that the value of labor power were to rise during accumulation, and surplus value were reduced in consequence. 38 These would occur if the process of accumulation generate the rate of productivity growth which was insufficient to replenish the reserve army, setting off rising real wages, which it was inadequate to offset by the cheapening of commodities. Marx considered this case, and had a simple answer: when the accumulation of capital is such that surplus value is reduced by rising wages, the rate of accumulation slows its pace. The accelerates again when the reserve army has been sufficiently replenished. But this does not lead to crisis, only to the adjustment of the tempo of accumulation. 39. 3.4 Why is a crisis necessary? Up to this point we have been demonstrating that a fall in surplus value as a result of rising real wages occurs as an exception. We can ask a further question: when this exception occurs, why is a major contraction of capital necessary, either induced by the state or otherwise, to rectify the situation? Another way to pose this question is to ask, what is the mechanism which transforms a squeeze on surplus value into a crisis? Body and Crotty argue that the state intervenes, an intervention engineered by the capitalists, to arrest the accumulation process and generate unemployment. This, of course, presupposes that a major, or at least significant, downturn is necessary. Thus they are quite correct in their modest claim that they do not have a theory of crisis, but they also do not have a theory of fiscal policy, since the fiscal policy they consider to be in the objective interests of the capitalists presupposes the need for a crisis. Ito, as we have seen, does provide a mechanism which transforms rising wages into crisis, namely through a credit squeeze. Here guest rising wages increase the demand for money to be used as variable capital advanced, and this pushes up interest rates. This, like other aspects of the profit squeeze hypothesis, is an old argument, current in even Marx's time. It is merely a special case of the view that accumulation is at times constrained by the amount of the means of circulation available. In effect, Ito is arguing that the rise in price of a particular commodity, in this case labor power, results in insufficient money to circulate all commodities produced, and this insufficiency manifests itself in a rise in the rate of interest. It is beyond the scope of this paper to develop Marx's theory of money except for what is necessary to consider Ito's crisis mechanism, but it should be noted that the scientific analysis of money developed by Marx demonstrates a purely passive role of the means of circulation in the accumulation process, revealing that it is accumulation which determines the amount of money in circulation. 40. A detailed analysis of the theory of money is not necessary to refute Ito's crisis mechanism, however, for it can easily be demonstrated that a rise in money wages has no net impact on the demand for money. At any moment, circuits of capital overlap during accumulation, and the money capital for constant and variable capital to reinitiate production is simultaneously money capital for the realization of commodities. The advance of capital for the initiation of production is the impetus to realization, since capital advanced for the means of production realizes Department I commodities in sales between capitalists, and capital advanced as variable capital leads to the realization of Department II commodities through workers' expenditure. If accumulation is proceeding smoothly, surplus value is realized through the advance of both categories of capital, constant and variable, by virtue of these advances increasing in each circuit. Given the mass of value produced, a rise in wages affects neither the value to be realized, nor the money available to realize it. The only consequence is that the amount of money exchanged for commodities is exchanged against less surplus value and more variable capital. There is a shift in the value categories within the total value, but no change in the money necessary for their realization. We have sought to avoid long quotations from Marx in the text of this paper, but here it is difficult to improve on the clarity of his argument. Let us consider particularly the case in which there is a general rise in wages, so that, under assumptions made, there will be a general fall in the rate of surplus value, but besides this, also according to our assumptions, there will be no change in the value of the circulating mass of commodities. 41. This is precisely Ito's case, and Marx proceeds. In this case there naturally is an increase in the money capital which must be advanced as variable capital, hence in the amount of money which performs this function. But the surplus value, and therefore also the amount of money required for its realization, decreases by exactly the same amount by which the amount of money required for the function of variable capital increases. The amount of money required for the realization of the commodity value is not affected thereby, any more than this commodity value itself. 42. Thus, Ito's basic mistake is that he fails to see that the entire value of commodities circulates as capital, not merely the constant and variable capital advanced. As a consequence, a rise in wages does not represent an increase in the requirement of money for the circulation of capital, but only a shift in the relative weights of the component parts of total value. There is a kernel of truth in Ito's crisis mechanism, in that crises always appear as credit crises, but this has nothing to do with rising wages, or even the demand for money as a means of the circulation of commodities. 43. 3.5 The role of wages in the accumulation process. 44 To this point we have used the analysis of the accumulation process to carry out a largely negative task, to show that in every important aspect of its treatment of wages and accumulation, the profit squeeze hypothesis is wrong. On the basis of our analysis of accumulation, we can now consider the actual role of rising wages during accumulation. The profit squeeze hypothesis not only incorrectly analyzes the relationship between wages and accumulation, but directs attention away from the correct relationship. From the profit squeeze hypothesis, one would believe that rising wages represent an unqualified problem for, and eventually a barrier to, accumulation. In reality, the opposite is the case. Sustained accumulation would be impossible without rising wages. In saying this, we are not referring to the naive underconsumptionist view that realization requires rising wages to ensure sufficient demand, but to the processes of centralization and movement of capital between branches of industry. As argued above, accumulation is a process of qualitative change, in which the means of production are revolutionized and capital is redistributed. In the earliest moments of the expansionary process, individual capitals cannot attract labor power at more or less constant wages, because of the size of the reserve army. But as the reserve army contracts, rising wages become the mechanism by which the existing labor power is redistributed toward more efficient capitals. In a capitalist economy, based as it is on free wage labor, rising wages are the only mechanism available to capital to make the division of society's labor power among branches of industry conform to the changing pattern of production within and between branches of industry. To effect this redistribution, rising wages must accompany the rapid expansion of capital. This reflects the unique role of the means of subsistence under capitalism. Under feudalism, the subsistence needs of the masses are merely the means by which labor power is reproduced. Under capitalism, subsistence needs take the wage form and serve not only to reproduce labor power, but also to regulate its social division. Thus, it is incorrect to see all wage increases as a result of the distributional struggle between capital and labor, as the profit squeeze hypothesis does. This treats capitalism as if it were feudalism, where the means of subsistence have no allocative function. In capitalism, rising wages during accumulation primarily reflect the distributional struggle among capitals, i.e., the struggle to redistribute capital. This struggle has two aspects. One is the redistribution among branches of industry, as capital flows to branches where the rate of profit is higher, which affects the social division of labor. The second aspect is the removal of labor from low-wage capitals, or centralization proper. Both of these processes would be impossible within capitalist relations were wages somehow prevented from rising. Were wages successfully controlled, capital would have turned to pre-capitalist methods of labor control, such as in South Africa, in order to achieve the necessary redistribution of labor power during accumulation. Perhaps the superficiality of the profit squeeze hypothesis is nowhere more striking than in its failure to consider the role of wages in the social division of labor. It considers the appearance of things, a rise in the general wage level, and never considers the disaggregated movement of wages by branch of industry which makes up this general wage increase. For summary. Overall, we can summarize as follows: in general, the accumulation process need not so reduce the reserve army that an acute shortage of labor results. When the reserve army does decline and real wages rise as a consequence, This need not imply that surplus value per worker declines. Should this be the case, a slowdown in accumulation, and not a crisis, is sufficient to correct the problem for capital, and, finally, the accumulation process, far from being checked by rising real wages, requires them as the necessary condition for the social redivision of labor and the process of centralization. When inspected under the microscope of Marxian theory, the profit squeeze hypothesis is found to be without substance. Thus, the profit squeeze hypothesis is a step forward analytically, as Wright and Bell suggest, to the extent that one thinks the analysis of capitalism is advanced by treating it purely quantitatively. While it is a somewhat idle exercise to make judgments as to which errors are better or worse, certainly the more sophisticated brands of underconsumptionism must receive better marks than the profit squeeze hypothesis. 45 Capitalism is a mode of production in which the reproduction of class relations involves a dynamic process of qualitative changes. These qualitative changes are not an aspect of the accumulation process, but the component parts of it. Centralization, concentration, the development of the productive forces, and uneven development, the manifestation of these in the competitive struggle, are the essence of accumulation. To reduce the dynamism of accumulation to the question of a wage-profit trade-off is to relegate Marx to the status of a minor post-Ricardian, to use Samuelson's phrase. Such an analytical reduction may appear to get to the heart of the matter, class struggle. In fact, it does not, but rather leads one away from precisely those aspects of the class struggle which uniquely characterize capitalism. We find the conflict over the distribution of the social product throughout the history of class struggle, long before the emergence of capitalism. The understanding of capitalism, and the class struggle within it, is moved back by failing to see that under the rule of capital, this distributional struggle is mediated and qualitatively transformed by the value form, and, in particular, the wage form. We have not here developed a crisis theory, but have sought to demonstrate the specific inadequacies of a particular school of crisis theory. An adequate crisis theory must incorporate in its analysis the qualitative changes we have considered, as is done in Volume 3 of Capital. Economic crises are unquestionably the most complex moments in the life cycle of capitalism, moments during which the contradictions inherent in the value form manifest themselves starkly. To understand crises, analytical simplification is required, but this should not be bought at the price of treating accumulation as something which it is not. Chapter 4. A note on underconsumption theory and the labor theory of value. 1. The issue at hand. Since the 1930s, the Marxist tradition has been dominated by a particular crisis theory, underconsumption. This theory of capitalist crisis is much older, of course, going back to the work of Sismondi, which Lenin analyzed so acutely. Among American writers, Paul Sweezy was particularly influential in making this theory the generally accepted Marxist theory of crises. In recent years, underconsumptionism has come under sharp criticism too, but it remains extremely influential among radicals and Marxists, with the profit squeeze hypothesis as a rather distant second. 3. The purpose of this article is not to rebut the underconsumptionist hypothesis, which has been done elsewhere. 4. Rather, I intend to demonstrate the relationship between underconsumptionist theory and the labor theory of value. In general, underconsumptionists, even when identifying themselves as Marxists, make little use of the labor theory of value in their analysis. Barron and Sweezy have been criticized for their rejection of the concept of surplus value in favor of the concept economic surplus. 6. My purpose is to show that this criticism is somewhat misplaced, for the underconsumptionist hypothesis is inconsistent with the labor theory of value. To be explicit, if one postulates that a pure capitalist system is endemically afflicted by the inability to sell all that is produced, then the Marxian concept of value must be rejected. Thus, Barron and Sweezy are quite correct in not using value in their analysis, and they are more logically consistent than writers such as Aminate, who try to maintain the labor theory of value as part of their underconsumptionist theory. If this argument is correct, that underconsumptionism and the labor theory of value are inconsistent, it implies that the critique of underconsumptionism is not only a critique of a particular crisis theory, but also a defense of the labor theory of value itself. This point is developed further in the final section. The central concept in value theory is that of socially necessary abstract labor, and the elaboration of this concept will be the basis of my analysis. This concept operates at two levels of abstraction, at the level of capital as a whole, and at the level of many capitals. Marx's general method is to first establish concepts at the aggregate level, then to move to the more complex level of many capitals. In the case of socially necessary abstract labor, this method involves first resolving the realization problem theoretically, which determines social labor in the aggregate. Then, the value which can be realized by each individual capital is treated. My exposition of this method demonstrates the theoretical inconsistency between the underconsumptionist hypothesis and value theory. To make the procedure absolutely clear, it must be stressed that the argument is not that general overproduction does not occur, which would be an absurdity. Rather, it is that the analysis of general overproduction follows from first considering the value concept for capital as a whole. Two presentations of the labor theory of value. In capitalist society, social reproduction has its basis in the circulation of capital. In its circuit, capital undergoes three transformations. Capitalists begin with money capital, which they exchange for labor power and the necessary means of production, which then represent productive capital. In the production process, the means of production undergo a physical transformation into a new set of commodities, and capital momentarily is held as commodity capital. The circuit is repeated by the realization of commodity capital in money form, a return to money capital and the initial point of departure. This circuit can be represented by symbols M, C, P, C, M, where M less M is surplus value, M is money capital, CC is money capital exchanged for the means of production. VC is money capital exchanged for labor power, C is productive capital, the means of production and labor power, P is the moment of production, C is commodity capital, newly produced commodities, M is expanded money capital. The circulation of capital is a simultaneous circulation of use values and value. In Table 4.1, this duality of capitalist circulation is demonstrated in a hypothetical example. 9 Considerable discussion will be devoted to the basis upon which different use values can be aggregated, but at the moment it is simply asserted that aggregation can be in terms of labor time in our two-department example. In Table 4.1, social production is divided between those use values which are used in production, and those use values consumed by people. On the left side of the table are values, and on the right side are the corresponding physical quantities. In the example, the capitalists in Department I initiate their production by advancing an amount of money representing 210 labor days, with which they buy 60 tons of steel and hire 100 workers for a day each. In the second department, where the technical composition of capital is lower, capitalists advance money equal to 160 labor days, divided in the value ratio 10:6. For both sectors taken together, production involves 100 tons of steel and 200 workers. Part B presents the result of the production process, in which productive capital is transformed into commodity capital. The conditions of production result in 100 tons of steel being produced in the first department and 100 bushels of corn in the second department. Finally, in Part C of the table there is a summary of the conversion of commodity capital back into money capital. The examplation of simple reproduction in which each successive circuit of capital is at the same level of production as the previous one. Thus, the 100 tons of steel produced is sold to each department in the ratio 6:4, duplicating the distribution in Part A of the table. Corn is realized by sales to workers and to capitalists for their consumption. The purpose of the table is to demonstrate the symmetry between the production and distribution of use values and value, the latter being undefined so far, except to equate it with labor time. In Part A of the table, the capital value advanced corresponds to a definite amount of use values. Similarly, In Part B, the production of value corresponds to definite amounts of steel and corn. In Department I, 60 tons of steel represents output equivalent to the constant capital value advanced, 24 tons to the variable capital advanced, and 16 tons to the surplus value produced. Similarly for the production of corn. With regard to realization, a definite amount of use values exchanges for the constant capital value advanced for the next period, and the corn production corresponds to the expenditures of workers and capitalists. Now, in the table there can be no objection to the hypothetical numbers entered on the right-hand side. These numbers reflect the material characteristics of the use values, i.e., steel can be unambiguously measured by its weight, workers by their number, and corn by its volume. However, the left-hand side of the table is more problematical. On what basis can definite amounts of labor time be assigned to quantities of use values? It might appear that this is an easily resolved problem, since corn and steel are both produced by the expenditure of labor time, and we need only sum up the labor time actually carried out in the production processes. The problem is much more complex than this, however, and a moment's reflection shows that merely aggregating actual labor time is unsatisfactory, for it presupposes what we seek to establish. The first difficulty is that we have two qualitatively different use values. Consider Part B of the table, specifically, the right-hand side. No one would argue that it is legitimate to add steel and corn to get, for example, the use value total of capital advanced. Steel and corn cannot be added. Note that the non-additivity of steel and corn does not arise from an inconsistency in units of measure. It would be perfectly legitimate to measure corn in tons, but this would not make meaningful the addition of corn to steel, now formally possible, except in a very limited way. The aggregation problem is more basic, arising from the physical properties of the two use values. Therefore, a common unit of measure does not in and of itself allow for aggregation. This point must be kept in mind when we move to the left-hand side of the table. Here steel and corn are measured in labor time, but that in and of itself no more solves the aggregation problem than measuring steel and corn in tons. The initial difficulty is that the units of measure, labor time, refer to different types of laboring activity, just as tons refer to different material objects. On the right-hand side, point 10, the production of steel and the production of corn involve qualitatively different laboring activities, what Marx called concrete labor. Aggregating these qualitatively different labores and principles meaning less aggregating steel and corn themselves. The fact that these concrete labors can be measured in units of time no more solves the problem of aggregation than the fact that steel and corn can be measured in units of weight. The production of each use value involve a specific concrete labor, and for purposes of aggregation what is required is a measurement in units of generalized labor time which abstracts from the particular characteristics of each concrete laboring activity. Marx called such a measure abstract labor. Before developing the concept of abstract labor, we need to note a second difficulty of aggregating on the basis of labor time. Let us consider only one of the departments in Table 4.1, to clearly specify the issue. Assume that all the workers in a department perform the same activity, which eliminates aggregation problems due to skill and other differences. Again, a moment's reflection shows that we cannot move from observed or actual labor time expended to aggregation on the basis of that labor time even in this case of homogeneous laboring activity. In any actual industry there is a distribution of capitals around some average level of efficiency, so that the product of each production process contains varying amounts of concrete labor time. In Table 4.1, the standard or normal labor time is given in each department on the left-hand side, and this presupposes a process by which a norm is brought about. If one observed the expenditure of labor time in our hypothetical case of homogeneous concrete labor, one would discover that different capitals produced at different levels of labor productivity. The establishment of values is not primarily a problem of the aggregation of labors of different skills. This aggregation, usually called the reduction problem, and of great concern to neo-Ricardian writers in particular, is a reduction to homogeneous concrete labor. The fundamental transformation in value formation is from concrete to abstract labor. By some means a norm must be established in order to summarize the production characteristics of a department, as we have done in Table 4.1. Marx called this norm socially necessary labor time, which involves an abstraction from the differences in efficiency among capitals. These two abstractions, from concrete labor as such and from the differences in the efficiency of use of concrete labor, are the basis of abstract socially necessary labor, or value. One method of deriving value is to ignore the two difficulties referred to, and to move directly from concrete labor to exchange value. This follows Ricardo's method, and for that reason is correctly designated as Neo-Ricardian. Point 11. In essence, this treatment of value directly aggregates use values, for, as we have seen, there is no difference in principle between attempting to add steel and corn and attempting to add the labor time involved in producing steel and the labor time involved in producing corn. This methodological mistake takes many forms, for example, the attempt to calculate directly the value of commodities. Aggregation of use values cannot be done directly but requires an intermediate form which makes the two abstractions discussed above. Point 12. That intermediate formous value and the necessary abstraction are achieved by the interaction of capitals in competition. In Marx's theory, value is not a physical property of commodities, but a social property. The social nature of value makes it no less real, its reality is a purely social reality, the consequence of particular social relations. Point 13. The abstraction from concrete labor and differences in efficiency among producers is not a mental abstraction, but one forced upon producers by the social relations of capitalism. What makes this abstraction appear mental or idealist is that value itself cannot be directly achieved, i.e., it remains hidden, its phenomenal and only observable form being price. Before discussing the process of value formation, it is worthwhile to pursue this insane which value is hidden. A Neo-Ricardian might well agree that value is hidden, but would mean something quite different from Marx. In our first presentation of value, what is hidden is concrete labor time, since commodities do not come to market marked with hours, minutes, seconds, but with money prices. However, in the Neo-Ricardian view, this veil can be lifted for the empirical discovery of value, i.e., concrete labor time expended. In this view, value is hidden in the same way that a coat of paint hides bare boards. Selection of a strong enough paint remover will reveal the underlying structure of the wood. In Marx's theory, value is hidden in a completely different sense. It can be seen or discovered only by observing its consequences. Since the value relation is purely social, it is analytically dangerous to seek analogies from the purely physical world, but one might compare value to the force of gravity. Gravity cannot be observed, though its regulating force can be inferred from the movement of celestial bodies and their masses. But neither their masses nor their movement is gravity. Somewhat similarly, neither concrete labor time nor price is value, but value determines the relationship between the two. Value is established by the interaction of capitals, and this interaction presupposes specific social relations, namely, free wage labor and the means of production circulating as commodities. Once these social relations exist, organizers of production must necessarily come into contact as they compete to convert money capital into productive capital. This conversion is, of course, simultaneously the conversion of commodity capital into money capital for some capitalists, since the purchase of the means of production is also the process of the realization of the means of production. Therefore, the advance of money capital cannot be separated from the realization of capital value, as shown in Table 4.1. The social relations of capitalist society transform the ingredients of production into commodities. As a consequence, each capitalist 14 faces an externally imposed, objective discipline of monetary cost. This monetary cost is the benchmark by which the capitalist discovers if he or she has produced according to the efficiency norm, where the norm itself is established by the interaction of capitals. Thus value arises in production, in that the material carrier of value, commodities, must be produced, and produced with living labor. However, labor has produced use values throughout history, whether or not the use values were exchanged. Unique to capitalist society is the fact that producers are forced to interact, and this interaction then forces them to operate at normal efficiency or be eliminated. This interpretation of value reveals value to be not just the hidden regulator of price, but, much more fundamentally, the mechanism by which formally isolated production is rendered social. 15 Basically, the law of value is the law of the social division of labor in capitalist society, one of whose corollaries is the law of price determination. 3. Value and realization. My purpose here is not to pursue all the implications of value and the law of value, but to specifically consider the relationship between value formation and realization. To do this, it is necessary to briefly present the underconsumptionist hypothesis. Simply stated, the hypothesis is that inherent in the circulation of capital is the tendency for more commodities to be produced than can be converted from commodity capital to money capital. Put purely descriptively, if we assume that workers spend all of their wages, underconsumption results from the fact that the sum of capitalist personal consumption and the capitalization of surplus value 16 is less than total surplus value. 17 For current purposes, the hypothesis need not be explained further, it is simply assumed to be correct and its implications for value theory are explored. 18 Consider again Table 4.1. If all commodities are not converted into money capital, this obviously does not affect the fact that they were produced, so that the material production of use values remains at 100 tons of steel and 100 bushels of corn. The consequence of incomplete realization for the value side of the table depends upon one's theory of the nature of value. If one has the neo-Ricardian, labor-embodied view, incomplete realization does not affect the value calculations either. This should not be surprising since the left side is treated, in effect, as homogeneous use values, not values. If one thinks that use values can be aggregated directly on the basis of expenditure of concrete labor, then value is determined independently of the interaction of capitals, one aspect of which is realization. In other words, for neo-Ricardians, value is analyzed without considering circulation. If we follow Marx and make the distinction between concrete and abstract labor, the consequence of systematic and endemic incomplete realization is quite serious. At this point it is important to note that the two approaches to value theory do not involve semantic, or purely abstract, theoretical differences. In the previous section, it was shown that the construction of the concept value requires a resolution of the problems of qualitatively different concrete labors and the differences in efficiency of the use of those concrete labors. These are not primarily theoretical problems, but actual problems of the relationship of production and exchange. In practice, production and circulation are not only related, but the former determines the latter. What is involved is a real transformation of qualitative differences into mere quantitative differences. Value affects this transformation, behind the backs of producers. In this line of argument, the determining role of value disappears if, in general, there is incomplete realization of commodity capital. To see this, first consider the case of one commodity, produced under differing conditions of efficiency by various capitals. Assume that the conditions of competition result in the commodity being realized in such a way that the median capital receives the average rate of profit. 19 Capitals in this industry which produce at below median efficiency will obviously receive less than the average rate of profit. This reflects the fact that part of the labor time expended in production under the domination of these capitals is unrealizable, or socially unnecessary. This redundant labor time does not circulate as commodity capital, i.e. it is not validated with the interaction of capitals as socially useful labor. The competitive nature of capitalist production relations implies that not all working time is transformed into value, even when performed under capitalist social relations. However, there is still a definitive relationship between labor time expended in production and the quantitative relationship between commodities. This can be explained by referring back to our table. Considering capital as a whole, a value of 370 is advanced as capital, and this results in a production of a value of 450. The quantity of value objectified in the produced commodities is determined by labourtime expended. If money exchanged against these commodities is equal to a value of 450.20, if the money exchanged for commodities is less than this, then in the aggregate value goes unrealized. Note that we now have two senses in which labor time is not validated in exchange. In one case this is the result of differences in efficiency, and can occur when the money exchanged for commodities equals the abstract socially necessary labor time objectified in them through the interaction of production and circulation. In this case the structure of efficiency in each industry and the degree of competition determine total value, which we can take as established, and treat as a benchmark in our analysis. However, if the realization of commodities in the aggregate is less than 450, the relationship between the expenditure of labor time and labor time realized as money becomes completely indeterminate. Any proportion of our former benchmark can emerge as realized labor time. In this case, in an abstract, completely capitalist society, production and the interaction of capital sets the upper limit of realizable abstract labor time, but nothing more. If underrealization is endemic, and the upper limit is rarely reached, then it becomes, in effect, merely an ideal, a construction of the mind. Realized abstract labourtime in such a case ceased the determinants of the expenditure by workers and capitalists. Production still plays a role, but a very limited one. The differences in efficiency among capitals determine only which survive and which do not. The realized labourtime in a branch of industry depends upon how the shortfall in aggregate demand is distributed among those branches. This can be put another way. In Part A of Table 4.1, we begin with certain parameters, the value composition of capital, the rate of surplus value, and the degree and intensity of competition. On the presumption of full realization, these imply a total value of production. If full realization is not presumed, these parameters become irrelevant. They give an indication of how much value or how many commodities will be produced and circulated in the subsequent period. The ex-ante rate of surplus value no longer determines the profit realized by capital. In summary, labor time expended in production no longer determines either realized abstract labor time nor the profit of capitalists. It is hardly surprising that Baron and Sweezy should abandon the concepts of value and surplus value, and, as a consequence, place no importance on the sphere of production. In an underconsumptionist world, the analysis of production has only sociological relevance. 21 In the underconsumptionist literature, foreign markets are viewed as one method by which unrealized commodities can be transformed into money. Once this possibility is introduced, production determines not even the upper limit of realizable abstract labor time and profit of capitalists. Once an external market is introduced, our table must be opened up, and total realizable value is no longer constrained by the labor time expended in production. Obviously, the number of use values produced is not altered, given the technological conditions and the amount of labor employed, but the amount of money which these use values can be exchanged against has in principle no upper limit. In the case of a purely capitalist society, the labor time realized is determined by internal aggregate demand on the underconsumptionist hypothesis, and the revenue accruing to workers and capitalists sets an upper limit to these. Production determines maximum realizable labor time and maximum profit, though not the actual levels. With the introduction of external demand, this is no longer the case. If external demand is buoyant, the use values produced can exchange for an amount of money representing labor time far in excess of that expended in production, and the production process determines nothing except the number of use values available for circulation. Further, it becomes possible for capitalists to realize profit even if the rate of exploitation is zero, since profit can be obtained through exchange with the external market alone. Actually, it is more correct to say that the concept of the rate of exploitation is no longer relevant. As we have seen, if the underconsumptionist hypothesis is correct, we cannot know the abstract labor time each commodity will exchange for prior to knowing the level of aggregate demand. Therefore we cannot know the value of labor power nor the total abstract labor time which will circulate. In Marx's terminology, we know neither necessary labor time nor surplus labor time prior to realization. Once realization occurs, one can calculate the ratio of profits to wages, but this is purely an ex post statistic, determined by demand conditions. Thus, the underconsumptionists proceed quite logically when they reject the concept of surplus value, since for them this is merely another name for profit. 22 The central difference between underconsumptionism and Marxian value theory comes out clearly in our discussion. In underconsumptionist theory, total realizable labor time and total profit are residual categories, determined by demand conditions. In Marxian value theory, production and the interaction of capitals determine total realizable labor time. Further, the category surplus value is not a residual, but determined just as definitively as the value of variable capital. 23 However, these categories are determinant only within the context of full realization of abstract socially necessary labor time. In terms of the circuit of capital, this means that we presume that that commodity capital is converted into money capital. Clearly, this conversion is not always quantitatively complete. This does not invalidate the labor theory value, on the contrary, it is the labor theory of value, developed within the context of full realization, which provides an explanation for why realization at some moments is not achieved in full. 4. Value theory and crises. As we have seen, the value of commodities has no meaning in a theoretical model in which the circulation of commodities is continuously restricted by incomplete realization. The analysis based on the labor theory of value presumes full realization, and then, through an analysis of how values change, reveals the conditions under which full realization becomes impossible. This is why Marx, in Capital, considers the process of realization prior to elaborating his theory of crisis. At the end of Volume 2 he presents his famous reproduction schemes. In these reproduction schemes he abstracts from concentration and centralization, and from all qualitative changes which would make these accumulation schemes rather than reproduction schemes. 24 That is to say, he abstracts from changes in the values of commodities. His purpose is twofold: 1. To demonstrate the abstract possibility of realization under such conditions, and 2, in doing so, to show that incomplete realization is the consequence of what he has omitted, changes in values. While doing these things, he has simultaneously justified his previous use of the labor theory of value, which can be methodologically sound only if complete realization is presumed within the context of a determinate set of values. When he comes to his discussion of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, he can then argue that changes in values are the disrupting element in capitalist production and circulation. This theoretical argument would have been irrelevant had he not previously demonstrated, 1. That the circuit of capital is not generally disrupted without changes in values, and 2. That his central analytical link between concrete labor time expended in production and abstract labor time in circulation is valid. The process by which productivity change alters values and how value changes generate a tendency for the rate of profit to fall in the accumulation process is beyond the scope of this paper. 25 A few comments can indicate the nature of the process, however. As accumulation proceeds, technical change generates within branches of industry a dispersion of capitals in terms of efficiency around a norm for the consumption of labor power in the production process, where this norm is socially necessary labor time. As this process continues, the interaction of capitals works to establish new values in each branch of industry. This lowering of values implies that some capitals are increasingly unable to realize the labor time expended under their domination. The problem is particularly acute for fixed capital, contracted for in earlier periods when values were higher. The realization difficulty has nothing to do with underconsumption, but occurs in the context of full realization of necessary labor time. What cannot be realized is that labor time which competition has stamped as socially unnecessary. How this gives rise to a reduction in the rate of accumulation lies beyond this discussion. 26 But when it occurs, Aggregate demand is no longer quantitatively sufficient to realize all socially necessary labor time. The process of value formation undergoes a qualitative change. What had previously proceeded more or less incrementally occurs in a dramatic, even catastrophic, adjustment through the forced elimination of socially obsolete means of production, what Marx called the moral depreciation of capital. We do not pursue this analysis further, for the purpose is not to develop a theory of crisis, but rather the more limited one of demonstrating the incompatibility of underconsumptionist theory and the labor theory of value. Much has been written about whether or not Marx held to some form of the underconsumptionist hypothesis, and quotations from his works are given to support ordini various arguments. There is nothing original in affirming that Marx was not an underconsumptionist. Point 27. Basically, this is of limited interest, for what is important is not whether one particular person endorses a theory, but whether or not it is a correct explanation of reality. Nor has the purpose of this paper been to refute the underconsumptionist hypothesis directly. Rather, the effort has been to make a methodological point. One cannot simultaneously explain crises in terms of underconsumption and employ the labor theory of value as a tool of analysis. Insofar as one identifies Marxian theory as a theory based on the labor theory of value, Marxian theory so defined excludes the underconsumption hypothesis. The intention in pointing this out is not to preserve a label or to argue over Heuser notarial Marxist. If underconsumptionists wish to retain the label Marxist, then those employing the labor theory of value should seek some other. The particular label used is a trivial matter. But it is not a trivial matter when two methodologically incompatible theories are placed under the same label. Labels should provide clarity, not generate confusion. Part 2 Essays on Development and Underdevelopment. Chapter 5. The Law of Value and the Analysis of Underdevelopment. 1. Introduction. Karl Marx entitled his first major work on the theory of capitalism An Introduction to the Critique of Political Economy. 1. Not, it should be stressed, an introduction to political economy. The inclusion of the crucial the critique of Providusthikito Marx's break with classical political economy. As much as Shea respected the contribution of bourgeois writers, especially Ricardo, he did not consider himself a radical member of the political economy school. That the political economist's most outstanding members focused upon class relations did not save them from an analysis that, in Marx's judgment, was vulgar, in that it focused upon the appearance of phenomena rather than their underlying causes. Political economy focused on relations of exchange, rather than on class relations among human beings. As he wrote famously in an oft-quoted letter to for at least a generation before him, bourgeois writers had recognized both class divisions in capitalism and that the basis of profit was exploitation. Were these the central elements of his work, his contribution would have been trivial. Marx identified what in his assessment was the central failing of the political economy of Smith, Ricardo, et al. Political economy has indeed analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms. But it has never once asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. Point 3. At first reading this passage may seem obscure. It refers to failure of the political economy school to understand that markets are associated with specific social relations in which production, distribution, and exchange are organized. Smith's invisible hand purported to be a social mechanism for all time and all places. What Smith conceived as a guiding principle of self-sufficient individuals, Marx revealed as unique to a society divided between proletarians and capitalists. Marx's formulation of the labor theory of value reveals 1. The laws of reproduction of a capitalist society, 2. That capitalism is a historically specific form of class society, 3. That changes in class relations explained he transition from pre-capitalist to capitalist society, and 4. Why others explain both the transition and the laws of capitalism in an alternative framework. This fourfold character of theory of value constitutes its methodological break with the political economy school. It is not merely one theory among competitors, but a theory which subsumes its competitors within it by demonstrating that they focus upon the appearance of social phenomena rather than their essence. Modern political economy rejected classical political economy's value theory. It shares with the latter its ahistorical methodology. The ahistoricism of both the classicals and the neoclassicals is not an oversight that might be remedied by the inclusion of an historical analysis in the chronological sense. Especially Smith, but also other classical political economists, made reference to the historical development of capitalism. Their method was ahistorical. Similarly, neoclassical political economy has produced its own economic historians, but their history is ahistorical insofar as it treats the processes of production, circulation, and distribution of the social product. For the classicals and neoclassicals, economic history is the study of relations of exchange. As such, all periods are essentially the same. Society has chronology, but no history. Strictly speaking, it is not valid to criticize the classicals and neoclassicals for lack of an historical perspective. Given their value theory, they should have none. This paper first develops the core of Marx's theory of value. The main theme is given in the text, with elaboration in footnotes. Value theory is used to reveal the ahistorical character of neoclassical political economy. Then, it is possible to consider the role of value in the passage from pre-capitalism to capitalism. Finally, the insights obtained are employed to develop generalizations about the barriers to accumulation in societies in which capitalism is not fully developed. In order to avoid idolatry, the framework developed will not be called Marxist, though Marx was its originator and most influential exponent. Rather was a thief malign term historical materialism to me on that approach in which the process of social reproduction derives from the social relations in which production is organized. Point 4 Within this school of thought, the analysis of capitalism is that of a particular historical period, in which social reproduction involves the circulation and distribution of the products of labor as commodities. It is within this period and this period only that the law of value prevails. In capitalist society, the products of labor appear as an immense accumulation of commodities. Point 5 That commodities are the product of human labor in itself implies no particular value theory. It is a statement of the obvious. A commodity has a dual nature. For the seller it represents a quantity of value, which when realized in generally equivalent form can be used to acquire another commodity through further exchange. This quantity of value is the exchange value of the commodity. For the buyer of the commodity, it represents a quality which is sought for a particular purposeful use. This quality constitutes the use value of the commodity. The distinction between the quantitative and qualitative aspect of a commodity is obvious and descriptive. It is the pursuit of this obvious and uncontroversial dichotomy that yields the labor theory of value and the laws of capitalist development. The exchange of value and value of a commodity are at peace with each other. While the former can vary due to immediate and longer-term influences, the latter retains an intrinsic character. More specifically, improvements in the methods of production can reduce exchange value for a given use value. On the basis of the tension caused by this real dichotomy arises the need for money, which can now be defined as a general equivalent commodity of exchange. Point 6 At this early juncture in the theoretical discussion, the analytical method should be noted. We did not at the outset presume the existence of money, rather, its role emerged in consequence of considering the nature of commodities. Out of the unpacking of the commodity arises the need for a further concept. Since commodities do not exchange directly for each other, but through the intermediary form of money, the possibility arises that the exchange value of a commodity can vary as conditions of exchange vary. This raises the question of what determines the exchange value of a commodity, i.e. the underlying determinant of exchange value as the money a commodity fetches fluctuates due to stochastic influences. All theories of market prices posit the existence of an underlying determinant of exchange value which is hidden beneath the price form of exchange. In neoclassical political economy, the underlying determinant is the opportunity cost of both producers and buyers. For Ricardian political economy it is the technology of production, and for historical materialism it is socially necessary labor, a concept we have yet to unfold. For all the schools there is a value of commodities which lies beneath the surface of exchange. Value has a straightforward and unambiguous meaning, that which determines price, appearing in the form of quantities of money. Like commodities, money has a contradictory nature. As the general equivalent, it circulates with commodities, but, unlike other commodities, it need not be sold to realize its exchange value. With this characteristic, it can serve as a general store and claim on value. As a claim on value, it can initiate exchange for commodities, commodities which can, in turn, be sold for money again. This process, exchanging money for commodities, then commodities for money, would only be done if the second quantity of money exceeds the initial quantity. It is in this way that money serves as capital, which is defined as self-expanding value, money which through circulation yields more money. To this point, an increasingly complex series of phenomenon has been unfolded, from the commodity and its twofold character, money, to capital. This unfolding as yet produces no theory of the determination of value. Indeed, it can be taken as descriptive of the process of exchange. It allows one to note that exchange can be viewed in terms of two forms of commodity circulation: commodities via money to other commodities, and money via commodities to a greater quantity of money. The former is simpler, selling in order to buy. This is simple, because it requires little theoretical explanation. It involves disposing through exchange of a commodity whose use value is not desired, in order to obtain money, which can be employed to acquire a desired commodity. 7 The second, buying in order to sell, is theoretically complex. It demands an explanation of the source of the increased quantity of money. Following Marx, we call the process of buying in order to sell the circuit of capital. This increased amount of money that appears through buying in order to sell Marx gave the straightforward name, surplus value. On the surface, surplus value is a simple concept. It is the quantitative difference between the money at the end and beginning of a process of buying in order to sell. The theory of value arises from finito explain tesorcio of surplus value. 8 Here again we must pause and reflect on the implications of what has been, at least superficially, a descriptive discussion. When money does not serve as capital, there is no surplus value. 9 To explain, thus no role for a theory of value. Value theory, whatever its logical basis, is historically specific to the circuit of capital. Though we have to make that historical specification, we can rule out surplus value deriving in the aggregate from exchange itself. 10 It follows that capital must exchange initially for a commodity whose value increases between buying and selling. A commodity's value increases by entering into a process of production. That value expands in production, would be met with agreement by the neoclassical political economy school. 11 Though its view of production would not conform to that of the historical materialist school. 12 Since an increase in value in the aggregate arises from production, it follows that capitalists must pass through production to obtain surplus value. The subvious point implies that the circuit of capital aims expanding to take the form M, C, P, C, M. 8 In its role as a theory of prices, the theory of value is a theory of prices under capitalism, when prices include surplus value, part of which is capitalist profit. The discussion of the division of surplus value into its phenomenal forms, profit, interest, rent, and unproductive payments, lies beyond the scope of this paper. 9 Surplus value is at this point used in the purely descriptive sense of the difference between the money that initiates the circuit of capital and the money that comes at the end. 10 Consider a two-commodity closed economy. The rise in the exchange value of one commodity implies a decline for the other. Thus, exchange redistributes rather than creates surplus value. A neoclassical would not contest this theoretical argument, but would insist that individual and social welfare is increased by exchange. In turn, one following the Marxian method would not contest the neoclassical point, but would judge it to be of little theoretical interest. 11 The neoclassical disagreement would come on two issues: 1. The process by which value is added in production, and 2. What constitutes production? 12 In neoclassical political economy, market prices oscillate around long-run general equilibrium prices. If short-run and long-run average cost curves have a unique minimum point, and no above normal profits are earned in any sector, then the general equilibrium set of relative prices is independent of demand. Demand determines the composition of output in general equilibrium, but not relative prices. The next step in the analytical unfolding is also obvious and non-controversial. The first purchase by the capitalist must involve the acquisition of a commodity or commodities which, when used in production, add value. By definition, the elements of production can be divided between workers, the human agency of production, and the material elements of production. We shall call these the labor input and the means of production, where the latter can be subdivided between those that are materially transformed or consumed during production, and those which retain their material form. Including these elements, the full circuit of capital becomes M, C, P, C, M. Ta this point elabor theory of value plays no role, idly as latent in the analysis. The fundamental difference between the foregoing analysis and that of neoclassical political economy is that the former has recast the analysis of value as derivative from capital, while the latter treats value as the outcome of the desire by individual human beings for consumption. Point 13. The point now has come to declare one's value theory. The analysis cannot progress beyond description without an explanation of the origin of the surplus value arising from the circulation of capital. Point 14. Because of the manner in which materialist analysis describes aggregate reproduction, the neoclassical theory of value cannot be utilized. Even if one preferred to use the opportunity cost theory of value, our framework, M, C, P, C, M, precludes it. In the neoclassical theory of value, commodities are not produced in the real-world sense. Stocks of primary inputs when combined with the Javan technology generati a flow of new value. In thistic flow description of the economy and opportunity cost theory of value is consistent, albeit under highly restrictive conditions. Point 15. The materialist description of aggregateur production is not stock flow but involves the production of commodities by means of commodities taus rafis term. Point 16. In this description, the process of reproduction is considered in time periods. In some arbitrarily selected initial time period, there is produced a set of commodities which will be the input in the next time period. In the next time period those commodities are transformed into different material objects, during which value is added to them. Point 17. This view of production formally excludes marginal productivity analysis. It does so not because it allows no substitution between inputs 18 but because formally there is no difference between material inputs that are consumed during one period of production and those used up over many time periods. Just as electricity is consumed in production and passes on no more value than its own, machinery, buildings, etc., are exhausted of their value over many time periods, passing on their value but no more. Point 19. The commodity which can expand value is the labor input. This commodity which capitalists buy is the capacity to work, or labor power. However, this analysis does not as yet provide a theory of value. The production of commodities by means of commodities framework requires either a labor-based theory of value or the Ricardian technology-based theory. We consider only the former. There is little controversy over whether units of labor time can be employed to measure value. Point 20. Measurement is essentially a trivial exercise for which there are several possibilities. For example, if we consider only material commodities, one could aggregate by weight. However useful this might be for certain purposes, such as planning the transport of commodities, it makes no sense as a theory of value. Similarly, labor time can be used as the unit of measure. The debate is over its significance for understanding aggregateur production. Marx's argument proceeds from the tautology that each commodity is the product of human labor. When commodities exchange, they are rendered equal in practice. By definition, the labor that produced them is rendered equal through exchange. The concrete labor expended in production is converted to abstract labor in exchange. This purely formal conversion of concrete labor into its opposite becomes a real conversion through the process of competition. Competition among producers of a particular commodity establishes a standard input requirement, which Marx called socially necessary labor. This is rendered abstract through exchange, becoming abstract socially necessary labor. The labor theory of value is explanation of the process by which abstract necessary labor is established through a social process. This breaks with the Ricardian framework, which explicitly or implicitly takes abstract socially necessary labor as given. All labor is treated as homogeneous, and all producers of a commodity use the same technology with the same efficiency. The Ricardian approach does not explain the special historical conditions under which a norm in production is established. Unfolding the nature of commodities has provided the explanation. Competition results from the general production of commodities when labor power is also a commodity. A common norm for the production of each commodity arises from the exchange of inputs and outputs. 8 Stage 9th input-output process. Capitalists encounter the discipline of exchange. 21 Marx referred to the discipline and effect of exchange when he wrote that a commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us. 22 We can now summarize the development of the materialist theory of value or law of value. Commodities are the products of human labor which are produced within the discipline of capitalist exchange, both for the output and the inputs that are used to create the output. Production is formally private, but essentially social. 23 Every producer participates in social interaction in which his/her commodity is but one part of an organic whole. This system of social reproduction arises from labor power being a commodity. The commodity status of labor power results from the separation of producers from the means by which production can be carried out. 24 Producers are reunited with the means of production through the agency of capital. Having reunited workers and means of production through exchange, capitalists must transform commodities back into money. 3 Theory of profit. The surplus value arises from the extraction of surplus labor by capitalists in the process of production. The surplus labor is created as a result of the difference between the value of the commodity labor power and the value which labor power creates during a production period. We have yet to explain why these two should differ. In as far as labor power is a commodity, its exchange value is determined by its cost of production. Of all the elements of Marx's theory of value, the analysis of wages is perhaps the subtlest, and only the basic argument is presented here. At a superficial level, it can be treated as a subsistence theory of wages. Without specifying relations of production, society's aggregate labor can be divided between the labor necessaire to produce a working population, and the labor expended over and above that reproductive minimum. Marx called the former necessary labor and the latter surplus labor. This division implicitly assumes the division of society into classes, so that there is a dominant group which appropriates the surplus labor. 25. In a capitalist society, this appropriation occurs through the interaction of exchange and production. Capitalists enter into a transaction with workers, in which money is exchanged for labor power. The price at which this exchange occurs is determined by the exchange value of the collection of commodities which workers require to reproduce their labor power. In return, capitalists receive control over the productive potential of workers for a prescribed length of time. Capitalists use the labor power to produce commodities which they exchange for money. As Calder said, workers spend what they get, capitalists get what they spend. 26 The distinction between the exchange value of the commodity labor power and the subsequent exchange value of the commodities workers produce, is not the materialist theory of profit as such. Profit as such results from surplus labor. The existence of surplus labor follows from the analysis of production by means of products. Labor is the input to production which can expand value in this framework. The distinction between the exchange value of labor power and the exchange value of what workers produce provides the analysis of accumulation, i.e., the explanation of how profit can be increased. Given the exchange value of the commodities required for the reproduction of the labor force, surplus labor can be increased in two ways. It can be raised absolutely by the extension of the working day or an increase in the intensity of work. This method of increasing surplus labor has natural limits, but also limits in terms of the norms of fairness in society. Marx called this the raising of surplus value absolutely, extracting more effort from workers without compensation. He associated this with the early stage of capitalist development, when capitalists faced social relations that limited their ability to introduce technical changes. Point 27 As the financial system develops, allowing capital to be redistributed towards more efficient producers, and the struggle of the working class sets limits to the working day, the raising of surplus value absolutely becomes secondary to the raising of surplus value relatively. Surplus value is raised relatively with the reduction of the necessary labor component in society segregate working time. Point 28 While individual capitalists can raise surplus value absolutely through their own efforts, it is raised relatively through a social process. Consider a capitalist that produces a commodity that serves as input into a commodity that is part of workers' means of subsistence. A technical change which lowers the cost for one capitalist allows that capitalist to enjoy greater than average profit for that sector of production. This is followed by a process of competition which induces the other capitalists in the sector to adopt the same or similar cost-reducing technology. As all or most capitalists in the sector come to enjoy above-average profits, capital migrates from other sectors into the now more profitable sector. This drives down the exchange value of the commodity, which makes it cheaper for all capitalists that use it as input. In a second competitive round, the commodity using the cheaper input falls in exchange value. Since by assumption this second commodity enters into workers' consumption, the value of labor power falls. If the standard of living of workers remains the same, then the exchange value of labor falls. This process of technical change and competition demonstrates the social character of capitalist production, insofar as any capitalists enjoy a relative rise in surplus value, all due. Point 29 It was through his analysis of absolute and relative surplus value that Marx further demonstrated the historically specific character of capitalist production. Surplus labor, appropriated by a dominant class, characterized societies for thousands of years. It was first under capitalism that the increase of surplus labor through the social interaction of producers became a dynamic force of accumulation. This dynamism arises from the general production of commodities, in which society's surplus labor takes the form of surplus value. For value and social transformation. Since the elements of production in a commodity society manifest themselves as values in exchange, they are converted in the minds of producers into elements of value. Point 30 This thrusts upon society a set of exchange categories that define the nature of commodities insofar as they are values, materials costs, wages, profit, interest, rent. These categories are real in that they represent actual payments that capitalists must make. More important, they represent the form by which the social character of production is enforced. An independent producer, such as a farmer who owns her/his own land, finds these categories imposed upon her/his activities. Marx makes this point with concise clarity. To himself as wage worker he pays wages, to himself as capitalist he gives the profit, and to himself as landlord he pays rent. Assuming the capitalist mode of production and the relations corresponding to it to be the general basis of society, this subsumption is correct. 31. This imputation is the basis for the ahistoricism of neoclassical political economy. As a result of the real subsumption of non-capitalist production to the categories of capital, the illusion is all the more strengthened that capitalist relations are the natural relations of every mode of production. 32 Independent producers are not capitalists, they are not landlords, and they are not financial rentiers. From the imposition of capitalist categories on all social production in a capitalist society, neoclassical political economy moves to the generalization of the categories to all society, i.e. in all time periods. Thus, the hunter-gatherer is interpreted as weighing the trade-off between current consumption and the accumulation of capital. 33 The sharecropper's behavior is analyzed in terms of transactions costs. As a result, the social dynamics of all societies are treated as if they occur under the rules of a capitalist order. This gives neoclassical political economy an anti-historical character, rendering it incapable of analyzing social change. In contrast, the materialist theory of value provides both a general explanation and concrete analysis. Capitalism is the first form of social production in which class relations are sustained through the general circulation of commodities. Beneath this generalist commodity production lies the separation of labor from the means of production. This separation results in competition among capitals, which is the source of the dynamism of the capitalist mode of production. While in previous societies the products of labor were exchanged against money to varying degrees, this exchange was incidental or at most secondary to the dominancy of the appropriating classes over the direct producers. As a result, there was little tendency for exchange value to feed back upon production and create a social norm of efficiency. In other words, pre-capitalist production occurs in isolated units, not socially integrated through capitalist markets. In contrast, capitalist production is formally private, but socially integrated through commodity circulation. The prices attached to pre-capitalist products are superficial, they do not regulate the production process. In general, land is not a freely vendible commodity in pre-capitalist societies, so prices do not determine its allocation. Similarly, labor power is only marginally a commodity, because the direct producers are not separated from the means of production. As a result of the incompleteness of land and labor power's commodity status, exchange has a limited effect on the social order. To take the most obvious example, it can drive independent producers out of production for exchange, or to the margin of markets, but cannot dispossess them through market processes alone. For this reason Marx made his famous comment that individual private property is everywhere a barrier to the development of the capitalist mode of production. 34 Thelewolf value shows on Theonand, the source of capitalism's dynamism, the separation of labor from the means of production and the rendering into commodities the natural environment. On the other hand, the law reveals through its absence or limited applicability the historical specificity of its social existence. In all class societies there are two major sources of conflict, 1, between the appropriating class and the producing class over the conditions of exploitation of the latter, and 2, among factions of the appropriating class for control of the state. In pre-capitalist society, the latter conflict manifests itself typically as armed conflict in order to extend control over populations and territories. Under the rule of capital, conflict among factions of the dominant class takes the form of competition among capitals. Over no other issue is the difference between neoclassical and materialist theory more unmistakable than for competition. The former theorists laud it as the mechanism for harmony and social welfare gains. In the analysis of the latter, competition is the source of instability and uneven development, which can provoke armed conflict among capitalist states. In materialist theory, warfare is the continuation of market competition by other means. Conflict in the form of cheapening of commodities does not eliminate armed conflict, quite the contrary. 35 But it is progressive because it results in an unprecedented development of what Marx called humankind's mastery over nature. This development of the productive forces, inherent in competition, is not necessarily a good thing. Progressive is used in a descriptive, not a judgmental sense, to focus on an essential characteristic of the expansion of capital. Inherent in it is the progressive development of the power to produce. 36 While technological innovation occurs in other social forms of production, only under capital is it the principal method of struggle within the appropriating class. This makes the dynamics of social change different in pre-capitalist and capitalist societies. Class struggle in capitalist society is driven in great part by the necessity for capitalists to raise surplus value relatively. Class struggle in pre-capitalist society occurs in the context of the appropriating class largely restricted to raising surplus value absolutely. One can contrast a capitalist society with a pre-capitalist, because all capitalist societies share a common characteristic: human labor power takes the form of a commodity. However, other than being divided into classes, pre-capitalist societies share no analogous defining characteristic. That is, they share no universal mode of surplus appropriation which generates a common social dynamic among them. For this reason, A general and abstract discussion of transition from pre-capitalist to capitalist society is by its nature extremely limited in analytical power. Theory tells an abstract outcome of the transition 37 but not from where the transition came. It is tempting to construct a false, universal pre-capitalist society which, in effect, is the opposite of an abstract, fully developed capitalism. This treatment of pre-capitalist societies, as what they are not rather than what they are, de-emphasizes to the point of insignificance and synthesical relations of production. The transition to capitalism becomes the growth of exchange relations, rather than a revolution in production and property relations. The analytical unfolding of value theory reveals the superficiality of using the spread of exchange to explain the transformation of pre-capitalist social relations into capitalist wage labor. Societies maintain their coherence by the effectiveness of the appropriating class in controlling the direct producers. The importance of exchange in a society is derivative from the form that control of the direct producers takes. 38 Exchange, even capitalist exchange, is a surface phenomenon, constructed upon the prevailing relations of production. Marx called the analysis of exchange commodity fetishism, meaning that which treats social relations as relations of exchange. 39 Money form of the world of commodities, actually conceals, instead of disclosing, the social character of private labor, and the social relations between individual producers. 40. In a capitalist society exchange plays a role unique in that society it conceals the appropriation of surplus labor. All exchanges appear as equal exchanges. The buyer receives the commodity and the seller its exchange value in a formally voluntary transaction. This equality in exchange is then imposed downwards ideologically to production relations, so that each element of the value added, wages, rent, interest and profit, is imputed to a factor of production as reflecting equal exchange. The interpretation of these components as flows of value arising from the contribution of land, labor, and capital to newly created value Marx sardonically called the Trinity formula. These income categories become relevant only under capitalism. They do not reflect the inherent nature of production but rather the class divisions in a capitalist society. To treat them as relevant to all historical periods is the essence of commodity fetishism, ignoring social relations to focus on exchange. 5 Limits to accumulation in transitional societies. Capitalism develops within pre-capitalist society through the conversion of labor power and land into commodities. 41 This conversion is achieved through a process of coercive social change, such as an armed insurrection or a confiscatory land reform. For a time, perhaps a considerable time, the old social relations persist alongside the emerging relations of capitalist wage labor. Pre-capitalist relations tend to persist longest in agriculture, because of the difficulty of divorcing the peasantry from the land, and, thus, making land and labor power commodities. As long as pre-capitalist relations continue in agriculture, this provides a brake on the process of accumulation. Structuralist economists have given considerable attention to this problem. 42 In the Latin American structuralist approach, the process of urbanization generates an increasing demand for food for the growing working class, and the expansion of capitalist production increases the demand for agricultural raw materials. Backwardness in agriculture results in an inelastic supply of foodstuffs and inputs for industry. As a consequence, relative prices move against the capitalist sector, depressing the profit rate. 43 While the description is correct, this analysis lacks a clear theoretical foundation. The movement in relative prices is wholly dependent upon an inadequate supply of products from the pre-capitalist sector. This inadequate supply results from the specific behavior attributed to the pre-capitalist landlords, who are assumed not to respond to market signals. The materialist theory of value provides summary analytically general explanation which is not dependent upon specific institutional arrangements. Consider again the circuit of capital, shown in Table 5.1. Historically, capital emerged first as merchant's capital, which involved buying in order to sell, the form of capital, M, C, M, without the essential characteristic of capital, wage labor. In this period, prior to the Industrial Revolution, European merchant houses mediated in the exchange of products arising from pre-capitalist social relations. Profit arose from the monopoly over trade, buying cheap and selling dear. In this process, the export of commodity capital could reinforce pre-capitalist production relations, since the origin of the products exchanged was of no concern to merchants' capital, as long as their supply was assured. The trade in commodities neither required nor necessarily brought about a transformation in social relations. By the middle of the 19th century, the growth of merchant house and the emergence of capitalist relations in Western Europe and the United States brought the rise of large financial institutions, whose purpose was the vending of money as such, rather than commodities. In underdeveloped regions, the export of money capital financed trade, and also provided loans to governments, especially in Latin America, to fund public works such as ports and railroads. As with the trading in commodities, financial houses could pursue their profits without the development of capitalist wage labor. The export of commodity capital and money capital had a contradictory tendency in underdeveloped regions, as implied by their position in the circuit of capital. By enhancing the wealth and power of ruling classes in the underdeveloped regions, pre-capitalist social relations could be rendered more tenacious. At the same time, the import of capitalist commodities into underdeveloped regions acted to destroy local artisanal and peasant production. Simultaneously, infrastructure projects financed by the export of money capital created an emerging class of wage labor. However, even by the early 20th century, internationally traded commodities from underdeveloped countries arose overwhelmingly from systems of forced labor, debt bondage, and forms of patron clientage. Upon this infertile ground of unfree labor, the scope for the export of productive capital was extremely limited. The industrialization of underdeveloped regions required a prior process of the dissolution of pre-capitalist relations. The materialist theory of capitalist development provides few generalizations about the process by which wage labor emerged in each country and region. No general theory of the rise of capitalism is possible, for in each case the failure or success of the relations of capital to take root is dictated by the nature of the pre-capitalist society. However, some general insights are possible. In those underdeveloped regions where the relations of capital took hold, accumulation was limited by its essential incompatibility with pre-capitalist production. From a superficial point of view, pre-capitalist relations appear beneficial, since they could represent a source of cheap labor power. However, this remains a latent benefit to industrial capital until the pre-capitalist sector unravels and sheds its labor. Even as this occurs, value theory reveals a profound incompatibility that calls the concept of cheap labor into question, i.e., reveals it as an essentially vulgar concept at the level of appearances. Because pre-capitalist production does not conform completely to the discipline of the law of value, production techniques continue, primarily in agriculture, which would be abandoned by capitalists as unprofitable. Restrictions on the alienability of land and the immobility of unfree labor restrict the ability of capital to transform agrarian relations. However, it is the agricultural sector which provides a large portion of the means of subsistence of the workers that capitalists hire. In an abstract, fully capitalist society, the process of competition reduces the value of commodities, which feeds back through the system to reduce the value of labor power. Such is not the case for a society in which the means of worker subsistence are produced in pre-capitalist relations. Other things being equal, a worker with a lower standard of living is cheaper to a capitalist than one with a higher standard of living. 44 However, this refers to increasing surplus value absolutely, and cannot be the mechanism for the progressive cheapening of commodities. No matter how low the standard of living of workers, subsequent cheapening of commodities requires that surplus value be raised relatively in the capitalist sector. As we have seen, surplus value is raised relatively through the reduction of the value of labor power. In as far as workers consume commodities produced in the capitalist sector, the process of competition by cheapening these commodities reduces the value of labor power. However, the component of workers' subsistence which arises from the pre-capitalist sector is not cheapened by the process of capital accumulation. The fall in the value of commodities produced by capital is not matched by an equal fall in the value of labor power, resulting in a decline in surplus value per worker even if the standard of living of workers remains the same. Thus the interaction of the capitalist and pre-capitalist sectors results in a fall in the rate of profit in the former sector. 45 In simple terms, competition in the capitalist sector results in a transfer of value to the pre-capitalist sector via a movement in relative prices against the capitalist sector. The fall in the rate of profit does not require that machinery or other means of production are substituted for labor inputs. An autonomous increase in labor productivity 46 is sufficient to bring down the rate of profit. At the initial set of exchange values of outputs and inputs, any autonomous productivity increase appears to the capitalist as cost decreasing, though it subsequently results in a decline in unit profits. Even if capitalists could foresee the fall in profits due to the productivity increase, they would be forced to adopt by the pressure of competition. If some capitalists did not, others would, in order to reduce their costs and seize a larger market share. The special conditions of underdevelopment force capitalists to adopt productivity-raising techniques that provoke a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. The process of accumulation in the context of a pre-capitalist sector producing the means of consumption for the workers in the capitalist sector can be summarized as follows. Competition in the capitalist sector results in the introduction of cost-reducing technical changes. By raising the productivity of labor, these technical changes increase the use of materials per unit of labor, and even more if accompanied by an increase in machinery per worker. Were both sectors capitalist, the result of technical change in either sector would be to raise the average rate of profit as exchange values of the means of workers' subsistence fall. Values, then, via competition, prices, would fall. The general cheapening of commodities raises the rate of profit in a purely capitalist society. When the means of consumption are produced under pre-capitalist relations, the result is dramatically different. As before, competition in the capitalist sector results in the introduction of cost-reducing technical changes. This brings down the price of capitalist commodities. In as far as the capitalist sector uses its own outputs as inputs, the tendency for profit to decline is counteracted. However, this does not affect the distribution of the working day between necessary and surplus labor time. In order that surplus value rise, it is necessary for the value of labor power to decline. This will occur if and only if there is a decline in the value of the commodities workers consume, or a decline in the value of the inputs to those commodities. Since the pre-capitalist sector may use capitalist inputs, the price of its output may fall, and thus the value of labor power may fall. But this will be insufficient to keep unit profit from declining in the capitalist sector. 47. There are two major tendencies that can counteract the tendency of the average rate of profit to decline in the context of pre-capitalist relations in agriculture. First, in as far as the pre-capitalist sector uses capitalist inputs, technical change in the capitalist sector will lower the value of the means of consumption, i.e. as the pre-capitalist sector comes under the discipline of exchange in its use of inputs. Second, the tendency is counteracted as workers' consumption incorporates commodities produced in the capitalist sector. The specific historical conditions and social relations in each country will determine the strength of these counteracting tendencies. Most fundamentally, removing the limits to accumulation requires a capitalist revolution in agriculture. The inability of the law of value to bring about the progressive reduction of necessary labor relatively to surplus labor reflects the contradictions arising from two systems of social relations which are inconsistent in the long run. In this context, one can identify a major source of the successful capitalist development of the East and Southeast Asian countries. Many of these countries benefited from a fundamental reform of agricultural and tenure prior to their rapid accumulation process. In Latin America, land reforms did not occur at all or were not complemented by support services necessary for capitalist transformation. The most successful case of capitalist development, Chile, indicates the importance of land reform in laying the basis for accumulation. 48. An important implication of the theory developed above is that underdevelopment is the incomplete development of capitalism in a society. 49 This would seem to imply that capitalism is the solution to the problem of underdevelopment, a conclusion argued with considerable force by numerous authors who considered themselves Marxists. 50 It is hardly surprising that many on the left have drawn back from this conclusion, implying as it does some rather unpalatable political practice. While the logic of the law of value implies capitalism is progressive, it is relevant here to recall Oscar Wilde's aphorism that madness is carrying any argument to its logical conclusion. The overall progressive nature of the capitalist mode of production is integrally linked to the uneven development which capitalism generates, which is inherent in capitalist competition. From the days of Adam Smith, the political economy schools, both classical and neoclassical, treated competition as a force that produces harmony among capitals. This analytical outcome results from presuming that all capitals are identical, entering into the competitive process on equal footing. This assumption presupposes the outcome which the competitive process generates, the tendency for competition to establish a norm of abstract necessary labor in production. By presupposing the outcome, the neoclassical political economy school precludes the possibility of winners and losers in competition. In this framework, competition processes no outcome at all, but rather a harmonious equilibrium among rivals, all of whom were identical at the outset and remain so to the end. This approach, in which capitalist rivals are equals, involves no analysis of competition itself. Indeed, it precludes the very mechanisms by which the competitive struggle is fought. If all firms are price takers, there is no role for price competition, product differentiation, advertising, and the other tactics by which capitalists seek to gain advantage over one another. 51 To understand the uneven development which capitalism generates, it is necessary to reconstruct the analysis of competition on the basis of the law of value. This involves three basic principles: first, that competition be defined as the movement of capital; second, the integration of technical change with the movement of capital; and, third, recognition that within sectors of industry the efficiency of production is unevenly developed. For the analysis of underdevelopment, to these must be added the contradictory impact of the relations of capital on pre-capitalist formations. As suggested in the discussion of Table 5.1, the impact of the expansion of capital on pre-capitalist relations is determined by the interaction of the form capital takes, and the nature of pre-capitalist social relations. The expansion of capital in commodity and money forms need not generate wage relations which are the basis of capitalism's dynamism. On the contrary, capitalist trade and finance can reinforce the power of pre-capitalist elites, blocking the development of industrial capital, both by domestic agents and foreign ones. Further, by expanding international markets for commodities produced in pre-capitalist relations, the expansion of commodity and financial capital can intensify and strengthen systems of unfree labor. In circumstances in which pre-capitalist relations are transformed to wage relations, the process is rarely smooth or harmonious. When labor power is not completely separated from the land, exchange is a blunt instrument of equivocation. In this circumstance, force may be required, typically executed by the capitalist state, to render pre-capitalist relations vulnerable to capitalist penetration. The civilized warfare of cheapening commodities is constructed upon a violent process of dispossessing peasants and artisans from their means of production. 52 Even in an abstracted society of purely capitalist relations, the expansion of capital is simultaneously destructive and creative. If, in general, production units within industries vary in unit costs, then it follows that the movement of capital does not reproduce the average production conditions in an industry, but typically seeks to emulate or surpass the most efficient operator. Far from establishing a harmonious equilibrium, capitalist competition disrupts, eliminates the weak and challenges the strong, to force upon industry a new standard of efficiency and cost. The movement of capital to equalize profits across industries is the process of generating uneven development. Equilibration in exchange hides the generation of uneven development in production. In a capitalist system, regulated but by capital itself, the frontier between the civilized forms of cheapening commodities, on the one side, and banditry, fraud, and violence is easily and frequently crossed. While capitalist social relations are progressive in the strict sense of laying the basis for a revolutionary development of the productive forces, it does not follow that unregulated capitalism generates this outcome in all circumstances. Andre Junz. For example, the current globalization of commodity and financial markets has been associated with growth miracles in East and Southeast Asia, but has reinforced underdevelopment in Africa south of the Sahara. The latter is as much a part of the dynamism of capitalism as the former. Inherent in the progressiveness of capitalism on a world scale is the simultaneous destructive impact of capitalism in particular regions. Further, part of the progressiveness of capitalism arises from the class struggle, out of which restrictions are placed upon the accumulation of capital. The distinction between the absolute and relative extraction of surplus value is at one level of analysis purely formal and definitional. At the more concrete level, it is a critique of unregulated capitalism. In the absence of restrictions on capital, the more primitive absolute extraction is forced upon capitalists by the pressure of competition. Precisely because the raising of surplus value relative lies as a social process, it must in part be imposed upon capitalists by limiting their power to raise surplus value absolutely. Historically, limits were imposed through the legal restriction of the length of the working day, regulations on working conditions, and prohibition of child labor. The struggle of workers for workplace rights transforms capitalism from its primitive, repressive stage of absolute extraction, and forces it to realize its more progressive character, in which society's surplus labor is increased through the dynamism of technical change. 7. Technical Appendix. In the section, Limits to Accumulation in Transitional Societies, it was argued that the persistence of pre-capitalist relations tends to limit the accumulation process. This annex provides a formal proof. At the outset we make a number of simplifying assumptions. Consider a closed economy in which there are two sectors, one capitalist that produces means of production, and one pre-capitalist that produces the means of consumption. The capitalist sector does not use the commodity of the pre-capitalist sector as a direct input to production. The exchange values for each sector can be defined as follows. Equals P1. Equals P2. Where AI are the units of commodity 1 required to produce 1 unit of commodity I, W is the amount of commodity 2 consumed by a worker in a day, NI are the units of labor required to produce 1 unit of commodity I, and is a productivity index. There is no productivity index for the pre-capitalist sector because it is assumed technologically stagnant relatively to the capitalist sector. Pi is the law of value and the analysis of underdevelopment. 111. Exchange value of commodity I, and RI the profit rate in the production of commodity I. While the pre-capitalist sector pays wages, the labor there is not free wage labor, but tied to the dominant rural class through relations of clientage. Land is not a freely vendible commodity, in part because rural labor is tied to the land. As a result, capital cannot move from the capitalist sector to the pre-capitalist, so there is no tendency for the rates of return to equalize. Each commodity's exchange value tends to equal its value. Because of the tendency for exchange values to equal values, the following holds. P1A1 plus N1 equals P1. P1A2 plus N2 equals P2. Therefore, P1 equals N1. P2 equals A2 N1 plus N2. If we substitute N into, we obtain 1 plus R1 equals 1. A1 plus WN1 A2 plus WN2. The profit rate in the capitalist sector reduces to a function of several parameters, the input and labor coefficients for each sector, the standard of living, and the productivity index of the capitalist sector. Inspection shows that a productivity increase results in the denominator in equation rising and hence falling, and hence R1 falling. This occurs even though unit costs in the capitalist sector decline. 53. This decline results from the reduction in the living labor content of capitalist commodities, in the absence of a tendency for profit rates to equalize across the two sectors. Were both sectors capitalist, the relative surplus value mechanism explained in the text would ensure that the equilistrative profit for both sectors would be higher than pre-order the productivity increase. 54 In the absence of these equalization the exchange value of the means of consumption may fall 55 but less than would be the case with equalization, and value is in effect transferred from the capitalist to the pre-capitalist sector. Chapter 6. Epochs of Capitalism and the Progressiveness of Capital's Expansion. 1. Introduction. That capitalism divides itself into distinct epochs or stages is universally recognized by writers in the Marxian tradition, though there is some variation as to the theoretical explanation for the division. There is considerably less agreement over the characteristics of capitalism in the different epochs. The most important disagreement is over whether capitalism in its advanced stage is progressive. That is, whether it remains the tendency for capitalism throughout its expansion to destroy pre-capitalist social relations and transform those social formations into capitalist formations. This progressive tendency is sometimes narrowly stated as the tendency for capitalism to develop the forces of production. It is argued that insofar as advanced capitalism contains within itself this tendency it is a progressive a force in a world scale, insofar as this tendency has been lost, capitalism is reactionary. The issue of the progressiveness of advanced capitalism is central to the theory of imperialism, and some have taken the view that capitalism's revolutionary overthrow is justified only if the development of the productive forces has come to an end. 1 Questions concerning the progressiveness of capitalism have appeared prominently in the debate over revolutionary strategy in underdeveloped countries. They are closely linked to the issue of class alliances and whether a twistage revolution is called for. This paper addresses itself to these general issues. In Section 2, the periodization of capitalism is treated and the most important characteristics of capitalism during each epoch are outlined. In Section 3, the question of the progressiveness of capitalism is considered, and it is argued that conclusions on this issue derive from one's theory of capitalist competition. While this analysis has implications for political strategy, these are not pursued in this paper. When one thinks of the periodization of capitalism, the most prominent source that comes to mind is Lenin and his famous pamphlet, Imperialism. Indeed, it is frequently argued that one of Lenin's most important contributions to Marxian theory was the specification of capitalism's two stages or epochs, the stage of competitive capitalism and the stage of imperialism. We find the first such conceptual division of capitalism in Volume I of Capital, with Marx's distinction between the stage of manufacture and the stage of modern industry. It is clear from Lenin's early work that his periodization of capitalism derives from Marx's division based upon the internal dynamic of the accumulation process. 2 Marx argued that in its first epoch, manufacture, the accumulation process is based upon the extraction of absolute surplus value, and in the second, modern industry, the production of relative surplus value dominates the accumulation process. Much of the literature on imperialism has stressed the worldwide, strategic character of imperialist penetration. This literature includes debate over the strategy of the bourgeoisie in imperialist countries vis-a-vis ruling classes in oppressed countries, the possible contribution of the bourgeoisie in oppressed countries to national liberation struggles, and other central issues of revolutionary praxis. What follows does not address itself directly to these crucial questions, though it is integrally related to them. Rather, an effort is made to identify the historical tendency of capital's development. The most important issue at this high level of abstraction is the question of capital's tendency to transform pre-capitalist social formations into capitalist formations. If this is the major tendency, then capitalism is said to be progressive. This does not imply that capitalists in advanced or backward countries are progressive. That question lies at a more concrete level of analysis. While the nature of capital's development and the strategy of the imperialist bourgeoisie are related, the two are not mechanically linked by abstract logic. Rather, their relationship is mediated by the concrete history of each country. But while the abstraction to capital as a whole moves one far from the analysis of conjunctural circumstances, It provides a number of fundamental insights which allow for a rigorous consideration of the concrete. The most general and basic conclusion is that the fundamental nature of capitalism does not change as capitalism matures, but rather that those aspects which were latent in immature capitalism come to dominate. In particular, this analysis rejects the monopoly capital school of thought, which argues that developed capitalism is characterized by different laws of operation than those operative in the previous stage. Point 3. The most important of these is the competitive contradiction, which the monopoly capital school sees as disappearing in modern capitalism. While the implications of the monopoly capital view are not pursued, they are seen as the implicit basis for much of the theorizing about the causes of underdevelopment in the imperialist epoch. 2 Epochs of capitalism. 2.1 Stage of manufacture. Capitalist production is based on the separation of producers from the means of production. This separation involves as its most important aspect the forcible expulsion of labor from the land. Once this separation occurs, the necessary conditions for capital's birth are present. In the freeing of labor from the land, capital is set free by allowing money to be a claim on wealth in general. Once labor is no longer in possession of the means of production, it can only be united with those means of production through the initiative of capital. This point is shown by reference to the circuit of capital, given below. M. C. MPLP. P. C. Money capital. C. Productive capital, means of production and labor power. P. Moment of production. C. Commodity capital. M. Expanded money capital. The capitalist epoch dates from the domination of the work process by capital. Prior to this domination of production, capital existed in extremely restricted form as merchant's capital. Merchant's capital had the basic form of capital, buying in order to sell, but it did not exert its control over the production process. It is the contract of the production process by capital which not only characterized a new historical epoch, but made capitalist society dynamic and progressive compared to previous epochs. Marx characterized this initial control of production as the formal subsumption of labor to capital. The division of labor within the production process in the period of manufacture reflected the social relations and technology which evolved within artisanal production. The dynamism which capital generated was the result of the new social relations of wage labor. In this first stage of capital's development, the sources of expanded accumulation were the concentration of capital and the raising of surplus value absolutely. Because of the artisanal nature of the production process, the possibilities for raising productivity were extremely limited. Machinery was largely a product of craft workshops, expensive and limited in supply. In part due to this technological limitation, individual capitals expanded by concentrating more workers in workplaces rather than by transforming the production process. In such conditions, surplus value was raised primarily by lengthening the working day and increasing the intensity of work. Marx called this the production of absolute surplus value. Capital's reliance on the production of absolute surplus value was dictated by the primitive state of capitalist social relations even more than by technological constraints. In the period of manufacture, the progressive tendencies of capitalism manifested themselves not primarily in the development of productive forces, but in the destruction of anachronistic social relations. Particularly important was the credit system, underdeveloped and oriented to the needs of merchants' capital. Achieving dominance over the credit system was perhaps the single most important task for industrial capital in order to make the transition to modern industry. The accumulation of capital is achieved by the conversion of surplus value into new capital, additional means of production and labor power. For capital as a whole, the rate of accumulation depends upon, and its upper limit is set by, the mass of surplus value which is realized as profit. In the period of manufacture, individual capitals tended to be similarly limited, with their expansion based upon the surplus value produced in the individual production processes. This reflected the underdevelopment of the credit system. In effect, the institutional framework of capitalism was too primitive to allow for the redistribution of surplus value among capitals, which is the function of banking or financial capital. Point 4 Limited to their own profits, individual capitals could not undertake the large investments which the revolutionizing of the means of production required. These limitations on the accumulation process gave the period of manufacture its particular character. Competition was restricted to struggles within branches of industry by relatively large numbers of producers. First, with the credit system underdeveloped, more efficient capitals were constrained in the rate at which they could expand and eliminate weak competitors. Second, this same credit constraint made it difficult for capital in one branch of industry to invade other branches. To use Marx's term, this was the period of the concentration of capital, with little scope for the centralization of capital. This implies that in the period of manufacture, capital as function dominated over capital as ownership. It is this early and primitive stage of capitalist society that bourgeois economists eulogize as the golden age of competition. This view is both romantic and ahistorical. What appears as free competition was constrained competition, competition in embryonic and primitive form. The bourgeois theory of perfect competition is merely an ahistorical abstraction from a brief and fleeting moment of capitalism's youth. To treat this primitive period of capitalism as the theoretical basis of commodity-producing society is to invert reality, for the major tendencies within accumulation remain latent in this stage. 5 At this point it is useful to elaborate what is meant by latent, since this concept plays an important role in the analysis. Obviously, capitalism has changed over time, and its appearance in the 20th century is quite different from its appearance in the late 18th century. One can account for this in two ways. One way would be to treat capitalist society as affected by forces related to but separable from capitalist social relations themselves, such as technical change, and to argue that capitalism adapts itself to a new environment or is transformed by that environment. The approach here is different. It is argued that capital in its incipient form contained within itself contradictory elements, and the progressive resolution of these contradictions gave rise to the subsequent concrete manifestations of capital's reproduction. To be specific, the rapid process of centralization of capital and the union of financial and industrial capital which occurred at the end of the 19th century was not an alteration in the nature of capitalist accumulation, but the realization of contradictions which had been present in capital's reproduction 100 years before. At some risk, we can venture an analogy with an acorn. The growth of a great oak tree represents not adaptation or change in response to the environment, but a process latent in the acorn itself. The early stage of capital's development should now be considered. In this manufacturing stage, capitalism is clearly progressive within its own domain. The progressiveness of capitalism is the consequence of capital seizing control of the production process and through accumulation bringing more and more people into wage labor. In the stage of manufacture, the progressiveness manifests itself at different levels of abstraction. First, the growth of capitalist production is the growth of the proletariat, which lays the basis for the struggle between the two great classes of modern society. Second, capitalist social relations have a liberating effect on the development of the productive forces, heralding a new epoch in man's mastery over nature. Third, what Marx called the necessary illusion of equal exchange between capital and labor transforms the ideological context in which the exploitation of labor occurs. The ideology of capitalism is based on the formal equality of capital and labor in exchange, and in the political sphere this manifests itself in the bourgeois concept of individual freedoms. These freedoms functioned in the early stage of capitalist development to liberate capital from feudal constraints. One necessary aspect of this liberation of capital was the separation of labor from the means of production, a process that freed workers from extra economic coercion in order that they might be made available for capital. On a world scale, manufacturing capitalism was limited by the same underdevelopment that restricted accumulation to the production of absolute surplus value. Because of the rudimentary character of the credit system, the export of both money capital and productive capital could not be easily achieved. The term export of money capital is used to designate lending by financial institutions, usually in the form of state or private bonds, to other countries developed or underdeveloped. Export of productive capital refers to the setting up of productive enterprises in other countries under the direct operating authority of foreign capital. The existence of pre-capitalist social relations left little scope for such export to Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Eastern Europe in the 19th century. Pre-capitalist societies are not predominantly commodity-producing, though they may be drawn into capitalist exchange. As long as labor power is not a commodity, or is available only to a limited extent, capital lacks the basis for its unique system of exploitation. That is why the first export of productive capital was from England plantations which were outside the pre-capitalist economy and produced for the overseas capitalist market. One needs no special theory to account for the predominance of the export of commodity capital in the stage of manufacture, and certainly no underconsumptionist argument. Capitalist production recognizes no national boundaries, and the export of commodity capital is the consequence of commodity production itself. To a certain extent, the export of commodity capital was stimulated by the need for raw materials required from pre-capitalist formations. But the theoretical issue is not why commodity capital was exported in the stage of manufacture, but why money capital and productive capital were not. The explanation lies in the nature of capitalist society on the one hand, and of pre-capitalist formations on the other. 2.2 Stage of modern industry. The process of accumulation in the stage of manufacture concentrates the working class into larger productive units, laying the basis for the development of working class power. This power asserted itself in a struggle over the conditions of work and control of the labor process. The most decisive aspect of this struggle was the conflict over limiting the working day, or, more precisely, the struggle over who would determine the length of the working day, capital or labor. The victory of the working class in establishing limits to the degree to which capital could dictate the length of working day ushered in the stage of modern industry. 6 Once the working day was no longer unilaterally set by capital, the scope for raising surplus value absolutely reached its limit. While this form of increasing the surplus was not eliminated, it ceased to be the major element in the competitive struggle among capitals, giving way to what Marx calls relative surplus value. This requires that in a given working day the necessary labor time be reduced relative to the surplus labor time. The primary method for achieving this result is the introduction of technological improvements into the production process. The emergence of relative surplus value as the dominant basis for accumulation did not end oppressive methods of intensifying labor on the shop floor, i.e., capitalism did not mellow its exploitative character in the stage of modern industry. To the extent that work became less oppressive, this resulted from the continuous struggle of the working class over hours, conditions, and intensity of labor, not as a result of rising productivity itself. The development of the credit system provided the additional money capital necessary for the expansion of the scale of production which greater use of machinery required. The need to marshal large amounts of money capital led to the growth of financial capital with profound consequences for the capitalist system. In Marx's words, it represented the ascendancy of capital's ownership over capital as function, or as Lenin put it, the domination of industrial capital by finance capital. Lenin's emphasis on finance capital has been commonly interpreted to imply the decline of competition in the stage of imperialism. In recent years, a growing school of theorists rejects this interpretation of Lenin's writings and the argument that competition declines. 7 Rather, the truth is that the development of the credit system and finance capital intensifies the competitive struggle. In the stage of manufacture, competition tended to be restricted to what bourgeois economists call the product market, price competition among existing capitals. With modern industry, capitalist competition develops to a higher level, manifesting itself in the flow of capital between branches of industry, and eventually between countries. Like so many aspects of capitalism, the tendency for competition to intensify is obscured. The movement of capital cannot resulting capitals monopolizing markets. This tendency increases as capitalism develops, but it is a manifestation of capital's competitive contradiction, not the elimination of competition. 8 While all production is social, production in the stage of modern industry becomes socialized to a qualitatively advanced degree. Capitalist production appears to be atomized, isolated production, the sum of the production of many capitals. In the stage of manufacture, this appearance somewhat corresponds to reality, since exploitation is to a great extent achieved by the domination of individual capitals over their workers, the extraction of absolute surplus value. In the stage of modern industry, exploitation is socialized, the relationship is between capital as a whole and the working class. Raising the rate of exploitation depends upon the rate at which the integrated system of production can raise productivity generally and thereby reduce necessary labor time. In such an advanced phase of capitalist development, one capitalist increases exploitation of labor insofar as all do. 9 Marx called this the development of social capital. The age of modern industry facilitates the export of money capital and later productive capital. Again, no special theory of capital export is required, for the tendency to export money and productive capital arises from developments internal to the capitalist mode of production. Once financial capital achieves maturity, it seeks out profitable fields, including those in pre-capitalist formations. This interpretation implies that while it is not erroneous to periodize capitalism in terms of the forms that the export of capital takes, it is imprecise analytically to do so. Periodization based on the form in which capital is exported can be misleading in two ways. 1. It stresses the differences between the epochs of capitalism rather than their basic continuity, and 2. It suggests that the stage of modern industry should be divided into a period in which the export of money capital is primary and a further one in which the export of productive capital is primary. The second point we develop below. Finally, to periodize capitalism by the forms of capital export is to accept a criterion based on the sphere of circulation. Basing arguments on circulation is not a prima facie sin of analysis. However, most Marxian theorists would agree that phenomena of circulation are derivative from the sphere of production. 10. 3. The export of capital and its effects. 3.1 Export of commodity capital. As already noted, capitalism from its birth engaged in the export of commodity capital. Observation of this fact gave rise to an early critique of capitalism based on an underconsumptionist theory and denying the progressiveness of capitalism. Early writers to take up this position were Sismondi and Proudhon, who argued that the development of wage-labor relations, by destroying the peasantry and artisanal classes, reduced the home market for commodities. The analytical shortcoming of this school of thought is that it fails to recognize the circulation of commodities as the circulation of capital, as Lenin cogently argued. 11 The expansion of commodity production in the capitalist homeland transforms society through the ruination of the independent petit bourgeois producer, a ruination that appears to take place through the civilized form of price competition. In the periphery, direct force is applied to non-capitalist formations by the bourgeois state. 12 It has been often pointed out that commodity capital export frequently had the effect of destroying pre-capitalist production in underdeveloped areas, particularly artisanal production. Some writers state that this generated capitalist transformation or created the conditions for such a transformation. 13 Whatever validity such conclusions might have, it is essential to note the central place of force in early capitalist development and the role of the bourgeois state in the violent process of primitive accumulation. Historical evidence suggests that exchange alone is insufficient to generate capitalist relations, it does so only when active steps are taken to generate bourgeois social relations out of the destruction created by exchange and competition. 14 For the most part, the pro-capitalist countries and territories invaded by commodity capital de bourgeoisie. Moreover, the export of commodity capital was not controlled by the industrial bourgeoisie, but by merchant capital. Merchants of the capitalist centre generally traded with pre-capitalist ruling classes in the underdeveloped areas, and as a consequence, the production of commodities in the latter region maintained its pre-capitalist character. As trade expanded, there often was a tendency for the pre-capitalist relations to be strengthened, not weakened. The pre-capitalist ruling classes simply extracted a larger surplus product through the intensification of existing forms of exploitation. 15 The rapid growth of world trade in the stage of manufacture reflected the progressive development of wage-labor relations in the capitalist countries, but in the underdeveloped world it strengthened the rule of pre-capitalist exploiting classes. The emergency of a bourgeoisie in underdeveloped areas was thus retarded by an alliance between foreign merchant capital and local pre-capitalist exploiting classes, the latter controlling the state. 16 The dynamic growth of capitalism in a small part of the world engendered its opposite in the rest of the world. 3.2 The competitive contradiction with the transition of capitalism to the stage of modern industry, international economic relations assumed a new character. Within capitalist formations the socializing tendency of commodity production reached full expression, and internationally capital assumed its imperialist character. 17 In the stage of modern industry not only does the export of money and productive capital become possible, but the character of the export of commodity capital is transformed. Merchant capital, an anachronistic survivor of the mercantile period, becomes subservient to the interests of financial capital, which itself is based upon industrial capital. At this point capital begins to be internationalist in all of its forms, and the capitalist transformation of pre-capitalist formations becomes an imminent tendency. Before considering the contradictory nature of this tendency, it must be stressed that the export of money capital and productive capital should not be conceived as an lie involving capitalist countries and pre-capitalist formations. Put another way, imperialism is not simply a relationship between the developed and underdeveloped worlds. 18 A primary aspect of capitalism's international relations in the stage of modern industry has been the export of capital to advanced capitalist countries and the resulting competitive contradictions between the ruling classes of those countries. 19 The relationship between advanced capitalist countries and underdeveloped countries in the age or modern industry is thus a component part of the internationalization of capital, not its definitive aspect. The theory of imperialism has three interrelated aspects: L. Intercapitalist rivalry, 2. The impact of capital export on social formations in underdeveloped areas, and 3. The national question. It is the second aspect, sometimes called the articulation of modus of production, that involves the progressiveness of capitalism in the modern epoch. The decisive question is, does the internationalization of capital tend to break down pre-capitalist relations and engender capitalist relations of production? Since the end of World War II, the most widely accepted answer to this question by writers on the left has been that provided by what is called dependency theory. Writers in this school differ in their analytical premises, but they generally agree that the export of capitalis blocked and continues to block capitalist development in underdeveloped countries. At the same time, however, they argue that most underdeveloped countries are predominantly capitalist. 20 This apparently inconsistent argument rests on the concept of dependent or distorted capitalist development, in which accumulation possibilities exist but are extremely limited. While dependency theorists use an eclectic range of arguments to support the concept of dependent capitalist development, the key element in the theory is that the world economy is characterized by monopoly, not competition among capitals. 21 Indeed, this is a consistent argument. If modern capitalism has lost its competitive contradiction, in effect evolving into what Koski called the single world trust, then further development of capitalism anywhere is blocked. If competition has been eliminated, then the pressure to revolutionize the productive forces is absent, and the world economy tends towards stagnation, as Barron and Sweezy argued in the 1960s, specifically for the North American economy. 22 One's view concerning the progressiveness of capitalism in the modern epoch derives from one's conclusion about competition. Earlier in this paper it was argued that competition intensifies as capitalism develops. It follows from this analysis that the monopoly capital view of the world economy confuses the form in which competition manifests itself and the underlying cause of competition. While competition must necessarily manifest itself in the form of many capitals in conflict, the cause of competition resides in capital as a whole. The monopoly capital school, in common with bourgeois theory, treats competition only in its most concrete form, in the interaction of individual capitals. Marx, by contrast, dealt with competition at this level hardly at all. 23 He argued that competition is part of the inner nature of capital as a social relation, and its manifestation in the interaction of many capitals derives from the internal dynamics of capital as a whole. At issue is not whether individual capitals compete, this is an empirical matter, and concerns only the form of competition. The basic question is whether capitalist society subsumes within itself a competitive contradiction. Feudal society by its nature stifles competition. When labor is united with the vast majority of products cannot circulatius commodities. As capitalism comes into being, the process of primitive accumulation dispossesses labor, frees it for exploitation by capital, and transforms the concrete labor of individuals into alienated labor. The competitive contradiction arises from the fact that labor power is a commodity, and its commodity status requires that the products of labor circulate as commodities. This competition manifests itself on many levels. 1. Most profoundly, in the competition between capital and labor over the conditions of exploitation. 2. In the competition among capitalists for labor power. 3. In the movement of capital among branches of industry to equalize the rate of profit, and 4. In the immediate conflict of capitals within a branch of industry. In the stage of manufacture, the last of these is most important, due to the relative immobility of capital. As capitalism develops, however, it is the movement of capital which defines the competitive struggle among capitals. This movement of capital involves the competition among capitals for labor power, which itself is possible only because labor has been dispossessed. 24 In the stage of modern industry, the free movement of capital results in periods of violent competitive conflict, such as in the consumer electronics industry today, and periods of subdued struggle, in which capitalists achieve an unstable cooperation among themselves. In the first 2 decades after the Second World War, international competitiveness was relatively dormant due to the overwhelming hegemony of U.S. capital, a hegemony now on the wane. It is no accident that the monopoly capital school and dependency theory flourished during this period of U.S. economic hegemony. However, the period of subdued competition was the calm before the outbreak of a competitive process marked by the centralization of capital on a world scale. 3.3 Export of money capital. If one considers capitalism to be characterized by competition, then the expansion of capital follows logically, and no further explanation of the movement of capital is required for the concrete case of international capital movements. The dynamism of capitalism in the stage of manufacture generated the export of commodity capital. In the case of underdeveloped areas, this resulted in the blocking of capitalist development through an alliance between merchant capital and local pre-capitalist ruling classes. The transition to modern industry swept away the mediating role of merchants' capital in trade and also created the possibility for the export of money capital and productive capital. In order to understand the consequences of capital export in these two latter forms, let us first consider the movement of money capital in the abstract. Banks lend money on the condition that it be repaid with interest. Whether or not the money is used as capital by the borrower does not alter the fact that to the banker it is self-expanding value, money capital. For example, in a developed country, a bank may lend to a worker, who uses the money to have his house painted, pay medical bills, etc. No productive labor may result, nor even a use value be produced, yet the money is capital for the lender. The same conclusion applies when banks lend money to the capitalist state, which may use the money to pay military salaries or unemployment benefits. Thus the movement of capital need not stimulate capitalist activities even in a purely capitalist society, though most lending is from capitalist to capitalist in bourgeois economies. In this way financial capital is formally symmetrical with merchant capital. Both have the appearance of self-expanding value, and neither requires capitalist production in order to expand its value, at least formally. There is a major difference between merchant capital and financial capital, however. Merchant capital predated industrial capital, so its independence of bourgeois production has not only a formal but a real basis. Indeed, as merchant capital increasingly traded the products of industrial capital, its importance declined. Financial capital, on the other hand, developed as a consequence of industrial capital and its independency of bourgeois production is merely formal. It exists everywhere as a partner with industrial capital. It is now possible to summarize how capital export operates in the stage of modern industry. The export of money capital to underdeveloped countries, beginning in the second half of the 19th century on a large scale, was not for capitalist production for the most part. On the contrary, much of it was to governments which represented pre-capitalist states. Therefore, the export of capital tended to strengthen pre-capitalist ruling classes, as the export of commodity Kapitalhedon. Lenin's comment the reactionary nature of imperialism was an astute assessment of this relationship of financial capital to pre-capitalist classes. However, just as the export of money capital grew qualitatively more important than the export of commodity capital in the mid-19th century, so the export of productive capital assumed precedence over the export of money capital in the mid-20th century. Once the export of productive capital to underdeveloped countries reached major proportions, the capitalist transformation of the underdeveloped world was a necessary consequence. In other words, the major tendency of capitalism in the period of the export of productive capital is the progressive elimination of pre-capitalist formations and the emergence of the industrial proletariat as an economic and political force. It is this phenomenon which Lenin treated in detail in Imperialism, for this form of capital export characterized capital's expansion from the 1860s to the First World War. In the 19th century, many capital moved fly among advanced capitalist countries and served as capital in the hands of the borrowers. During the second half of the century, for example, large amounts of money capital flowed from Britain to North America, financing railroads and manufacturing enterprises. On the other hand, most of the money capital export to underdeveloped areas was to governments representing pre-capitalist states or to mercantile interests engaged in overseas trade. 25 The effect of the export of money capital to underdeveloped areas was contradictory, reflecting the fact that financial capital is formally independent of industrial capital, on the one hand, but is engendered by it historically, on the other. By lending to pre-capitalist states, financial capital strengthened the rule of pre-capitalist classes in their struggle against the emergence of local bourgeoisies. The alliances forged between financial capital and the landed oligarchy in Latin America were extremely long-lived, persisting to this day in the more backward countries of the region. 26 While in the political sphere the export of money capital strengthened pre-capitalist rule, in the economic sphere it was the leading wedge of capitalist penetration and transformation of pre-capitalist social relations. It is this aspect of finance capital which Lenin stressed. 27 Money capital exported to underdeveloped areas was a potential source of financing capitalist enterprises, whether the Shapan depended upon the extent of the previous export of commodity capital had generated a dispossessed labor force. In extremely backward areas, such as the interior of Peru, the construction of railroads, financed from abroad, occurred with forced labor. At the same time, capitalist enterprise was restricted to enclaves, mining and plantation agriculture, because pre-capitalist Latin America provided extremely restricted markets for commodities. Moreover, in many cases the mining and plantation enclaves strengthened pre-capitalist relations. In Peru, the sugar plantations were first based upon virtual slave labor and later on the debt servitude of peasants from the highlands. Mining activity had a history of forced labor from colonial times, and the new mining enterprises of the late 19th century were only nominally capitalist in their social relations. 28 Thus, the effect of the export of money capital was not a simple matter of reinforcing pre-capitalist states on the one hand while undermining pre-capitalist production on the other. For latent within the export of money capital there was the progressive thrust of productive capital. But since the lingering effect of the export of money capital was to block the development of wage labor, a considerable passage of time was required to link the revolutionizing power of productive capital to the export of money capital. It is an indication of Lenin's deep understanding of capitalism's dynamics that he could see that the export of money capital would necessarily revolutionize social relations in underdeveloped areas. But this insight was in advance of events, and some supporters of Lenin's position were too optimistic about the speed at which pre-capitalist societies would be transformed. 29. 3.4 The export of productive capital. No Marxist would take issue with defining capitalism as progressive if its expansion tends to break down pre-capitalist formations and in the process generates wage-labor relations. Such a judgment is not an endorsement of the capitalist system of exploitation, but reflects the conclusion that the working class is the agent of the overthrow of capitalism and all forms of exploitation. Judging the expansion of capitalist labor relations as progressive is what distinguishes utopian from scientific socialism. 30 Therefore, the expansion of productive capital in underdeveloped countries is necessarily progressive, since it means the growth of the proletariat. This does not imply that the export of productive capital is necessarily progressive. The export of productive capital is a retarding force if it has the effect of not expanding capitalist relations in underdeveloped countries. A necessary but not sufficient condition for this would be that the export of productive capital did not result in the growth of the working class. The growth of the working class necessarily implies the development of capitalism, since it draws labor out of pre-capitalist relations and expands the market for commodities. Capitalism can, of course, break down pre-capitalist relations without a growth of wage labor. This occurs when capitalism eliminates artisanal or peasant production but throws the displaced workers into the reserve army of the unemployed. This may well have occurred during the stage of manufacture in Europe, when the dispossession of the peasantry and the ruination of the artisanal class proceeded much more rapidly than the growth of the capitalist employment of labor. A similar decline is occurring in many underdeveloped countries today. But the relevant criterion for judging the development of capitalism is the growth of the proletariat, not the condition of the peasantry and artisans, which capitalism necessarily undermines. The destruction of the local capitalist class by foreign capital, sometimes called the denationalization of ownership, is itself largely irrelevant to the issue of the progressiveness of capitalism. What generates a new era in the class struggle is the growth of the proletariat, irrespective of who has ownership of the capital which dominates labor. The issue then is under what circumstances is productive capital exported to underdeveloped countries, and why does it not accumulate once it is in place in those countries? Dependency theorists argue that this occurs because foreign capital in the age of imperialism is monopolistic. Foreign monopolies presumably enter underdeveloped countries, destroy local capital, and then protect their markets. In the absence of competition, there is no pressure for accumulation and further capitalist development is blocked. 31 This argument is contradicted by empirical evidence. Throughout the underdeveloped world, the proletariat is larger than it was a decade ago, particularly in Latin America. Further, the monopoly view of international capital cannot be sustained theoretically if monopoly is understood to mean the absence of competition. The monopoly argument and its stress on the blocking of the development of national capital has much in common with Sismondi's critique of capitalism made 150 years ago. Just as Sismondi stressed the ruination of the peasantry and saw the expansion of capital and wage labor as impoverishing and weakening society, so dependency theorists stress the ruination of national capital and deny the general expansion of capital. After the Second World War, the disintegration of pre-capitalist formations, particularly in Latin America, was sufficiently advanced to elicit the export of productive capital on a large scale. With this development, the revolutionizing impulse of capitalist relations, an impulse which had largely exhausted itself in the advanced countries, became the dominant tendency in the underdeveloped world. In the last 3 decades, Lenin's far-sighted prediction of the rapid development of capitalism throughout the world has been realized. For conclusion, the theory of periodization developed here is based on the internal dynamics of the accumulation process. The major foundations of capital's history are the production of absolute surplus value and relative surplus value. Other writers who use the same theoretical basis propose a third stage. Fine and Harris call this stage state monopoly capitalism, and Mondale uses the term late capitalism. 32 While these writers provide important insights into the changing character of capitalist institutions, it has not been established that they have defined a separate stage of development. Because capital can be exported in three forms, it is tempting to draw the conclusion that capitalism passes through three stages. The different forms of capital export certainly represent three ways in which capitalism penetrates pre-capitalist formations, but these are stages in the disintegration of those formations, not necessarily stages in the development of the capitalist system as a whole. Many changes have occurred within capitalism in the last 100 years which are profound, but they do not therefore signal a new stage of capitalism's development. The theory of periodization presented here shows that the export of capital to underdeveloped areas first strengthens pre-capitalist rule, later continues to do so in a contradictory way, and finally acts to destroy pre-capitalist social relations and construct capitalist ones in their place. Using the term progressive in its strict Marxist sense, the conclusion follows that capitalism is progressive in the stage of modern industry, though more than 1/2 century passed before the progressive tendency clearly emerged. The fact that the export of capital tends to develop capitalism in the underdeveloped world does not imply that accumulation in those countries will be continuous or that they will eventually enter the ranks of the advanced capitalist countries. The manner in which capitalism develops in the underdeveloped countries, and in particular the limits to accumulation in the context of underdevelopment, though an issue of major importance, is not considered here. But its consideration must be based on the recognition of the progressive expansion of capital in underdeveloped countries, not on a monopoly analysis that denies that expansion. Chapter 7. Equilibrium, Uneven Development, and the Tendency of the Rate of Profit to Fall. Since the publication of Volume 3 of Capital, debate has raged over Marx's theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in advanced capitalist society. Unfortunately, the debate often takes an extremely rarefied form, so rarefied that its implications for theory, much less for practice, are at best obscure. This is indeed unfortunate, since the debate, abstract as it may seem at times, is fundamental to political practice. What is at stake is whether capitalism is by its nature stable and capable of sustained dynamism, or whether the accumulation of capital is self-limiting. It must be stressed that the issue is not whether Marx was right or whether his theory can be defended, but rather what is the actual nature of capitalist accumulation and the correct way to analyze it. The link between theoretical analysis and the political outlook and practice of particular individuals cannot be made mechanistically. However, the debate over the tendency of the rate of profit to fall does correspond to the debate over revolutionary strategy. If, as argued below, the process of capitalist accumulation is inherently unstable, then it follows that a system of commodity production cannot be altered in such a way as to eliminate that instability. Rather, commodity production must be abolished. If, on the other hand, the accumulation of capital finds its limits in aggregate demand or in wage pressures, then a managed, rationalist system of commodity production becomes a political possibility, at least as a transitional social formation on thero ato a fully proletarian state. Obviously involved here is the debate over the possibility of a peaceful road for socialist transformation. The purpose of these comments is not to label underconsumptionists and profit squeeze theorists as reformists and to bless others as revolutionaries. Such labels close out debate among comrades rather than facilitating it. Our point is that the debate over the tendency for the rate of profit to fall relates directly to key questions of political strategy, the role of the wage struggle and economistic demands, possible divisions within the capitalist class and their significance, and class alliances for the overthrow of capitalism and the construction of socialism. The hearts of untold thousands of Marxists must have sunk to read the obituary of Marx's theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. We are not told where the funeral was held, but one can presume that the theoretical remains were laid to rest in Highgate Cemetery alongside the great revolutionary himself, marked by a tombstone financed by subscriptions from orthodox Marxists. Despite this grave passing, while the ground is still fresh, so to speak, it is worth considering whether we have here a case similar to Samuel Clemens reading his obituary in a newspaper and commenting, "The reports of my death are greatly exaggerated." The apparently deadly blow to the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall occurs in an article by Nobuo Okishio. That article was published almost 20 years ago, but his arguments have continued to be developed by others. Point 1. In what follows we consider Okishio-type arguments, particularly their analytical method and their treatment of competition, money, and fixed capital. The Okishio argument is disarmingly simple, if one considers two static equilibria, holding the standard of living of the working class constant. Technical changes which lower the unit costs of commodities must raise the equilibrium rate of profit. For some, this buries the LTRPF forever, since it appears to contradict Marx's central argument that it is the progressive development of productive forces which gives rise to the LTRPF, which undermines accumulation. Point 2. For Marx, this is the single most important law of political economy. In what follows, we evaluate the Okishio argument and how it has been elaborated by others, to see if, like in the famous story by Poe, we have a premature burial. 2. The argument elaborated. In the introduction, I briefly summarized the Okishio argument, and now I present that hypothesis in more detail so that it be clear what is under criticism. There are similarities between the Okishio method and the general Sraffian approach, so much so that the former can be interpreted as part of the latter worldview. However, it is not the purpose of this article to undertake a critique of Sraffian theory. The purpose is the much more limited one of critiquing the recent literature on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which bases itself on what is called the Okishio theorem. Within this limited context, fundamental issues of scientific method arise, such as the proper method of abstraction. All theoretical disagreements can be carried back to differences in method of abstraction, but the present critique will not locate itself at such a fundamental level. As important as such debates are, to enter into them here would obscure and push to the background the specific issue at hand, namely the importance and implications of the Okishio critique of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The fundamental questions of method have been debated elsewhere. 3. And those familiar with the debates will recognize their implicit presence as our argument unfolds. The Okishio theorem is quite straightforward and can be summarized without reference to esoteric mathematics, though those mathematics provide a rigor of proof with which we take no exception. Let a closed production system be uniquely defined by a prevailing technology in each department of production and a unique standard of living for the working class, where the latter is some unique collection of commodities. In this production system, a positive rate of profit for the system as a whole is implied, assuming that the prevailing techniques allow a level of productivity for which the net product of the system exceeds the production necessary to satisfy the standard of living for all employed workers. In the terms Marx used, this means necessary labor time is less than total current labor time, though it is unnecessary to use Marx's terminology to explain the Okishio theorem, and probably misleading to do so. The heart of the Okishio critique of the theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is the analysis of the consequence of the availability of a new technology in one or more sectors of the production system. Point 4. The first crucial step in the analysis is the specification of the decision rule upon which capitalists act when considering the adoption of a new technology. The decision rule reflects common sense. Capitalists will adopt a new technology if and only if the new technology is anticipated to lower unit costs of production. The unit cost calculation is assumed to be on the basis of prevailing prices, both of the inputs and the output, though obviously technological change will in general alter relative prices over time. However, the calculation of costs on the basis of current prices is a strength of the Okishio theorem, for it does not apparently require capitalists to predict the consequences of the technical change beyond the parochial impact on their immediate production costs. It is then possible to demonstrate that all technological changes which conform to this rule, when adopted by all capitalists in a sector, will have the effect of raising the implicit rate of profit for the closed production system as a whole. And if we postulate some process by which the rate of profit equalizes across sectors, this equalized rate of profit, the rate of profit realized by capitalists in each sector, will also be higher than the rate of profit that prevailed before the new technique were generally adopted. The reason for this result is that the technical change introduced under the decision rule must necessarily reduce the total labor time, current and past, necessary to produce the products within the production system. The theorem can be summarized as follows: given the standard of living of the working class, technical changes which rational capitalists will introduce, when generally adopted, will raise the overall rate of profit. Or even briefer, ceteris paribus, technical change raises the rate of profit. Anyone familiar with Marx's theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall will immediately see the apparently devastating implication of the Ocasio theorem. Whether or not one thinks that Marx had a profit squeeze theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, it is universally agreed that he sought also to formulate theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall for a given standard of living of the working class. And in this theory, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is the consequence of technological change, or more explicitly, of increases in the productivity of labor, defined as more output per worker per unit of time. The Ocasio theorem apparently refutes this. Marx said that productivity changes cause a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Ocasio showed that productivity increases cause a tendency for the rate of profit to rise. Marx apparently stands refuted. I will argue that the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is not refuted by the Ocasio theorem, indeed, that the theorem is largely irrelevant to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, unless one interprets the law a particular way. It should be noted that my purpose is not primarily to defend Marx. Even less to compare the Ocasio critique to Marx's writings. Rather, my purpose is to demonstrate that there is a tendency for the rate of profit to fall in capitalist society, and that the Ocasio theorem has not refuted the existence of this tendency. To initiate my critique, I point out several characteristics of the Ocasio analysis, each of which demands attention. First, in terms of formal mathematics, all sectors of the production system are treated as if each could be aggregated into a single production unit, or single capital. This notwithstanding, the analysis of technical changes at a level of individual capitals. Implicitly involved here is the familiar assumption of the representative firm. The only way that one can both treat a sector as an aggregate and consider the behavior of one capital within it as typical is by assuming all the capitals within the sector to be the same. The point is a logical one, and its implications will be pursued below. At this point, I am not making a criticism, but only identifying the characteristics of the model. Second, and related to the first, the Ocasio theorem compares two states of static equilibrium in order to draw its conclusion. This is stated explicitly by Van Parages, who writes that it is impossible for a fall in the equilibrium rate of profit to generate crises. Throughout the Ocasio analysis we are dealing with equilibrium profit rates, equilibrium prices, and equilibrium values. Further, the equilibria are presumed to be stable, for otherwise a dynamic analysis would be required and none is offered. Third, in the Ocasio analysis there is no exchange as such, for in equilibrium will waste view the production system after all market have been cleared, and cleared at equilibrium prices. As a consequence, money as such plays no part in the analysis. This point in and of itself is not a criticism or an original observation about static equilibrium models. It becomes important, however, in the context of a dynamic analysis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Fourth, the critique is formulated within a model in which there is strict division between variables and parameters, which is characteristic of static equilibrium analysis. On the one hand, the model treats technology and the standard of living of the working class as exogenously determined. These two central elements are not analyzed, but are taken as given. Within the model, the manner in which they can change is not specified, except for the indirect constraint on technical change set by the cost-price decision rule. On the other hand, wages, prices, and profits are variables, determined in effect by the parameters. This dichotomizing of the elements of the theory has two consequences. First, the variables are explained. Equilibrium, uneven development, and the tendency of the rate 137. By elements which themselves go unexplained. The indeterminacy of one set of elements is solved by assuming but not explaining another set of elements. Further, the structure excludes an analysis of how the variables might exert causality upon the parameters. To be explicit, the dichotomy between variables and parameters rules out the possibility of one of the parameters, namely technology, undergoing change out of equilibrium. Of course, it would not be impossible for the elaborators of Okishio's critique to formulate a model in which technology and the standard of living are endogenous. But they have not done so, and this omission is not accidental. We shall argue that if they did so, their results would be quite different. Overall, the approach is one of comparing static equilibria, which is ill-designed by its nature to analyze the dynamic passage from one equilibrium to the next. In comparing static states, the question of stability of the equilibria is not treated, but rather subsumed under the rubric of competition. This use of equilibrium analysis has the consequence of excluding time from the model, except in a purely formalistic way. The treatment of time is formalistic in that the past, present and future in the theory are perfectly interchangeable. The time sequence of the different equilibria can be altered merely by changing the subscripts on the equations. We are not dealing here with chronological time, but logical steps from one equilibrium to another, Robinson's famous islands characterized by different technologies, and the islands can be visited in any order. This implication of the Okishio critique becomes extremely limiting analytically when an attempt is made to treat fixed capital, as we see below. As a final note before a counter-critique, I should stress that my characterization of the Okishio model has not been made to accuse it of lack of realism, though it is not realistic, if by realism one means corresponding to the concrete. Rather, the purpose has been to show the limited phenomena which the model can treat, whether realistically or unrealistically. My argument will be that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is a law of capitalist accumulation, a law of uneven development. Firmly located in equilibrium theory, the Okishio model cannot incorporate this law in any way, so it has not so much refuted it as excluded it logically. I do not exclude the possibility that the defenders of the model could render their analysis dynamic. It is, however, for them to demonstrate that their analysis is relevant to the dynamic processes of capitalist accumulation. Such an attempt would be welcomed, not in small part because it would probably support the argument which follows. Point 6. 3. The Okishio model and the harmony of competition. Central to the Okishian model is a particular and ahistorical view of competition. In the model, competition renders all things the same, generalizing the adoption of the most advanced techniques, which is necessary for their stable equilibria. This view of competition is essentially neoclassical and counterintuitive in its treatment of the interaction of capitals. In neoclassical economics, competition is a mechanism which renders capitals identical. Competition here creates equilibrium, a situation of harmonious coexistence of many capitals within each sector of social production. This homogenizing effect of competition is absolutely essential for the analysis, for without no status equilibrium is possible. Consider a sector of the economy in which there are capitals of varying efficiencies, enjoying different rates of profit by virtue of selling at different cost prices. Such a circumstance is by definition inconsistent with equilibrium, since the conditions are present for the expansion of some capitals relative to others. As a consequence, price, market shares, total production, and the average conditions of production are not uniquely determined. The disequilibrium nature of such a situation is easily demonstrated. If within a sector, different capitals use different production techniques, then the average conditions of production are not independent of the distribution of output within the sector. Further, it is not justified to assume that the distribution of output by capitals is given, since the heterogeneity of techniques implies a heterogeneity of cost prices, and capitals with lower cost prices will tend to expand compared to those with higher cost prices. Thus, for a stable equilibrium, competition must be defined as a homogenizing force, or if there is uneven development, it must be assumed to operate between sectors, but not within sectors where it would change the distribution of output by capital and invalidate the assumption of a unique and exogenously given technology in each sector. We can compare the neoclassical view of competition to the analysis of a tennis match. The average tennis fan would analyze a field of, say, 16 contestants, by predicting that the competition among the players would be resolved, in general, by one player emerging victorious over the others. This prediction would be based on an assessment of the relative abilities of the contestants. The Okashio model, on the other hand, would argue that in the process of play, the weaker players would improve to the level of the stronger, and that the tournament would reach a state of equilibrium in which all matches were continually at deuce point. Such an equilibrium is as unlikely in the competition among capitals as at Wimbledon. Yet this is the competitive relationship required in the analysis of the Okashio model. As pointed out before, we are not arguing that the Okashio model cannot incorporate uneven development. However, were it to do so, the static equilibrium framework would have to be discarded, and it is for the defenders of the model to show that their critique can be generalized when general equilibrium does not hold. Central to the model is this view of competition, and missing from the treatment is competition as the struggle and conflict among capitals. This omission derives from treating competition ahistorically and divorced from dynamics. Competition as an equilibrating force is ahistorical in that it is divorced from the circuit of capital, a circuit which develops and changes qualitatively over time. In the early stages of capitalist development, the extent and intensity of competition were quite limited. The underdevelopment of competition reflected both the characteristics of production and circulation in this early period. Point 7 With regard to production, both the class struggle and the development of the productive forces had not created the basis for raising surplus value relatively. Point 8 The basis of raising profits was the production of absolute surplus value or increasing the mass of profit by the concentration of capital. Point 9 In this rude state of technology, which Marx called manufacture, the technical conditions for large-scale expulsion of living labor were not present. Along with this, the social relations facilitating the centralization of capital were not well developed. The credit system was unsophisticated, making it difficult for capitalists to obtain large amounts of money capital. Under such circumstances, the expansion of individual capitals was through the capitalization of realized surplus value, a method which severely limits the qualitative changes in the work process which could be achieved, as well as limiting expansion quantitatively. To the extent that the Okashio view of competition has any historical referent, it most closely coincides to the early period of the struggle among capitals, when the circumstances of class struggle, technical development, and relations of circulation greatly limited the extent to which one capital could attack others. The relatively slow pace of technical change limited the degree to which individual capitals would gain cost-price advantages over other capitals. Credit relations restricted increases in the scale of production, circumscribing the stratification of capitals by size. The bourgeois view of competition is, in effect, an idealized extension of this period of capitalism, with emphasis upon the most historically primitive aspect of it. With overall development of the productive forces and the working class victory to limit the working day, capitalism entered into the epoch of the production of relative surplus value, the reduction of necessary labor time relative to surplus labor time by the reduction of the values of commodities. The Okashian analysis addresses itself to this epoch in its treatment of technical change, but retains an idealized theory of competition based upon the earlier epoch of the production of absolute surplus value. The law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is a law which manifests itself when the production of relative surplus value becomes dominant in the process of accumulation. The competition which Okashio models invoke to refute the law is an anachronistic, as well as idealized, concept. In order that one can move conceptually from one static equilibrium state to another, competition must play the role of rendering all capitals identical within a sector of industry. Thus, the analysis of static equilibrium requires not only the assumption of competition, but the assumption that all new capitals enter a sector with a technique of production identical to that of the most efficient capital, and further that all resident capitals also adopt this most efficient technique or cease production. Now, under what conditions would competition generate this result? It must be noted that it is not justified here to assume that the most efficient technique is generally known and established, as Romer does in his critique of Persky and Albiro 10. For this is to assume what remains to be proved. What must be shown, if the static equilibrium analysis is to be accepted, is that competition leads to even development, identical capitals. To say that techniques are known to capitalists and their development predictable, as Romer does, is merely to make the assumption of even development. In other words, what is at issue is whether competition itself engenders revolutions in the productive forces. One can only argue for a harmonizing competition if one has previously assumed that alternative production processes are given to capitalists independently of competition. Then, homogenization of capital follows as a logical conclusion, since a capitalist would have to be stupid to choose a less efficient technique. Under what circumstances would techniques be generally known and predictable in their emergence? This would occur when technical change was occurring slowly. And this corresponds to the period of the production of absolute surplus value, in the early stage of the development of capitalism. 10 Romer 1979, p. 388. Equilibrium, uneven development, and the tendency of the rate 141. Once the means of production are mass-produced and the credit system develops, the competition among capitals assumes greater intensity and becomes the mechanism of uneven development. Once the development of the productive forces becomes continuous, competition itself is motivated by the discovery of new techniques. Capitals enter into sectors of industry armed with new techniques, implying lower cost prices. Across sectors, this tends to equalize the rate of profit, but within sectors it generates uneven development, the stratification of capitals by levels of efficiency. The equalizing tendency of competition across sectors is continuously contradicted by the effect of competition within sectors. What appears in the static Okashian analysis as an equilibrating force is actually a process of cumulative uneven development. Romer criticizes this portrayal of competition generating uneven development on the grounds that he presumes that capitalists cannot correctly anticipate the pace of technical change. But such an argument presupposes the general equilibrium which competition itself is required to bring about. What must be anticipated is not merely technical developments themselves, but the profit and cost flows in the future from these developments. These can only be anticipated if the static equilibrium upon which the price calculations are made will actually occur. The internal circularity of Okashio-type arguments is quite clear when their treatment of competition is scrutinized. The analysis bases its critique upon comparison of static equilibrium states in which each sector of the economy can be treated as a single capital. This, in turn, requires some mechanism to render all capitals in a sector identical. The mechanism is labeled competition. In order that the assumption of competition not be the same as merely assuming all capitals to be identical, the argument must specify how the competitive struggle would lead to similarity among capitals. This is achieved by granting capitalists perfect foresight, and this requires knowledge of future static equilibrium prices and costs. But such knowledge is irrelevant unless the static equilibrium will actually come to prevail. And it will come to prevail only if competition generates even development. Having followed this line of argument, we see that competition in this theory is nothing more than the assumption of static equilibrium itself. In summary, we see that the movement of capital among industries to equalize the rate of profit is also the process of uneven development. The struggle among capitals has the contradictory effect of tending to equalize returns among sectors and to generate unequal returns among sectors. It is a mistake to conceive of the struggle among capitals as an equilibrating mechanism, for it does not establish a stable, sustainable relationship among capitals. The tendency of the rate of profit to equalize hides a fierce competitive struggle within industries. Point 11. By ignoring the struggle among capitals, Okashio, like neoclassicists, treats the interaction of capitals as an equilibrating force, though in fact it is the source of uneven development. Consideration of competition among capitals, as opposed to competition in the abstract divorced from social relations of production, renders static equilibrium comparisons irrelevant. A further point needs to be made. The model, in its treatment of competition, equates the tendency for profit rates to equalize with the equalization itself, and therefore interprets Marx as an equilibrium theorist because he postulated an equalizing tendency. Whether Marx was or was not is of limited interest, for in terms of logic there is no reason why a tendency need result in an equilibrium, for a tendency can set in motion forces which contradict it. Because of the nature of capitalist social relations, capital is mobile and forced by competition to move in response to differences in profit rates across industries. This movement is not just a movement of money capital, but also involves the reorganization and reallocation of the elements of production, one aspect of which is technical change. Even if the movement of capital results in a momentary equalization of profit rates across industries, there is no logical basis for presuming that the conditions of competition within each sector are such as to maintain this momentary situation. For money briefly considered. The capitalist mode of production is the first in which the reproduction of class relations and class rule involves the general circulation of the products of labor as commodities. As commodities, these values must be exchanged against money in order that capital may realize value in a general social form, a form in which that value can again be employed as capital. Marx symbolized this unending circulation with the symbols M, C, P, C, M. No consideration of capitalist production is possible without a treatment of money. This point is not novel, but the Ocasio model does not appreciate its importance. A moment's reflection shows that comparative aesthetic scene effect define money out of existence. To understand this, we need briefly to treat the functions of money in capitalistic society. The most obvious role of money in capitalist circulation is as means of circulation. In this role, money is the agent of the movement of commodities, circulating commodities which fall out of circulation to be consumed in the production process or directly by workers and capitalists. This function necessarily implies other functions. A capitalist must exchange his commodities against money or the surplus value latent in those commodities goes unrealized and cannot be converted into capital. However, once commodities are realized as money, the possibility of an interruption in circulation is created. Since money is the generalist expression of social labor, it can be held as a claim on all other commodities, i.e., money need not be realized, since it is by definition and practice realized value, generalist wealth in the abstract. 12 In and among states of equilibrium this function of money as store of value has no significance. By definition, in equilibrium all exchanges have already occurred smoothly or are occurring smoothly without interruption. In equilibrium there is no motivation by capitalists to hold money idle, unless one presumes hoarded cash balances, which must also be in equilibrium consistent with the stability conditions of the static state. As a consequence, the assumption of static equilibrium assumes away the fundamental contradictions of a money economy, the division between money as means of circulation and money as means of payment. These, in turn, are closely related to money as a store of value and the possibility of an interruption in the circulation of capital. In the process of accumulation, exchanges between capitalists for the means of production occur on the basis of credit, so that a pyramid of indebtedness builds up as accumulation proceeds. Here, credit is serving as a means of circulation. At some later point, these debts must be paid off, at which time money acts as a means of payment. In its role as means of payment, money does not circulate commodities, but cancels debts contracted by the circulation of commodities during a previous period. If the analysis restricts itself to states of equilibrium, the distinction between means of circulation and means of payment is trivial. In equilibrium, by definition, any incongruity between circulation of commodities and payment for commodities has been eliminated. However, if we allow for the cumulative uneven development generated by the competition among capitals, then the possibility of credit crises presents itself. 13 These crises can result from changes in the values of commodities or from changes in the value of money itself. If either or both occur, capitalists may be unable to cancel the debts they previously incurred. 14 All this is ruled out by considering equilibrium states, For in equilibrium all markets are cleared, including financial markets. By restricting itself to equilibrium states, the model first rules out any disruptions in accumulation arising from the process of value formation 15 and second rules out any contradictions in the circulation or non-circulation of money which results from the process of value formation. In such an analysis one searches in vain for a crisis theory. It has ruled out the forms crises necessarily take in capitalist society. In effect, we are offered a model of capitalist society without money. The importance of this is demonstrated in the next section. 5. Fixed capital and circulation. The omission of any meaningful consideration of money by Ocasio becomes particularly glaring when others generalize the critique of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall to include fixed capital. The latter term must be placed in inverted commas, since their analysis fails to distinguish fixed capital from circulating constant capital in a meaningful way. In the context of static equilibrium, fixed capital for the Ocasio model is constant capital which lasts longer than one production period. As Marx pointed out, this is merely the basis of the distinction, not the distinction itself. 16. It fails analytically because it does not recognize the twofold nature of fixed means of production. Like all commodities, they are both values and use values. When considering the production of value, the relevant distinction is between constant and variable capital. Constant capital is exchanged against the means of production whose value is passed on unchanged in production. Variable capital is exchanged against labor power, which when consumed by capital, expands value. However, when one analyzes the circulation of capital, the relevant distinction is between fixed and circulating capital for the production of value is presupposed. Fixed capital has two characteristics important for the circulation process. First, the use value of fixed means of production does not circulate, only its value does. Unlike other means of production, fixed means of production undergo no change of material form in the production process. Part of their usefulness is exhausted through wear and tear. What is transferred to commodities in the labor process by consumption of fixed capital is value, and value alone. Second, and related to the first point, fixed means of production impart their value to commodities piecemeal, over several production and circulation cycles. As a result, a portion of the value of fixed capital does not circulate, but remains fixated in material objects. This second characteristic lends a special character to the circulation of fixed capital. Since fixed means of production have been purchased with money, they must be replaced by a subsequent money exchange when their usefulness is exhausted. Their value is transferred, passed on to the commodities continuously, but they are replaced discretely. 17 This reflects the twofold nature of fixed means of production. As values, they shrink with their material wearing out, and this value is accumulated continuously as money for their replacement. As use values, they are replaced all at once. By reference to concepts previously employed, we can summarize by saying that the transformation of fixed means of production from productive capital to money capital occurs continuously with the realization of new commodities in money form. However, the transformation of money capital back into productive capital for these fixed means of production is a separate, discontinuous process. Realization of value and replacement of use value are separate processes. It should now be clear why fixed capital is defined by how it circulates. In all societies, labor processes have included means of production with a lifespan longer than a single production period. This is only the basis of the difference between fixed and circulating capital. The difference itself is the manner in which value is transmitted and use values replaced in each case. For circulating capital, value is transmitted completely and the use values replaced upon resumption of the circuit of capital. For fixed capital, value is transmitted incrementally and replacement of use values necessarily deferred. We can now see that the attempt to generalize to fixed capital within the Ocasio framework is no generalization at all, but merely a mathematical treatment of fixed capital as if it were circulating capital. By considering states of equilibrium, the difference between how fixed capital transmits its value and how fixed capital is realized is eliminated from the analysis. What we observe in an equilibrium state is a moment after both transmission of value and realization of value have occurred. What has been done in essence is to define the turnover period between equilibrium states to be equal to the time period necessary to realize all the value objectified in fixed means of production. In short, fixed capital is incorporated into the Okishio analysis by treating it as circulating capital. In effect, fixed capital is treated as a commodity which circulates. Out of equilibrium, the difference between the transmission and realization of the value of fixed capital assumes a contradictory character. The possibility exists that conditions may change such that the transmission of value cannot quantitatively correspond to the realization of that value. The struggle among capitals turns this possibility into an actuality. As technical change proceeds, the value of commodities falls. Older means of production progressively become less efficient compared to new ones. As values fall, part of the value in old means of production becomes unrealizable. In effect, part of the value of old means of production becomes socially unnecessary, and must be absorbed by individual capitals by monetary losses. 18. It should be clear that this contradiction between value transmission and value realization is closely entwined with the division between money as means of circulation and money as means of payment, considered in the previous section. There we pointed out that changes in values can create a situation in which the money realized upon sale of commodities is not sufficient to act as means of payment for means of production previously contracted for with credit money. Competition stimulates technical change, which devalues existing fixed capital, so that the total value it transmits to commodities is less than its initial value. The money capital which returns after realization of commodities will be less than the money capital advanced for fixed means of production. Such difficulties are inherent in capitalist circulation due to the devaluation of fixed capital by technical change. This process of devaluation is lost by treating static states. In equilibria, all capitals are assumed identical, so uneven development is ruled out by definition. All exchanges have occurred under equilibrating assumptions, so there is no difference between sale and payment for commodities. The transmission, realization, and replacement of fixed capital are simultaneous and instantaneous, so no devaluation of fixed capital can occur. It is hardly surprising that Okishio models get no tendency for the rate of profit to fall or crises in their system. 6. Accumulation and dynamics. Throughout history, humanity's struggle to control nature and produce the products which society requires has been characterized by uneven development of the productive process. In feudal Europe, for example, productivity varied among manors, due to the natural condition of the soil, if for no other reason. In capitalist society, this uneven development of the productive forces takes an fundamental importance, for in capitalist society the productive forces are mobile. This creates a contradiction within capitalist society, between the uneven development itself and the competitive nature of capital as a social relation. These two contradictory elements were elaborated by Marx in two laws, the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the law of the counteracting tendencies to the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The first, the law as such, is a law of the development of the productive forces. The second is a law of the interaction of capitals. In effect, the Okishio model considers only the law as such, and divorces the development of the productive forces from the social relations within which that development occurs. In order to develop these two laws, we must first consider the nature of technical change, which in the first instance impacts upon the labor process itself. Therefore, it needs to be treated as the relationship between use values before its impact on values, prices, wages, and profits can be considered. Increases in the productivity of labor involve, by definition, workers producing more products per unit of time. This is achieved through the division of labor within the labor process. The division of labor comes about by use of more machinery, so that each production task is reduced to a simple operation carried out mechanically. Marx called this the expelling of living labor from the production process. The result of technical change, therefore, is in general to increase the technical composition of capital, or the relationship between the mass of the means of production and the labor power required to operate and process those means of production. The new technology implies a new set of values for the economy and a new set of relative exchange values. However, at the moment the new technology is introduced, the new values and new exchange relationships are only latent in the new technology, and must await the interaction of capitals to realize them. This point does not refer to merely a logical progression, but to the actual process of accumulation. Technical change first alters conditions in the sphere of production, and subsequently conditions in the sphere of circulation. Okishio models treat the two as occurring simultaneously. A rise in the technical composition of capital has the immediate impact of raising the ratio of constant to variable capital at the prevailing values. Since the prevailing values also determine the rate of surplus value, a rise in the technical composition of capital has occurred but the rate of surplus value has not changed. This process is the law as such. The technical composition of capital measured in the values prevailing when the new technology was introduced was called by Marx the organic composition of capital. At this point the development of the productive forces is inconsistent with prevailing values, and a dynamic process of adjustment is necessary. This process of adjustment is the operation of the law of the counteracting tendencies to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The interaction of capitals leads to the reduction of values, which cheapens the commodities which go to make up constant and variable capital. The technical composition of capital undergoes revaluation as values change. The valorized composition of capital consistent with the new technology Marx called the value composition of capital. These two concepts, the organic and value compositions, enable us to analyze two distinct but interrelated phenomena within the process of accumulation, the development of the productive forces and the adjustment in circulation to that development. The adjustment to that development counteracts the tendency of the profit to fall into ways. First, the commodities which make up constant capital may fall in value more than the commodities that make up the normal consumption of the working class. This would counteract the rise in the organic composition of capital. Much more important is the rise in the rate of surplus value due to the cheapening of commodities. What the Okishio model does in effect is to eliminate completely the process of value formation. It takes the technical changes as given, interprets them narrowly as nothing more than changes in technical coefficients in an input-outputable, then calculate heat exchange relationships they would imply were they to prevail in each sector. This equilibrium calculation abstracts from the social relations of capitalist reproduction, competition, money, and the capitalist nature of fixed means of production. These are precisely the elements which create instability within a capitalist economy. With this in mind, we can see the insight provided by the Okishio critique. Abstracting as it does from the social relations of capitalist society, the critique demonstrates that it is not the development of the productive forces as such which limits the accumulation process. On the contrary, if the productive forces could develop smoothly and evenly, capitalist society would not be inherently unstable. Capitalist society is beset by crises because the productive forces develop in the context of specific social relations which make that development uneven, and that even development calls for resolution in the form of economic crises. We therefore owe Okishio a debt, for he has rigorously demonstrated the primary role of social relations in capitalist society. 3_010. Chapter 8. The expansion of capital and uneven development on a world scale. This paper explains the divergence among countries in level of development in terms of primary and secondary uneven development, both resulting from the process of accumulation. Primary uneven development arises because of the more dynamic expansion of capitalist countries relatively to countries in which capitalism is incipient. This difference is inherent in the social relations of capital. Secondary uneven development occurs within the group of predominantly capitalist countries, due to competition and adoption of technical innovations within the social relations of capital. The former generates divergence, the latter exhibits a cyclical pattern of convergence and divergence with convergence the long-term tendency. 1. Introduction. That the development of capital is uneven is a fundamental conclusion of the Marxian analysis of accumulation, which distinguishes it from the equilibrium approach of the neoclassicals. In the neoclassical approach, competition and the movement of capital are equilibrating forces which narrow differences among firms, regions, and countries. Indeed, an apparent anomaly in neoclassical analysis is its prediction of a convergence of development among these, and persistent inequality among agents, with the latter arising because the initial distribution of productive assets is taken as given. Recent work, especially by UNCTAD and Pritchett, has demonstrated that over the last 100 years there is no evidence of a leveling convergence of growth rates, and, therefore, levels of per capita income. This paper provides further evidence of the uneven development of capitalism on a world scale, and offers a theoretical explanation for the phenomenon. We explain divergence in terms of primary and secondary uneven development. Primary uneven development arises because of the more dynamic expansion of capitalist countries relative to countries in which capitalism is incipient. This difference is inherent in the social relations of capital. Secondary uneven development occurs within the group of predominantly capitalist countries, due to competition and adoption of technical innovations within the social relations of capital. The former generates divergence, the latter exhibits a cyclical pattern of convergence and divergence, with convergence the long-term tendency. The issue of divergence is introduced by an elaboration of the orthodox or neoclassical argument that trade, and trade combined with capital mobility, should result in the convergence of levels of development worldwide. As for so much of orthodox theory, this analysis is instructive by demonstrating the highly restrictive conditions under which its conclusions follow logically. The discussion then turns to the Marxian framework. At a superficial level, Marxian theory could also be interpreted as producing convergence, that non-capitalist social relations are swept away in favor of capitalist relations. However, this interpretation reads Marx's contribution from a neoclassical perspective. After developing an analysis of divergence or uneven development, empirical evidence is presented, in order to inspect the particular form divergence has taken over the last 4 decades. 2. Convergence in neoclassical and Marxian theory. The task of a theory of growth and development has been succinctly summarized by Pritchett. Any theory that seeks to unify the world's experience with economic growth and development must address at least 4 distinct questions. What accounts for continued per capita growth and technological progressive? What accounts for the few countries that are able to initiate and sustain periods of rapid growth in which they can significantly on the leaders? What accounts for why some countries fade and lose the momentum of rapid growth? What accounts for why some countries remain in low growth for very long periods? 1. While a theory of capitalist development must address Pritchett's 4 questions, he poses them without a specification of the nature of capitalist accumulation. Analytically priorito his 4 questions as widows univen development characterize the world. This implies a second, historical, question: how does one account for the relative concentration of capitalist development in Western Europe and the settler colonies of Western Europe? 2. According to neoclassical economic theory, the distribution of levels of development on a world scale should be a simple phenomenon, derivative from internal characteristics of each country and trade and capital flows. Since economic phenomena are governed by universal laws of the behavior of individual agents, there is no theoretical basis to expect some countries to develop faster than others. 3. External factors, also universal in character, would tend to eliminate all but minor differences in levels of development. Consider first the convergence process implied by the neoclassical static trade model. Exchange between countries, even in the absence of any movement of capital or labor between countries, should result in a tendency for wage rates and profit rates to equalize. Thus conclusion is based upon a number of specific assumptions. 1. All countries have access to the same technology of production. 2. Output results from capital and labor, which can be substituted for each other in the production process. 3. The domestic structure of demand in each country is the same. 4. If one measures the factor intensity of a product by the ratio of capital to labor, and ranks all products by this ratio, the ordering is not affected by changes in wage rates or profit rates, and 5. Markets internal to each country are perfectly competitive. 6. Under these assumptions, let a country shift from a closed economy to so-called free trade. Each country will export the commodities that use intensively the factor of production that is abundant, and import commodities that are intensive in the factor which is scarce in the country. As a result of the shift in resource use, the demand for the abundant factor will rise, and the demand for the scarce factor will fall. When all adjustments are complete, wage rates and profit rates will be the same in all free trading countries. Even in its own terms, the conclusion is absurd. It implies, for example, that average wages should have fallen more or less continuously in the advanced capitalist countries over the last 100 years, not merely to have risen slower than in the underdeveloped countries. 7. However, the absurdity of the theory is instructive. In a world in which all countries apply the same technology, there would be no basis for major differences in levels of development. The concrete equivalent of the abstract assumption of perfect competition is that product and input markets operate effectively to allocate resources. For this to occur, it would be necessary for production to be organized within capitalist social relations. If all countries were fully capitalist, utilizing the same technology, then, indeed, factor prices would tend to equalize, though the process would be uneven. Therefore, neoclassical trade theory reaches an absurd theoretical conclusion, which is refuted by empirical evidence, because it excludes from its analysis the causes of uneven development. If one extends the neoclassical analysis to allow for capital flows, then the static convergence conclusion becomes dynamic. The combination of specialization according to comparative advantage and the movement of capital from labor-scarce to labor-abundant countries should combine for a powerful leveling effect. In neoclassical analysis, the convergence conclusion is unassailable theoretically, and refuted empirically. There is no apparent exit from this contradiction within the neoclassical paradigm. The standard, off-the-shelf neoclassical explanation for disappointing growth reteses bad policies by governments. This is hardly a credible argument when low growth has persisted for at least 100 years for many countries. 8. Even were this persistence not the case, state policy as an explanation for different growth rates in the long run offers no explanation for our second question, how the presently developed countries initially achieved their status. While not neoclassical, Gerschenkron's analysis of the advantages of the latecomer has been employed in the mainstream literature to make sanguine predictions that differences in level of development will tend to narrow over time. The essence of his argument was that backward countries have the advantage of drawing on a stock of technology that was developed between said countries. 9. Therefore, producers in backward countries can pass over less efficient technologies and move to the most developed ones. This, combined with appropriate institutional arrangements, can produce growth rates for latecomers considerably higher than those of advanced countries during their underdeveloped period. There is clearly some insight in this analysis, but if taken as a general prediction, it collapses empirically. Most underdeveloped countries have not closed the development gap with advanced countries, very few have done so. The analysis may establish the possibility of faster growth rates for latecomers, but does not explain why it occurs so infrequently. On a mechanistic reading of Marx, his theory of capitalism can be interpreted as predicting convergency of levels of development. If the spread of capitalist social relations is inexorable, then it would be only a matter of time until capitalist transformation of the entire world occurs. If capital moves seeking the highest rate of profit, and if profits are higher in underdeveloped countries, due to lower wages, then there would be net capital flow from developed to underdeveloped countries. As in the neoclassical case, this would through time result in a narrowing of levels of development. An argument quite close to this is found in the work of Warren. 11. This interpretation of capitalist development implies that capitalism is everywhere an engine for development, and a country is underdeveloped because its social relations are incompletely capitalist. The dependency hypothesis is the best known attempt to escape from this politically unpalatable and empirically questionable conclusion. The dependency hypothesis maintains that the development of the advanced countries has been at the expense of the underdeveloped countries. Dependency writers proposed various mechanisms by which this would occur, all of which reduce to underdeveloped countries suffering surplus extraction by developed countries. Like the policy hypothesis, the dependency hypothesis fails to address the historical question: how did one set of countries emerge as the extractors of surplus, and another as the losers of surplus? 12 Even if the historical question were solved, the dependency hypothesis proves fatally flawed by its inability to produce a logically consistent and empirically verifiable mechanism for surplus extraction. The profit remittance mechanism fails on both counts. It is a logical contradiction to argue, on the one hand, that capital flows to underdeveloped countries because of high rates of return, and, on the other, to maintain that profits are remitted rather than reinvested. Therefore it should not surprise if a empirical evidence indicates that the magnitude of profit remittances between underdeveloped and developed countries is far below what would be necessary to have a substantial growth impact, at least, before the debt crisis of the 1980s. 13. Dependency writers proposed unequal exchange as an alternative mechanism for surplus extraction. The most common form of this is the declining terms of trade argument, whose more mainstream manifestation is the Prebys-Singer thesis. This is essentially an empirically based argument. In international trade, relative prices tend to move against underdeveloped countries due to the internal characteristics of developed and underdeveloped countries. 14 While it is maybe the case for some primary products such as tropical beverages, empirical studies have not demonstrated that it systematically operates between the two sets of countries. An alternative, somewhat immune to empirical refutation, is the argument that differences in wage rates among countries result in systematic transfers of surplus. 15 The logic is deceptively simple: if all countries use the same technology, then profit rates will be higher in countries with lower wages. The movement of capital to equate profit rates will lower prices in low-wage countries and raise them in high-wage countries. While international prices will appear as equal exchange, they mask a transfer of surplus. This version of the unequal exchange argument is logically inconsistent. 16 If the commodities in question are internationally traded, it is not possible for them to sell at different prices in different countries without ad hoc institutional assumptions. Profit rates cannot equalize, because prices must do so, except for non-traded commodities. 17 Even were there a tendency for profits to equalize, despite the contradiction of a common price in international trade, the analysis would imply a net movement of capital to underdeveloped countries to equalize profit rates. If this occurred, underdeveloped countries would grow faster than the developed, resulting in convergence, not the divergence that the hypothesis seeks to predict. Finally, there is an underlying flaw in most versions of the dependency hypothesis: it does not attribute uneven development to capitalism. The initial division of the world between developed and underdeveloped countries is taken as given, and the surplus transfer mechanisms could apply to any historical period. 18 The task is to produce an analytical framework which accounts for divergence during the capitalist epoch, when differences in national and regional levels of development increased far beyond any that previously occurred. 3. Competition and uneven development. The explanation of divergence in levels of development has two parts: the character of capitalist accumulation and the nature of underdevelopment. In the Marxian literature these are 1. The process of accumulation, and 2. The articulation or interaction of modes of production. The historical emergence of capitalist social relations, wage labor within commodity production, produced the primary manifestation of uneven development, which is the division of the world into developed and underdeveloped countries. The interaction of technical change and competition within the developed capitalist countries generates a secondary uneven development across industries and regions of the capitalist countries. To explain these assertions, one must consider the process of capitalist development and accumulation. A capitalist society reproduces itself through the production and circulation of commodities. The general production of commodities that characterizes capitalism derives from the exploitation of direct producers through wage labor. The development of wage labor resulted, and continues to result, from the separation of workers from their means of production. The most obvious form of this separation is the dispossession of agricultural producers from the land, but it also applies to artisanal production. Having been dispossessed, producers are reunited with the means of production via the agency of capital. They become, in effect, the instruments of capitalist production. This change in social relations is the basis for the dynamism of the capitalist mode of production. With labor free from the means of production, capital in the form of money can marshal resources flexibly. Capitalist countries and the capitalist epoch are characterized by the movement of capital, as it shifts labor and other resources among industries and regions. While labor remains in possession of its means of production, capital is constrained in its movement. The division of the world during the late 18th and 19th centuries into advanced and backward countries, into colonial powers and colonies, arose from the dynamism of capitalist relations. This division represents the primary aspect of uneven development on a world scale: the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Germany, etc., on the one hand, and the myriad of colonies and semi-colonies, on the other. In developing his analysis, Marx made methodological innovations that distinguished him from other critics of capitalism. Others, for example Proudhon and Sismondi, criticized capitalism for excesses caused by monopoly power. These allegedly produced an unequal exchange in which capitalists appropriated value from petty commodity producers and workers. In contrast, Marx argued that what appears as excesses of capitalism are the systematic outcomes of the process of competition. Competition, not the lack of it, is the source of instability, crises, and uneven development. This analysis of competition is the antithesis of the neoclassical approach, in which competition is the source of equilibrium and even development. Neoclassical theory treats competition in terms of the representative firm, and competition creates a harmony in exchange. 19 In general, radical critics of capitalism have accepted this approach. If one attributes the ills of capitalism to monopoly, one implicitly accepts that competitive capitalism would produce a more benign outcome. Much of dependency analysis implicitly or explicitly relies upon a concept of monopoly to explain underdevelopment. 20 The nature of capitalist competition is revealed by beginning with the neoclassical analysis. In a neoclassical world, markets in the short run can be afflicted with firms earning excess profits. The entry of new firms eliminates these so-called rents, by driving down prices, until profits have been equalized across all markets. The resultant prices are socially optimal, in that they reflect the social cost and benefit of each product. In this schema, competition not only generates market clearing and equilibrium, in the long term, it also produces a socially desirable outcome. Non-Marxist critiques of this line of argument have tended to focus upon the absence of competition in actual markets to eto various sources of market power. This market failure approach accepts the fundamental orthodox argument, that competition is the mechanism that brings forth the benign aspects of capitalism. Neoclassical economists and most of their critics reach this conclusion because competition is treated independently of its capitalist nature, and because production is ignored. In a capitalist society, technical change creates the potential for variations in unit costs within sectors. At any moment in time, capitalist enterprises operate with machinery and plant whose total value has not been recaptured through production and sales. If capitalists scrapped existing techniques and replaced them with more efficient ones when the latter first appear, most capitals would incur losses. The capitalists in an industry will, if possible, delay introducing new equipment, to achieve the optimal trade-off between current operating costs and losses on capital value. The problem need not be that lack knowledge of superior techniques nor that capitalists lack the finance to acquire them, though for some capitals, one or both may be true. The problem is more fundamental, involving a contradiction between the forces and relations of production. On the one hand, technical change offers more efficient methods of producing commodities. But, techniques are ruled by capitalist rationality, and their use or non-use is motivated by the drive for profit. Until the social relations of capital are satisfied, the law of private profitability delays innovations. The delay in introducing innovations by some capitalists results in an uneven development of productive forces within an industry. At the level of appearances, competition fosters harmony and equilibrium, a tendency for a common price among producers of a similar product. Beneath this appearance, uneven development rules, with enterprises earning different profit rates due to different production techniques. If there is a systemic crisis of capitalism, which takes the form of a drop in industry demand, higher cost producers will become a non-viable. A systemic crisis can revoke bankruptcies across industries, and is the vehicle by which uneven development is reduced. In the absence of a systemic crisis of aggregate demand, an industry can be disrupted through invasion by a new producer, who comes armed with more advanced techniques and without obsolete capital whose value needs recovering. The entry of new capital into an industry involves not the process of equilibration, but is the vehicle to punish high-cost producers for delaying technical change. The movement of capital among industries has a contradictory effect. At the level of appearances, it brings a tendency for profit rates to equalize. Beneath this distributional form, it creates instability and crisis for resident enterprises. Therefore, it is the putatively benign aspects of capitalism, competition, and innovation, which generate uneven development and crises. 21 This interaction between the forces of production and the relations both undermines and rejuvenates the process of accumulation. This contradiction gives rise to the secondary aspect of uneven development, the decline and rise of industries and regions within societies that are dominated by capitalist relations. Certain industries, regions within countries, and even countries may decline, suffering from slow growth and unemployment. Such declines create the basis for their reversal, since they are associated with falling wage and non-wage costs. The ebb and flow of capital within predominantly capitalist societies creates at any moment relatively backward regions, but these change over time. This analysis predicts that primary uneven development between capitalist and non-capitalist countries will be enduring and difficult to overcome, while secondary uneven development will change with the movement of capital within and among the predominantly capitalist countries. It predicts a long-term tendency for convergence among predominantly capitalist countries, and a long-term divergence between these countries and other countries, whose social relations are predominantly non-capitalist relations. 160 Chapter 8. 4. Divergence observed. The concepts of primary and secondary uneven development provide the analytical basis for our review of the empirical evidence over the last 4 decades, 1961 to 97. By chance, major changes in the world economy occurred that roughly coincided with decades. In 1971, the United States government delinked the dollar from gold, ending the post-war system of fixed exchange rates. Thus, the 1960s represented the last years of the post-war, Bretton Woods system of international economic management. To exchange rates instability were added 2 waves of oil price increases, in 1973-4 and 1978-9, which made the 1970s a decade of profound economic disorder. The debt crisis dominated the subsequent decade, during which average growth rates of almost all countries fell below their trend values. At the end of the decade, the Soviet Union collapsed, profoundly altering the international system. Thus, the period covers the last decade of what some have called the golden age of 20th century capitalism, its breakdown, and the subsequent international disorder. 22 From the perspective of the OECD countries, the 1960s were, indeed, a golden age, when growth rates across countries averaged more than 5%. This was also the period of fastest growth for the North African and Middle Eastern countries, and, at the least, silver for the countries of the Sub-Sahara and Latin America. For the Asian groups of countries, growth rates were higher subsequently, in the 1970s for the East and Southeast Asia group, and in the 1980s for South Asia. GDP growth rates are not the most accurate indicator of development, because of differences in population increase across country groups. Table 8.2 shows the ratio of per capita income for each group of underdeveloped countries to the OECD average. The ratio for the was lower in 1996 to 7 than in 1961 to 1965 in every case but East and Southeast Asia group. For example, the average for the sub-Saharan countries fell from 3.4% to 1.5%, and Latin America from 15 to 11%. Primary and secondary uneven development are indicated in Figure 8.1, which presents the standard deviation of annual growth rates across countries, within each regional grouping of the underdeveloped countries and the OECD countries. For the 37 years, in only 4 is the variation among OECD countries equal to or greater than for any group of underdeveloped countries. Further, for no group of countries is there a trend. The variation across countries tends to be low among the developed capitalist countries, and high among the underdeveloped countries. Further, this implies that during periods of rapid accumulation, the levels of development among the capitalist countries tended to narrow. For none of the groups of underdeveloped countries is there a significant correlation between growth rates and their standard deviation. These statistics suggest that when the average rate of growth across all countries of the world was high, the developed capitalist countries tended to converge, while the underdeveloped countries did not, either among themselves, or relatively to the developed countries. The extent to which underdeveloped countries have diverged from the developed capitalist countries over the last 40 years is shown in Figures 8.2 and 8.3. These charts show the annual difference between the growth rates of each region and that of the OECD countries. Inspection of Figure 8.2 indicates that for the sub-Saharan countries, divergence has been the rule. For Latin America, only during a brief period, 1971 to 6, did per capita income rise relatively to the OECD countries. For the North African and Middle Eastern countries, growth was above the OECD average in the 1960s, but continuously below in subsequent years. The South Asian countries grew at a rate slightly above that for the OECD countries from the late 1970s, allowing for a minuscule increase in relative per capita incomes, from 1.6 to 1.8% of the OECD level. At this rate of increase, it would take just over 500 years for South Asian per capita income to converge to that of the OECD countries. The expansion of capital and uneven development 163. Term rate of per capita income increase 0.24 to return to their relative position after 37 years, the sub-Saharan countries would need to grow at over 5% per capita per annum. This is a full 5 percentage points above the average rate for these countries over the previous 37 years. For Latin America, a 4% rate would be required, well above the region average in any decade since 1960. More credible, but still unlikely, is the 3% rate for South Asia. For what they are worth, World Bank estimates of regional growth rates for 1997 to 2006 confirm the probability that divergence will continue. The World Bank projects that of the 5 underdeveloped regions, growth of per capita income in 2 will be below the OECD average. For Latin America and South Asia, the World Bank projects rates above the OECD countries, and well above historical performance. Only for the East and Southeast Asian countries is the projection consistent with the past. The 1997-8 financial crisis of these countries casts doubt upon their ability to match past performance. Alternatively, we can take growth rates during 1994-7 as indicating the future trend, when every country group's per capita income growth was above its long-term trend. Were these high rates maintained to 2006, the relative position of all groups except the East and Southeast Asia would deteriorate. Table 8.3 provides a crude measure of whether divergence can be explained by the degree to which a country group is linked to OECD growth. It suggests that lack of integration into the world economy cannot explain the long-term deterioration of relative per capita income for most underdeveloped countries. The table reports the simple correlation between annual growth rates of the OECD countries and each underdeveloped region. Of the 5 regions, the correlation is highest for the sub-Saharan countries. Growth for the sub-Saharan countries has tended to rise and fall with OECD growth, such that a 1% rise in the latter is associated with a 0.64% rise in the latter. However, over the long term, OECD growth has been considerably higher. For all groups but the South Asian, there is significant correlation with OECD growth, but this has been associated with divergence, not convergence, in levels of development. We interpret this divergence to be the result of primary uneven development, the tendency for growth to be more rapid within predominantly capitalist social relations. From a neoclassical perspective, part of the explanation for divergence can be explained by the absence of substantial redistribution of capital from advanced to underdeveloped countries. Table 8.4 shows net direct foreign investment by the major industrial economies, with the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, and Japan listed separately. In contradiction to the prediction of orthodox theory, the largest capitalist country, the United States, was a net recipient of foreign investment in all years. For all countries, there was a net flow to underdeveloped countries in the second half of the 1980s and 1990s, but relatively small. Even for the 1990s, foreign investment into the United States approached the total for all underdeveloped countries. For the most part, capitalist enterprises in advanced countries invest in their own or other advanced countries. Figure 8.4 shows the relatively low level of foreign direct investment from advanced to underdeveloped countries. Except for China, foreign investment played a relatively small role in gross domestic investment. In Latin America, foreign investment was consistently below 10% of total investment for the entire 26-year period, with no trend if one accounts for the cycle of depression and recovery, i.e., foreign investment accounted for about the same percentage in the mid-1990s as in the early 1970s. For the major Asian countries, foreign investment in no year reached as much as 4% of total investment. Contrary to what one might expect, foreign investment has been of greater relative importance in the sub-Saharan region than in Asia 25, though considerably more volatile. The only major country in which foreign investment has played a substantially increasing role in total investment has been China. If China is excluded, the relative quantitative importance of foreign direct investment in underdeveloped countries was no greater in the 1990s than in the 1970s. In this context, we can attest that the evidence that most foreign direct investment is among developed capitalist countries, not from these countries to underdeveloped regions, is consistent with our concept of primary uneven development. One would expect that capital would flow to countries and regions characterized by capitalist social relations, for the persistence of non-capitalist relations is associated with institutional barriers to such flows. Overall, the evidence is clear. During the 3 decades, international capital did not dramatically accelerate its expansion into the underdeveloped world. On the contrary, the dramatic expansion was within the advanced capitalist countries. One would not expect capitalism to foster an equitable distribution of income and wealth on a national level. Nor did it foster a general convergence of capitalist development around the globe. Within capitalist relations, accumulation fosters convergence, while growth among countries at quite different levels of capitalist development produces divergence. 5. Convergence and divergence. Our general conclusion, that capitalist countries converge among themselves 26 and diverge from countries in which capitalist relations remain underdeveloped, does not explain the historical division of countries into the two groups. The historical explanation is straightforward. The transition from slow to rapid economic growth is achieved through the development of capitalist social relations. This is essentially a process internal to each social formation, influenced, but not determined, by external factors. The extent to which trade and investment flows foster capitalist development within a social formation is primarily determined by the nature of the non-capitalist relations themselves. Since non-capitalist relations can take many forms, no general theory of transition to capitalism is possible. Through a process taking several centuries, capitalism developed in Western Europe 27, establishing itself as the dominant mode of exploiting labor during the second half of the 18th century. During the 19th century, capitalism spread through the countries of this region. Because of the close integration of these countries in trade and finance, the development of capitalism in this region should be viewed as a single historical process, i.e., it should not be analyzed as a number of separate transitions. The next wave of capitalist development, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, involved on Litwo transitions Italy and Japan. In these countries, feudal and semi-feudal social relations were replaced by the social relations of capital. The other countries that emerged as capitalist during this period were settler states, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and, unsuccessfully, Argentina and Uruguay. If the history of global capitalist teaches any lesson, it is that the transition is a protracted process, dominated by uneven development, in which divergence is the rule and convergence the exception. Chapter 9. International exchange and the causes of backwardness. 1. Introduction. The unequal development of the productive forces was shown by Marx to be a fundamental law of capitalist accumulation, and, in general, it is this law which produces uneven development on a world scale and inequality among countries. While all Marxists agree that the explanation of inequality in levels of development between countries lies in the laws of uneven development, there is less agreement upon the mechanism by which this uneven development is produced and reproduced on a world scale. One can distinguish two broad approaches, those which explain inequality in levels of development among countries primarily in the sphere of circulation, emphasizing the appropriation of the surplus of one country by another country, and those which place the cause of inequality in the sphere of production, and, thus, as a relationship between classes reproduced on a world scale. The purpose of this paper is to critique the former position and to develop further the latter. Point 3. Briefly summarizing our position and the themes we develop. Exploitation is a relationship between classes, not between countries, and international transfers of value are understood from this standpoint. Inequality among countries is the consequence of class exploitation in backward countries and the reproduction of this class exploitation through imperialism. The initial development of capitalism in Western Europe and subsequent accumulation there and elsewhere was not based upon the extraction of riches from backward countries, and to the extent that trade has a detrimental effect on backward countries, it is the result of trade, not primarily the consequence of the terms by which it occurs. While stressing that exploitation is a relationship between classes, it must also be stressed that the spread of capitalism on a world scale, particularly in the imperialist epoch, leads to oppression of countries and nations, as well as national minorities within countries. This oppression is inherent in imperialism and falls upon all classes in the oppressed nation or country. The objective function of such oppression is to facilitate class exploitation, which is a relation in production. 2. Surplus extraction as the source of backwardness. 2.1 The work of Baron and Frank, by far the most prevalent explanation of the inequality in level of development among countries, leaving bourgeois apologists aside, is that surplus is extracted from backward countries and is appropriated and subsequently used in the advanced countries. To analyze this view, emphasis here will be first on the work of Baron and Frank, because of their clarity of exposition and consistent use of this explanatory thesis. It may be argued that these writers are out of date, or that their analytical errors have been laid to rest. We disagree. The mistakes of Baron and Frank reappear in the works of many other authors, whose influence is still quite strong. Some of these, particularly Ammon, we consider below. The appropriation of surplus product. This twofold consequence ain't work of Baron and Frank, it impoverishes the backward country and enriches the advanced country. Frank writes, he metropolis expropriates economic surplus from its satellites and appropriates it for its own development. The satellites remain underdeveloped for the lack of access to their own surplus and as a consequence of the same polarization and exploitation contradictions which the metropolis introduces and maintains in the satellite's domestic economic structure. One and the same historical process of the expansion and development of capital ism throughout the world has simultaneously generated, and continues to generate, both economic development and structural underdevelopment. Point 4. Similarly, Barron, after stressing the role of surplus extraction as the cause of underdevelopment 5 adds. Hatever may have been the fractional increase of Western Europe's national income derived from its overseas operations, they multiplied the economic surplus at its disposal. What is more, the increment of the economic surplus appeared immediately in a concentrated form and came largely into the hands of capitalists who could use it for investment purposes. The intensity of the boost to Western Europe's development resulting from the exogenous contribution to its capital accumulation can hardly be exaggerated. 6. This emphasis placed on the extraction and appropriation of surplus product as the cause of backwardness, and as crucial to accumulation in the advanced countries. 7 demonstrates a misunderstanding of the nature of exploitation, the origins of capitalism, and, therefore, the nature of capital itself as a social relation. What in essence is being suggested is that capitalism does not develop primarily on the basis of exploitation of the proletariat, but upon the basis of the exploitation of countries, a basic revision of Marx's method. 8 Inherent in the surplus extraction argument are 2 theses, that exploitation can be seen as a relationship between countries and that the capitalist mode of production is an incomplete mode of production, i.e., it cannot generate its own reproduction. We shall seek to demonstrate that the concept of surplus appropriation, and thus the concept of exploitation, has been robbed of its scientific content by these 2 theses. First and foremost, surplus product arises in the process of production. Whether it is exchanged and or eventually moves across a geographical border, in no way alters the fact that it must first be produced. How it is produced is both a technical and a social process. Its production involves classes and its appropriation is by a dominant and non-producing class from direct producers at the point of production. The surplus product is not a magical or mysterious thing, it is a material phenomenon, in that the surplus labor of the direct producers must at some point assume a material form such as labor services or material products of the labor process. Exploitation is the appropriation of the surplus labor in natural or money from by a class of non-producers. To analyze appropriation in the context of countries is to ignore the process of production and to obscure the class nature of societies. Obfuscation of the class question is shown clearly in the quotation from Frank where he says their own surplus referring to countries with the possessive pronoun. This use of pronouns is not merely semantic. By separating appropriation from production and classes, the necessity for exploitation at any level becomes lost in the analysis and the surplus product becomes a mysterious thing. In other words, if exploitation is treated as a relationship between countries, it becomes a characteristic of capitalism, but not a necessary condition for that mode of production. 9 Further, it becomes a characteristic which is not unique to capitalism, but of all modes of production. We are not here chiding Frank for not being faithful to Marx, though he is not, of course. The important issue is not that he is obscuring Marx's analysis, but that he is obscuring reality. A surplus product arises in production and appears in circulation. By dealing with countries only, one considers the appearance of reality, not reality itself. What is missing here is the concept of mode of production. A mode of production is characterized by the specific social relations which determine how the surplus product is produced, the method whereby the surplus product is appropriated, and the superstructural forms which are implied by these social relations of production and appropriation. All societies in which there is class differentiation are characterized by exploitation, and the particular class structure of a society is not accidental, but determined by the specific method of appropriation. The plunder of one geographic area for the enrichment of a class of expropriators in another geographic area has been a characteristic of virtually all historical epochs. If such plunder and appropriation is used to explain the inequality in the level of development among countries, there is no need to introduce capitalism into the analysis. Capitalism becomes an unnecessary fifth wheel in the discussion of only polemical significance. Put another way, plunder and appropriation of surplus product by one country at the expense of another derives from domination, and while it continues under imperialism, it is no more characteristic of capitalism in its imperialist stage than it was characteristic of competitive capitalism or of ancient Rome. What is unique to capitalism is the appropriation of the surplus product of labor through the exploitation of labor in the social form of labor power. Point 10. The particular mechanisms which reproduce the inequality in levels of development among countries in the capitalist epoch derive from this historically unique character of the capitalist mode of production, or, if not, then a discussion of capitalism is irrelevant to the question of the inequality among countries. Thus, it must be shown that the inequality is produced and reproduced under capitalism because of the exploitation of labor as a commodity. Failure to recognize that capitalism is a unique mode of production, based on the buying and selling of labor power, leads either to self-contradiction or reformism in the explanation of backwardness. This comes out strikingly in the work of Baron. While seeming to argue that exploitation between countries is inherent in imperialism, he discusses the possibility of an exploitation-free international capitalism. The most advanced countries' contact with the backward world had been different from what it was if it had consisted of genuine cooperation and assistance rather than of oppression and exploitation, then the progressive development of the now underdeveloped countries would have proceeded with incomparably less delay, less human sacrifice and suffering. A peaceful transplantation of Western culture, science, and technology to the less advanced countries would have served everywhere as a powerful catalyst of economic progress. Point 11. What is being suggested is the possibility within capitalist relations of production of a peaceful non-exploitative expansion of capitalism. Here Baron is not, apparently, speaking hypothetically. He goes on to assert that such an expansion actually occurred. A comparison of the role played by British technology in the development of the United States with the role played by British opium in the development of China fully epitomizes this difference. Point 12. This extraordinary argument is the logical reductio absurdum of the surplus extraction thesis. What is being asserted is that the inequality among countries is not their result of capitalism itself, but of a country losing its surplus. If capitalism is characterized by general laws, then these must be manifest in all cases, in the United States or China, though not with the same concrete results. They cannot be intrinsically benevolent in one case and malevolent in another. In the above quotation we have a total denial of these laws and of the class nature of societies, ascribing surplus product to national states rather than appropriating classes. Point 13. This personification of countries implies that even under capitalist relations of production the economic surplus, if it remained in the backward country, would be used for the general benefit of the population, in other words, that the local capitalist class is not primarily a class of exploiters, but part of a commonweal of national interests. Point 14. Like Proudhon, the advocates of the surplus extraction thesis are arguing that inequality lies not in commodity production but in the fairness of the trading relationship, i.e., in commodity circulation. Again, the fundamental error of the surplus extraction thesis is that its proponents lack any concept of the mode of production. While they may refer to classes in backward countries, they never find it necessary to consider that whatever the social form of production, laborers and means of production always remain factors of it. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another. Point 15. The specific manner in which the union is accomplished determines, within certain limits affected by historical circumstances, the class structure, the nature of the state, the system of laws, and other superstructural forms. Without considering the mode of production, the specific manner in which the means of production and labor are unified, the analysis of relations between geographic areas becomes subjective and idealistic, easily slipping into romanticism and utopian speculation, as Baron does in the last quotation. By ignoring the mode of production, production itself is ignored. Once the analysis loses touch with the process of production, the fundamental social axiom that all societies, save the most primitive and the most advanced, are based upon the exploitation of direct producers disappears from view. And without the mode of appropriation at the heart of an analysis of societies, a discussion of class has no scientific intent, and subjective and idealistic conclusions cannot be avoided. This idealism is obvious in Baron's work, where he suggests the possibility of a benign encounter of the third kind between expanding capitalism and pre-capitalism. The impossibility of such an encounter follows from a materialist analysis. Frank is similar idealistic but in an ultra-revolutionary form. Because he sees the wealth of capitalism to be the result of surplus extraction, he does not analyze capital itself, but fetishizes it as a relation between countries rather than as a relation between classes. He rejects implicitly Baron's benign alternative and asserts the impossibility of the development of the forces of production in backward countries. 16 He dismisses the national bourgeoisie as a potential momentary ally in an anti-imperialist struggle, leaving only a leap to socialism as an alternative to underdevelopment. Errors of theory in the analysis of backwardness are inseparable from errors of political practice. These errors can only be avoided by an analysis of the mode of production. Thus, before we can understand the impact of the spread of capitalism upon backward countries, we must understand capitalism itself, as a historically specific mode of production. As Lenin wrote, if production relations remain unexplained, all arguments about consumption and distribution turn into banalities, or innocent, romantic wishes. 17. 3. Surplus extraction submerged in underconsumptionism, the work of Marini. Before going into what we consider the correct approach to the question of unequal development 18 we turn to other presentations of the surplus extraction thesis. In essence, Marini, Cardoso, and Ammon, who have attempted to further develop dependency analysis, are no different from the presentation by Frank. The essential similarity of all dependency writers is not readily apparent because the school has a strong eclectic tendency, which comes out clearest in Cardoso and Ammon. As a result of this eclecticism, the primary and secondary aspects of the theories are frequently presented on equal footings, and arguments which are inherently contradictory are presented as complementary, as if they merely refer to different aspects of a complex phenomenon. In consequence, by drawing out the implicit core of dependency theory, whatever its variations, one appears to distort the work of each particular author. In order to analyze the surplus extraction thesis as presented in the form of an underconsumptionist argument, we treat the work of Marini. This form of the argument is quite common, found also in the work of Cardoso 19 for example, who is better known than Marini, at least in the English-speaking world. However, Cardoso's extreme eclecticism makes a concise critique of his work extremely difficult. Marini takes an important step forward compared to Frank and Baron by pointing out that the analysis of capitalism must be based in the sphere of production. 20 However, he argues, this applies to capitalism at the center, and since peripheral or dependent capitalism is conditioned primarily by circulation, it is to phenomena in circulation that we must look in order to understand dependent capitalism. Unfortunately, this formulation of the issue is not very helpful. It assumes what it seeks to establish analytically. If it is the case that the sphere of circulation is primary in third world countries, then it is certainly correct to center one's argument there, in exchange and distribution. But the mere fact that a world market exists and that foreign capital plays a dominating role in peripheral or dependent economies does not establish the primacy of circulation. It merely establishes that the analysis must at some point incorporate world market relations and the export of capital. It does not establish that these are best analyzed by proceeding from circulation rather than production. After setting his framework, Marini contrasts the function of distribution in developed and underdeveloped countries, treating distribution in the very limited neo-Ricardian sense of the distribution between wages and profit. 21 He argues that in the underdeveloped capitalist countries, the role of the working class is that of producers, and the product of its labor is exported. Since the product is exported, there is no need for this working class to serve as consumers, and its wages can be forced down without limit. This, of course, follows as a tautology. If it is the case that the central role of wages is in the realization of value produced and if the commodities produced are exported, then wages have no further function and can be depressed without limit. Clearly, the exported commodities from dependent capitalist countries must be realized somewhere, they cannot be dumped into the sea. The commodities are realized, in Marini's schema, by the consumption of the working class in the developed capitalist countries, and this necessity for realization requires that wages be high there. Here arises a wage theory which is developed in more sophisticated form in the work of Ammon. The wage profit distribution in the developed capitalist country is determined independently of the sphere of production, determined purely by the need to realize the value produced at home and abroad. Marini points out that his analysis implies that the opposition between labor and capital in the developed country is overcome in the sphere of circulation, since both classes share a common interest in having wages high. 22 Those workers are a super-exploited in the dependent country, and there is no mechanism for their wages to rise since they are not needed for realization. Since wages do not rise, the internal market does not expand, and accumulation in the dependent country is retarded or deformed. On the face of it, this theory seems to have little in common with Frank's or Barron's, whether it is correct or not. However, hidden beneath the underconsumptionist analysis is the surplus extraction thesis. In essence, Marini is arguing that surplus value is produced in the periphery and appropriated at the center. Underconsumptionism merely provides the mechanism by which this appropriation occurs. While Frank and Barron are vague on the actual mechanism, seeming to give emphasis to appropriation through profit remittance, Marini sees the appropriation occurring through the consumption by workers and capitalists in the advanced country of consumer commodities produced in the dependent economies. The high living standards in developed countries, particularly for workers, is achieved by consuming in material form the surplus value produced in the Third World. Development is implicitly defined in terms of living standards rather than in terms the development of the productive forces. In this theory, the living standards of the working class are, in fact, determined independently of the development of the productive forces. Wage levels, which are equated to living standards, confusing the use value and exchange value which the wage represents, 23 are determined purely by the need for realization, both in the backward and the advanced capitalist countries. In fact, Marini has gone beyond Barron and Frank in his stress of surplus extraction. Barron, at least to an extent, sees the appropriated surplus being used productively as a source of accumulation in advanced capitalist countries. Marini treats the appropriated surplus purely as a consumption fund for advanced capitalist society as a whole. Without dependent economies, the standard of living in the developed capitalist economies would fall drastically and the rate of profit would collapse, since the commodities exported from the periphery are both the source of higher consumption and embody the surplus value for the capitalist class in the advanced country. Now, there are serious problems with this formulation of the surplus extraction argument, not the least of which is, how is it possible for workers to be paid sufficiently to realize surplus value, yet not eliminate profit? This problem is not resolved, but only confused, by introducing two countries into the analysis. That is, if workers consume the material form of surplus value, they must also have previously been paid its value equivalent. If they have not been paid its value equivalent, then they cannot buy it. The underconsumptionist argument to explain barriers to the expansion of capital is not original with Marini, he simply applies it to backward countries. The argument, in its most sophisticated and developed form, originates with Luxembourg. Nor are the criticisms of the argument new. Perhaps the clearest is that of Bukharin, who points out that there is, in fact, no realization problem, since the major portion of the realization of value occurs not through workers' consumption of the means of subsistence, but through the productive consumption of the means of production. 24 In summary, Marini's argument is basically the surplus extraction thesis. As such, it liquidates the role of production entirely, and on this basis draws erroneous conclusions regarding the role of classes. 4. Surplus extraction in the form of unequal exchange. In recent years, the most influential form assumed by the surplus extraction thesis is that put forward by A. Emmanuel in his book Unequal Exchange. While the work is quite long and filled with a great number of numerical examples to demonstrate various aspects of his theory, the central idea is quite simple. Much of the length is the consequence of Emmanuel's attempt to justify treating the wage as an independent variable, and factor claims in general as logically prior to values or prices, that is, to establish the validity of treating exchange value as the sum of costs, rather than exchange value being determined by the socially necessary labor time embodied in commodities. He is particularly determined to show that this approach is consistent with Marx's analysis. Since Marx explicitly criticized this method, attacking Adam Smith for it, Emmanuel has a difficult task in establishing his position. Point 25. The purpose of Emmanuel's work is to determine the conditions establishing the exchange ratios of commodities in international trade. It should be noted that this is not the same as determining the operation of the law of value on the international level, since the law of value is not merely a law of pricing, i.e., it is not the Marxian version of supply and demand. We are not criticizing Emmanuel for this, but merely making clear the scope of the problem he has set for himself. In his analysis, all capitalists in all countries are treated as having available to them the same technical production possibilities, regardless of the level of the development of the productive forces in each country. This approach should be familiar to those acquainted with neoclassical trade theory, which makes the assumption of the same production function prevailing in each country, but in Emmanuel's case the coefficients of production are fixed, i.e., no factor substitution. With the additional assumption that capital is perfectly mobile internationally, it appears to follow that the production costs of the means of production will be the same in each country. We say appears, because it is not obvious why raw material costs would be the same in each country. But this is a minor point. With these assumptions in hand, unit costs will be lower in countries where the wage is lower unless a lower wage is associated with a correspondingly lower level of productiveness of labor. Emmanuel assumes that productiveness of labor does not vary as much as wage levels, so the generality of his theory is not affected by simply assuming equal productivity of labor in each country. Indeed, Ammon proceeds to this assumption. If non-labor costs are the same across countries, and current labourcritus thesami value per period of time theratov profit will be higher where wages are lower. According to Emmanuel, unequal exchange occurs by the movement of capital in search of the higher profit rates. Commodity prices rise relatively in the high-wage country as capital flees, and commodity prices fall in the low-wage country. As a consequence of the equalization of the rate of profit through these price movements, international exchange occurs at rates which are not equal to the labor time embodied in commodities. In particular, the ratio of advanced country prices to backward country prices is greater than the ratio of the labor time in advanced country commodities to the labor time in backward country commodities, where advanced and backward are defined purely in terms of the wage level in each country. In this way, through exchange, advanced countries appropriate more labor time in exchange than they generate in production. A surplus is transferred from backward countries, reducing the rate of accumulation there for lack of a sufficient investable surplus. Even on its own terms, this analysis is rather unsatisfactory. On an empirical level, it suggests that the main tendency would be for foreign investment to flow to backward countries. But this is not the case. Point 26. This aside, Emmanuel's theory, by stressing the equalization of the rate of profit, itself predicts that the worst that can happen is that the relative surplus will be the same in advanced and backward countries, i.e., at the worst, the surplus remaining in backward countries is sufficient to match the rate of accumulation of advanced countries. Further, as long as profit rates are not equal, but only tending to equalization, production in the backward country must grow faster than in the advanced country. So, unless Emmanuel believes that profit rates are actually in equilibrium, the movement of capital to equalize the rates of profit must generate more rapid accumulation in backward than advanced countries. A theory whose mechanism predicts safest rate of accumulation in backward countries would not seem to be very powerful tool for explaining unequal development. Ammon attempts to resolve this problem. 5. Synthesis of unequal exchange and underconsumptionism, Amin's presentation. Amin's writings, which are numerous 27, explicitly integrate the theory of unequal exchange with the underconsumptionist thesis. His work is sometimes hard to follow, because of a tendency on his part to use an eclectic mixture of terms, taken from Marx, Neo-Ricardian writings, mainstream neoclassical theory, plus some he introduces himself, whose intellectual kinship is unclear. Overall, his work is Neo-Ricardian, by which we mean he treats production as a technical rather than social process, and treats distribution as largely independent of production. The most important theoretical objection raised to Emmanuel's work from a Marxist viewpoint is that he fails to distinguish between use value and exchange value in his discussion of wages. Point 28. The objection is a simple one. Workers must consume a certain mass of use values in order to reproduce labor power currently and in future generations. This mass of use values constitutes the standard of living for a worker, and the standard of living for the working class varies enormously among countries. The wage tends to represent the exchange value of those use values. Given the mass of use values, the wage is determined by how efficiently the commodities which workers buy are produced. The greater the productivity of labor, the lower the value of commodities, and the lower the exchange value. As capitalism develops, productivity rises, the value of commodities falls, and the wage which must be paid to cover a given mass of use values also falls. Marx called this process the raising of relative surplus value. Point 29. Since it is in the developed capitalist countries that labor productivity is higher, it is not obvious that a high standard of living of workers in such countries implies that the exchange value of the commodities making up that standard of living is also higher than in backward countries. A simple example can illustrate this. Assume that in country A, the average worker consumes a pound of wheat a day, and in country B 2 pounds. If wheat production is 3 times more efficient in country B, the price of wheat will be correspondingly lower, and the wage lower where the standard of living is higher. Thus, it appears that it cannot be established theoretically that the appearance of things necessarily implies differences in the exchange value of labor power. It is from this argument that Ammon seeks to rescue Emmanuel. He seeks his solution in the preeminence of world values. He summarizes Emmanuel's contribution as follows. The system is defined in the abstract by the great mobility of goods and capital and by a relative immobility of labor. This means that commodities are not first of all national commodities and then, exceptionally or marginally international. On the contrary, it means that commodities are primarily worldwide. Point 30. While there is some ambiguity here, it is not clear what the statement commodities are worldwide means. The overall implication seems to be that commodities which are exchanged internationally have an international price. He goes on to argue that international exchange renders concrete labor to abstract labor. This is certainly true, a characteristic of the alienation of use value from the seller in the act of exchange. From this, he moves to an important conclusion: since all products are international commodities, the same quantity of labor used up in different parts of the world and incorporated in the products, also gives rise to a single world value. 31 That is to say, all labor for all labor processes produces the same value per unit of time. Now, if this is true, Emmanuel's problem is resolved. If a commodity, say corn, has the same value in every country, then differences in living standards do translate directly into differences in the value, and thus, exchange value, of labor power. Ammon points this out. It is obvious that if the labor hour in all countries creates the same value, while labor power in one of the countries has a lower value, that is, the wage is lower, the rate of surplus value is higher. 32 Ammon provides a numerical example. If the labor day is the same in countries A and B, and if the real wage of the proletariat is 10 times higher in B, and if world output of wheat is 10 kilograms in 4 hours, the rate of surplus value in B will be 100%, while it will be 1900% in A. This reasoning does not call for a comparison between the productivities of the two capitalist productions in which A and B specialize. It is even meaningless to do so. 33. Ammon clearly feels she has established the theoretical basis of unequal exchange. If constant capital costs are equated by the movement of capital, and the rate of surplus value varies with variations in wage levels, unequal exchange seems to follow. Emmanuel's error, as pointed out, was in failing to distinguish use value from exchange value, a common element in Neo-Ricardian analysis. 34 Amines. Error is more subtle, but equally serious in its consequences. He fails to distinguish between value and exchange value, or value and price, where price is the money form of exchange value. 35 Value is the socially necessary abstract labor time embodied in a commodity. This abstract labor time is crystallized in the commodity in the process of production. Further, the value of a specific commodity is not merely the labor time embodied in it, but the socially necessary abstract labor time embodied in it. The abstraction from concrete labor is a consequence of exchange, which renders specific forms of human labor comparable. The competition among producers enforces a standard abstract labor time to each commodity, a socially imposed standard, socially necessary labor time. The particular labor time involved in the production process organized by a given capitalist may be above or below the socially necessary labor time. Labor time expended under the dominance of capitals of below standard efficiency thus represents less value than that simple quantity of labor time. If production is under capitalist relations, there is a tendency for socially necessary abstract labor time to gravitate toward the specific labor time embodied by the most efficient producer, as the less efficient are driven out of operation. Exchange value is the abstract labor time which a commodity commands in exchange. Price is the denomination of exchange value in the universally equivalent commodity, money. 36 Values and exchange values diverge for a multitude of reasons. They diverge systematically due to the contradiction between social production and private appropriation, which requires the transformation process by which the rate of profit tends to equalize across branches of industry. 37 They diverge with regard to their sum due to failures to realize all value. They diverge commodity by commodity due to supply and demand in the short run, and they diverge for any one commodity because all capitalists in an industry do not produce with equal efficiencies, so specific labor times may be below the prevailing value and others above, and socially necessary labor time is in flux. Thus, the essence of the value-exchange-value relationship, and the value-price relationship, is that while there is a general law that relates them, they are never equal except momentarily and accidentally. 38 It is a question of a tendency versus equilibrium. This distinction, between value and exchange value, is the key to understanding what Amin has demonstrated. His statement that commodities are exchanged internationally, in and of itself, establishes only that there is a common price for a given commodity when quantities of the same type of commodity, produced in different countries, meet in a common market. Once quantities of the same commodity, say wheat, meet in a common market, the conditions under which they are produced are irrelevant to the buyer of the commodity. He is concerned only with the particular use-value characteristic of the commodity. But this does not negate the fact that the different quantities were produced under different circumstances, whether these circumstances differ as to the social relations of production or the degree of the development of the productive forces within certain social relations. 39 Amin deduces a common value from a momentarily common price. In effect, he is arguing that the value of a commodity is determined by its exchange value, that the incidental equation of exchange value results in the equating of the value produced per unit of time in different work processes. In short, he totally liquidates the process of production, treating production as merely a moment in circulation, whose technical and social characteristics are derivative from exchange. This approach is explicit in his statement that commodities are primarily worldwide, i.e., they are not primarily the consequence of concrete labor carried out in a social context of human activity, but are first and foremost exchange values. This is the reverse of Marx's procedure. More importantly, it stands reality on its head. The fact that quantities of a commodity momentarily exchange for equal amounts of labor time, does not imply the same quantity of labor used up in different parts of the world, gives rise to a single world value. It gives rise momentarily to a single world exchange value. It does not imply this because the same quantity of labor used up in different parts of the world refers to concrete labor, the actual human effort expended in production, while a single world value refers to abstract labor. That is, in the process of producing commodities, people expend a certain amount of time in particular, concrete tasks. Through interaction with other producers, the products of different producers exchange against money at a common ratio. But the fact that different producers use up different amounts of effort is not altered by the common price. A simple example demonstrates this. Assume we have two workers filling similar tanks with water from a river, one worker uses a bucket and the other a pump, and assume that the second worker, using a pump, can transfer 10 times as much water in a working day as the worker with the bucket. When they sell the water in the same market, it will command a certain exchange value per gallon regardless of whether it has been supplied by bucket or pump. The value of water is determined by some weighted average of that processes, not by them efficient alone. And a single price as notably the same quantity of labor used up. Presumably, Ammon would argue that because one worker is more efficient, he will eliminate the other from operation. While this is a tendency, it is a tendency only under certain social relations of production. 40 If production is being carried out under petty commodity production, there is no reason why the less efficient producer should be driven out of production. The less efficient producer merely has a lower standard of living. In fact, this precisely is why, in all backward countries, one finds low productivity peasant production of commodities like coffee, sugar, and peanuts, side by side with highly mechanized plantation production of the same commodities. And to the extent that the plantations tend to eliminate peasant production, this is not solely, or even primarily in many cases, due to greater efficiency. We pursue this point below in our discussion of so-called primitive accumulation. It is incorrect to think that the exchange value of a commodity is determined by the most efficient producer. First, this denies the existence of above-average profits that result from capitalists seizing upon technical advances before their competitors do. 41 A means treatment of this question is essentially neoclassical, for in that analysis it is assumed that all producers operate with the same production function. Second, and related, the role of supply and demand is liquidated, an error which is the result of equating value and exchange value. It is implicitly assumed that the most efficient producer can supply the entire demand for the use value in question. While Nebraska and Kansas may be large few would argue that these areas actually or potentially can replace all the wheat producers in the underdeveloped world. But for a means argument, this must be the case. Otherwise, the export of U.S. wheat to Latin America merely results in greater than average profits for U.S. wheat producers as they sell their wheat above its specific value, and a drop in price of wheat in Peru, the extent of the drop depending on the relative magnitude of imports to domestic production. This, of course, is what actually occurs. In this formalistic line of argument, Ammon in fact liquidates the law of value as a theoretical tool. In his logical formalism, exchange value is primary, determining all phenomena, and value is purely passive. In contrast to this approach, the law of value is not a theory of pricing, but a mechanism which explains the variation and diversity of the sphere of appearances, of which price are a part. Ammon's formalism notwithstanding, the same commodity does command different exchange values at the same moment in time, differences which are not the result of transportation costs alone. The law of value, which explains them by differences in the productive application of labor power to the means of production. Differences in the productivity of labor are an empirical fact, substantiated by common sense as well as numerous comparative studies. Marxian analysis, the law of value and its operation, predicts such differences and uses them to explain variations in exchange values. We have sought to show that the fact that there is a daily quotation for most commodities in an institutional setting involving buyers and sellers from different countries does not imply that the labor hour in all countries creates the same value. That is to say, it does not imply that the labor time required for the production of a specific commodity is the same in different countries. It simply means that such a market institution exists. Further, it does not imply that price quotation applies in every market where the commodity in question is bought and sold. The germ of truth in Amin's analysis is that under capitalist relations of production different levels of efficiency by different capitals tend to give receipt the centralization of capitalis themerificy and capitals assert their productive efficiency through underselling the less efficient capitals. But this is a tendency among capitals, and is a tendency which is closely related to the process Amin implicitly denies, the law of the uneven development of the productive forces. Amini sat pains to establishes world values because they provide the basis of surplus extraction in his analysis. At one point, he actually estimates the total surplus extracted from backward countries by this mechanism. 42 As we pointed out, the surplus extraction argument in the form of unequal exchange is incomplete as an explanation of underdevelopment, because of the capital flows to backward countries which it necessarily implies. Amin's solution to this quandary is underconsumptionism. His use of underconsumptionist theory is in essence the same as Marini's, so we need not analyze it in detail. For Amin, the basic problem in capitalist society is that the spontaneous tendency of the system is in fact to lower the level of wages, to maximize the rate of surplus value. 43 It may not be obvious why this is a problem, since capitalists produce for the purpose of profit. It is a problem according to Amin, however, because accumulation is limited by realization. If surplus value is too great a portion of net value, value cannot be realized. Marini's position also. This problem, if not resolved, allegedly has been contained in the developed capitalist countries by rising wages. In Amin's words, since the Second World War conditions have emerged at the center for this movement to be controlled through a social contract of a social democratic nature. 44 Thus, income redistribution has stabilized the tendency of third surplus value Tories. But this is not the case in the periphery, with expansion being forbidden or very restricted. 45 Because of low wages and the corresponding smallness of the market. 46 While his treatment is not too clear, he must be arguing that due to the very restricted size of the home market in backward countries, the size of the investment inflow which will saturate that market and equalize profit rates internationally is relatively small. In its own terms, it is a logically consistent argument. Lower wages in the periphery result in higher profit rates, the movement of capital from the center equalizes these profit rates and results in unequal exchange, and because of the smallness of the peripheral market, the actual capital inflow is too small to result in significant accumulation. We have sought to demonstrate that Amin's work is very much in the surplus extraction or dependency school. Because of his heavy stress on the realization of value as a barrier to accumulation, it might be thought that this represents a separate explanation of underdevelopment. Such is not the case, since all capitalist economies suffer from this problem if any do. Underconsumptionism in and of itself cannot explain why some capitalist countries develop and others do not. Surplus extraction is a necessary key link here. The complementarity of the two theses was demonstrated in the analysis of Marini, and again with Amin. 6. Breaking with dependency theory, Cardoso's critique. A number of the points we have raised in opposition to the surplus extraction thesis and dependency theory in general have been taken up by Cardoso in his recent work. In his earlier work, Cardoso was an underconsumptionist, placing emphasis upon the search for markets as the cause of imperialism. 47 However, he apparently breaks with this, characterizing it as vulgar and generating a relatively impoverished political analysis. 48 This is a major criticism, coming as it does from probably the most respected member of the dependency school, and it is particularly telling against Marini and Amin. More important from a methodological viewpoint, Cardoso points out that early dependency writers in Latin America stressed the role of social relations of production, particularly during the colonial period. As we have pointed out, it is exactly this emphasis which is lacking in subsequent writings. Cardoso, too, sees this as unacceptable analytically. The approach ought to be historical, and it therefore starts from the emergence of social formation. 49 Thus, he rejects the view that liquidates internal causes of backwardness and places all emphasis upon the external. However, as important as Cardoso's critique is, it does not break sufficiently with the method he sees as erroneous. After stressing the necessity of a historical approach which analyzes the relations of production, he elaborates. Underdevelopment then comes to be seen not merely as a process which is a concomitant of the expansion of mercantile capitalism and recurs under industrial capitalism, but as one which is actually generated by them. The approach ought also to emphasize the specificity of dependency situations, as against societies in the countries of the economic center. Point 50. It would not seem a distortion to interpret this as saying that it is not enough to see underdevelopment as the consequence of external factors, but that one ought also to analyze the social relations of production particular to the backward areas. Such a formulation of one's method makes dependency analysis more sophisticated, but retains its fundamental errors. This approach places external and internal contradictions on the same level of importance. As such, it is an eclectic treatment, wherein one appears to be considering the complexity of causes, but in actuality is not. The thrust of Cardoso's argument is that external cause suprimary but their impactus mediator assumes different forms as a consequence of internal circumstances. This approach results in a stress upon elements which are absent in the backward country. These absent elements are then raised to the level of explanation, when they are in fact characteristics of backwardness which call for explanation. In the case of Baron and Frank, the absent element is the surplus itself. For Marini, Emmanuel 51 and Ammon, it is the absence of higher wages, and in Cardoso's case, in his latest works, it is the absence of the production of the means of production. Point 52. The fundamental error in each case is that the authors do not accept that every class society is propelled in its evolution by the contradiction between the forces and the relations of production. This contradiction gives rise to class conflict, the conflict between the appropriating class and the class of direct producers. This generalization, that class struggle is the motive force of history, applies to all social formations, regardless of whether those formations emerged as a consequence of external influences. Perhaps the clearest case is of slavery in the New World. This was a system wholly imposed or created by external force. It did not exist prior to the spread of mercantile capitalism. Indeed, the class of direct producers was forcibly created through warfare fostered or exploited by mercantile capital in Africa, and the captives were transported to the New World. Butanset slave society was created. Its further evolution was primarily determined by the class struggle internal to it, between slave and master. Point 53. Cardoso is correct in stressing the need to analyze the social relations of production in backward countries. But these social relations should be analyzed in relation to the contradictory role they play vis-a-vis the forces of production. 7. Summary. While the discussion to this point has been critical, its result has not been negative. We have not merely sought to point out errors, but to point them out in a way which can carry the analysis forward. Stress has been placed on the source of theoretical errors, rather than on the errors themselves, and we are now in a position to sum up the elements which must be present in order to proceed. First, a scientifically sound analysis of backwardness must be based on the concept of mode of production, on a scientific understanding of the exploitation of labor in the social form of labor power, and on an analysis of the contradiction between the forces of production and the social relations of production. In other words, an analysis of the inequality among countries must start from an understanding of the contradictions internal to that country. This is not to exclude external relations. On the contrary, an analysis of the export of capital must necessarily be an important part of any analysis of the uneven development of capitalism in the stage of imperialism. But a scientific understanding of backwardness can neither restrict itself only to an analysis of relations in exchange, nor can it begin with this. Exchange can only be properly understood if it follows from, and forms part of, the analysis of production. Second, to understand the capital ist mode of production, the twofold nature of commodities is key, providing the basis for analyzing wage levels, profits, and exchange itself. Finally, the latter distinction needs to be carried forward to a distinction between value and exchange value, in order to understand how conditions in the sphere of production manifest themselves in phenomena in exchange. that value rules exchange rather than exchange ruling value. Point 54. On this basis we can proceed. 7.1 The development of capitalism. 7.1.1 Introduction. In this section we develop the basis for a scientific analysis of the causes of backwardness. First, we show that capitalism develops primarily as a consequence of the emergence of new class relations. We do this briefly, since Brenner has provided a thorough elaboration of this argument in his critique of Wallerstein and Sweezy. Second, we consider the role of merchants' capital in order to contrast its effect in backward countries and its role in international exchange to that of industrial capital. 7.1.2 So-called primitive accumulation. To understand the origin of the inequality among countries, it is necessary to understand how the capitalist mode of production first developed. This is because capitalism has certain general laws that characterize its development. We analyze some of these laws in order to critique the widespread view that crucial to the emergence of capitalism was the looting and plundering of colonies in the 17th and 18th centuries, and the corollary of this proposition that such looting and plundering, in more sophisticated form, remains a major basis of the wealth of capitalist countries. The term primitive accumulation, which is found in the works of many Marxists, did not originate with Marx, and it is at the outset of his discussion of this phenomenon that we find Marx's most sarcastic and caustic 55 heaping ridicule upon those who argued that the emergence of capitalism was presaged by a period of the accumulation of capital in money or commodity form. Further, the part of Capital discussing this phenomenon is entitled the so-called primitive accumulation. Point 56 While at points Marx could be interpreted as suggesting that European capitalism arose as the result of the exploitation of the resources of the colonial world. 57 It is clear that he did not see this as either a necessary nor a sufficient condition for the development of the capitalist mode of production in Europe. But more important, it does not follow from the laws of development of capitalism that such was the case, though obviously plunder and looting of the overseas pre-capitalist areas was not accidental. Such plunder and looting must be seen as the international extension of a process occurring in the incipient capitalist countries themselves. In Marx's swords, the so-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. Point 58 Thus, contrary to the political economists of the time, Marx recognized that capitalism was a historically specific mode of production, and that its emergence as dominant was the consequence of the dispossession of labor from the land. In recognizing this, he swept away the veil of bourgeois apology for the factory system. One does not perceive, when looking at the large manufactories and the large firms, that they are originated from the throwing into one of many small centers of production, and have been built up by the expropriation of many small independent producers, the expropriation and eviction of a part of the agricultural population not only set free for industrial capital, the laborers, their means of subsistence, and material for labor, it also created the home market. Point 59. The destruction of the agricultural laborer and artisan 60 not only created the source of surplus product for capitalists, but also created the market in which the surplus value would be realized as profit. The control of colonies was neither the basis of pre-capitalist accumulation nor the market in which the products of capitalist enterprise were realized in money form. Point 61 When Marx writes of capital coming into the world dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt, the blood referred to is largely that of the European peasantry and artisan classes. Point 62 This destruction of pre-capitalist social relations was a social disruption rivaling historical precedent, and in this process were simultaneously created the conditions for capital's existence. Point 63 That Marx said these things and held this general position does not make them correct. What is important is the method he used. Using the materialist method, he argued that it is the contradiction between the forces and relations of production which moves society forward, that is, the contradictions internal to a society determine society's development. Thus, the emergence of capitalist social relations was the consequence of the contradictions within the old mode of production. These contradictions are intensified by external influences, trade with other societies, political domination, plunder, etc. External influences may result in the exploiting class being gunnable to rule the old way and the exploited class being gunnable to live in the old way. The social relations which result from such a situation emerge out of the contradictions between these two classes. Merchants' capital, as a specific historical example of external influence, demonstrates this dialectic of external and internal contradictions. 7.1.3 Merchants' capital and international exchange. Part of the confusion about the role of colonial domination and surplus extraction from colonies in the development of capitalism derives from a misunderstanding of the role of merchants' capital in the development of capitalism. Basically, merchants' capital waste the form of capital without decency of capital as a social relation. It has the form of capital in that it is self-expanding 64, but it lacks the essence in that it is not characterized by capitalist relations of production. Since merchants' capital is penned in the sphere of circulation, and since its function consists exclusively of promoting the exchange of commodities, it requires no other conditions for its existence, outside those necessary for the simple circulation of commodities and money. No matter what the basis on which products are produced, whether the basis of the primitive community, of slave production, of small peasant and petty bourgeois, or the capitalist basis, the character of the products as commodities is not altered. 65. The merchant capitalist derives his profit in the sphere of circulation. While this form of profit-making was quite important at a particular historical period, it cannot be so under capitalist relations of production and cannot be an explanation of the inequality among countries in the present epoch of capitalism, a point we develop below. While the merchant capitalist realizes his profit in the sphere of circulation, it derives from a process more complex than that of merely buying cheap and selling dear. This is only the form of the phenomenon. The merchant capitalist is a middleman, he is the intermediary between direct producers. Before the development of capitalism, the merchant capitalist controlled trade between communities. Essential to his realization of profit was the isolation of communities, i.e. monopolizing the contact between isolated communities. This is the antithesis of international trade under capitalism, which is trade among areas integrated into the same system of production and reproduction. The analysis of the circulation of merchants' capital, and, therefore, of the profit of merchants' capital, is made difficult because merchants' capital emerged and matured prior to the general production of commodities. Merchants' capital emerged, in other words, prior to the development of capitalism, the exploitation of labor in the form of wage labor. As a consequence, we cannot employ the law of value to explain the conditions of exchange and reproduction under merchants' capital, except very late in the era of merchants' capital when industrial capital is replacing it. Surplus value is not the source of profit for merchants' capital. Prior to the development of value as a social category, surplus value presupposes value presupposes the general production of commodities, and the generalist production of commodities presupposes freewage labor. When communities are under pre-capitalist social relations, and their trade mediated by merchants' capital, there is no tendency for cost prices to equalize among communities, whatever the social basis of. The Simontara calculations. 66 The commercial isolation of communities, which merchant monopolies maintain, is not the reason that cost prices do not equalize. Exchange itself does not transform productive relations, it merely establishes a single price in a particular exchange. It is the social relations themselves, their pre-capitalist nature, which prevents such equalization. Merchants' capital takes advantage of these cost differences which are embedded in pre-capitalist social relations, buying when commodities are exchanged cheaply and selling when they exchange dearly. In addition to differences in social relations, these cost differences may be the consequence of natural variations, such as climate and soil fertility. The limiting cases of such trade involve products so dependent upon the specific circumstances provided by nature that they cannot be produced at all in some communities, example tea, spices, certain minerals, etc. Merchants' capital expands by virtue of not subjecting the process of production to capital, i.e., it is the antithesis of industrial capital. 67 Merchants. Capital is not a mode of production, it is rather a system of commerce, superimposed upon, or between, modes of production. This reflects the fact that merchant capitalists organize exchange, not production. It is for this reason that the development of merchants' capital does not give rise to the capitalist mode of production, whose essence lies in the buying of labor power and marshalling it on the field of production in large concentrations. 68 While trade between communities, mediated by the merchant capitalist, increases the exchange of products, it can do so primarily by reinforcing pre-capitalist relations of production and intensifying their oppressive mechanisms. 69 The development of feudalism in more rigid form than before in Spain and Russia as a consequence of trade is an example of this. 70 Since merchants' capital obtains profit by buying at one price and selling at another, it follows by definition that an unequal exchange has occurred in such a transaction, and a portion of a surplus product has been appropriated by the merchant capitalist. But this unequal exchange is of a particular type, and its consequences upon backward countries do not primarily result from the appropriated surplus itself, but from the method of appropriation. The backward areas with which merchants' capital dealt were pre-capitalist formations, and merchants' capital was not involved in production. The latter implies that merchants' capital could raise its profits either by increasing the volume of trade, or by forcing harsher terms upon the other party involved in the exchange. It could not raise profits, in general, through greater efficiency, since the only productive activity it was involved in was transportation. The nature of the pre-capitalist formations with which merchants' capital deals sets strict limits to both sources of increased profits. On the one hand, the level of development of the productive forces in pre-capitalist society is low, on the other, the contradiction between the forces and relations of production does not give rise to the continuous and necessary development of the productive forces. Harsher terms in trade or greater volume of trade are satisfied primarily by more intense exploitation of direct producers. This intensification is effected absolutely by the pre-capitalist ruling class, through rigidifying servile social relations of production. To the extent that the pre-capitalist class was historically unable to accomplish this, merchants' capital turned to conquest, looting and plundering, or direct military rule of societies, as in India. 71 The necessity to raise the surplus product extracted absolutely led to the disastrous impact of merchants' capital upon pre-capitalist societies. The actual extraction of surplus, while the motivation for the barbaric rule of merchants' capital, does not explain backwardness. A surplus product of itself is not a source of accumulation and expanded reproduction. It gives rise to these consequences only when it is appropriated within capitalist relations of production, as surplus value. To argue that the loss of surplus product itself is the cause of backwardness is to see accumulation as purely a quantitative process. 72 It is also to assume that all the necessary conditions for accumulation were present in pre-capitalist societies prior to the spread of merchants' capital and the world market. The basis for accumulation is a particular set of social relations, not the availability of a surplus product. In summary, the important effect of merchants' capital in the era of New World colonialism, its heyday, was the rigidification and mutation of pre-capitalist modes of production, and the duplication of itself in backward countries in the form of comprador classes allied with local pre-capitalist ruling classes. Merchants' capital, due to its nature, did not develop the capitalist mode of production, it did not expropriate the peasantry and generate a class of free wage laborers, but tended to reinforce pre-capitalist social relations, and to extract surplus product through those social relations. Outbargaining and cheating are the form of the expansion of merchants' capital, but these forms mask their fundamental consequences, which were the class developments inherent in them. 7.2 Capitalism and uneven development. 7.2.1 The law of value and exchange. Our purpose in analyzing the process of primitive accumulation and merchants' capital has been to demonstrate their role in laying the preconditions for the capitalist mode of production. Taken together, these elements create the possibility for the capitalist mode of production. The development of merchants' capital provides a source of wealth independent of landed property and extends commodity circulation. So-called primitive accumulation generates the expropriated laborer with only his labor power to sell. 73 Their union on an expanding scale is the capitalist mode of production. 74 In its method of appropriation, industrial capital is the antithesis of merchants' capital, and the power and significance of the latter declines as that of the former expands. Merchants' capital derives profit from the monopolization of trade between isolated communities, and this isolation is shattered by expansion of the capitalist mode of production. The contradiction between industrial and merchants' capital arises from the fact that the latter expands on the basis of an increased mass of use values in circulation regardless of how they are produced, but the former expands through the production of those use values as commodities which are at every stage capital. While merchants' capital coexisted with pre-capitalist modes, industrial capital, in one form or other, must continually assault the pre-capitalist structures where it encounters them in order to secure the basis of its future source of value, labor power. 75 The attempt to do this does not preclude the creation of blocking forces which reinforce backwardness. 76 The essential difference between merchants and industrial capital, described above, gives rise to a second fundamental difference. At the next level of abstraction, inherent in the reproduction of merchants' capital is monopoly power, while inherent in the reproduction of industrial capital is competition. 77 Adam Smith's attacks upon the state-protected mercantilist monopolies of his time, on the one hand, and the extolling of the virtues of competition, on the other, were the ideological reflections of this antithesis of merchant monopoly versus industrial competition. In the production of value under the bourgeois mode of production, the conditions for competition are always present. The necessary conditions for bourgeois production, free wage labor and a market in the means of production, mean that the possibility of capital marshalling the forces of production for an invasion of branches of industry where the rate of profit is low and the advance into those where it is high, which brings about the operation of the fundamental law of capitalist reproduction, the law of value. The law of value does not result in commodities being sold at their value since that prices stand in the same proportion to values in all branches of industry. 78 One of the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production is that while total surplus value determines total profit and changes in value determine changes in price, values and prices are not identical, prices are transformed values. As a result, there is a redistribution of surplus value between branches of industry, in which industries with a higher organic composition of capital realize as profit more surplus value than is produced in those branches, and vice versa for branches with lower than average organic compositions of capital. Inherent in the reproduction of social capital as a whole is the transfer of value. Some commodities sell below value and others above value as a result of the movement of capital tending to reduce differences in profit rates in different branches of industry. 79 Thus inherent in hilo of value is the necessity of the transfer of value, and this results from differing value compositions of capital. This transfer occurs whether the differing value compositions of capital vary because of technical factors or because in some industries the prevailing wage is lower. If in two industries everything is the same except the wage is lower in one, then the movement of capital would result in a tendency for the price in the low-wage industry to fall relatively to the price in the high-wage industry. Within a mature capitalist society, exchange values are determined on the basis of value by the movement of capital to equalize profit rates, where these differences in profit rates are due to technical differences among production processes, particular to each industry, with the same rate of surplus value on each. Chapter 10. Class Alliances and Class Struggle in Peru. Elizabeth Dorey and John Weeks. The Peruvian regime, which came to power in October 1968, led by President Juan Velasco Alvarado, assumed many of the forms associated with progressive movements. It nationalized with compensation several foreign and national capitals, instituted a sweeping agrarian reform, and initiated industrial and mining communities, whose stated goals were to provide for worker participation in the distribution of profits. The government heralded all of these measures with anti-imperialist rhetoric. It proclaimed that Peru would be neither capitalist nor communist, but would pursue a third way, a Peruvian path to economic development. On the one hand, the rhetoric and the forms of these government-created institutions appeared progressive. On the other hand, the state moved to brutally smash strikes and repress peasant land occupations. The leadership of the working class, the peasantry, and their allies in Peru were faced with deciding whether they should support the government, and if so, what form this support should take. Within the Peruvian left, an important debate emerged as to the class nature of the regime, the contradictions between imperial capital and the Peruvian state, and the correct role for Marxist-Leninists. Outside of Peru, progressives were likewise faced with the task of analyzing the Peruvian regime in order to determine whether or not it should be supported and to what degree. In Thysesewa present sumio elements were necessary to determine the class nature of the Peruvian regime, and which will aid Marxist-Leninists in deciding whether or not to support the government and when that support might be appropriate. It was only through discussions with Peruvian comrades that we have been able to develop the analysis which follows and the political conclusions drawn from it. 1. Classes and the mode of production. An analysis of Peru, as with any society, must begin by determining the dominant mode of production. That is, it must determine how production is organized, whether goods are produced in pre-capitalist relations of production or if capitalist social relations of production have become dominant. The mode of production is determined by how the surplus produced in society is appropriated. In pre-capitalist modes of production, such as the tribute communal mode and the feudal mode, the masses of people produce their own means of subsistence, and the ruling class directly takes the surplus product, such as surplus corn. Alternatively, peasants may be required to cultivate the ruler's lands part of the month or year. In societies characterized by pre-capitalist social relations of production, the surplus product is expropriated in its original and natural form. Capitalism differs from these pre-capitalist modes of production in that the surplus product of the laborer is no longer appropriated in its natural form. Under capitalism, the worker does not work 4 hours at home growing the wheat for bread, weaving clothes, etc., perhaps exchanging with other workers, and then reports to a factory to work free for the capitalist. However, what the worker does do under capitalism is in principle no different from this. Part of the working day all workers are laboring to produce their needs and the needs of their families. The rest of the working day is surplus labor time, which accrues to the capitalist in the form of commodities. This division of the working day is hidden by the payment of a money wage, which appears to compensate the worker for the entire day. Hidden also is the fact that one class, the working class, labors under the command of another, the capitalist class, and that the surplus product is appropriated, as in all class societies, from the direct producers by the exploiting class. 1. From the mode of production derives the class structure of society. If capitalism is the dominant mode of production, the bourgeoisie controls the state and rules in its interests. Although in every society one mode of production is dominant, this does not mean that all other modes are immediately wiped out. The development of capitalism as the dominant mode of production is in every country a long struggle. Even where most of the surplus product of a society is appropriated through capitalist social relations of production, pre-capitalist modes can continue to exist and may become rigidified or transformed. Thus, while some products, primarily food, continue to be produced in pre-capitalist relations of production, the vast majority of the surplus of society is appropriated through capitalist relations of production. Prior to the coup of 1968, Peru had been ruled for much of the 20th century by an unstable alliance of capitalist agricultural and mineral exporters, finance capitalists, foreign capitalists, and pre-capitalist expropriators. This alliance was fraught with conflict, for the Peruvian bourgeoisie struggled with its pre-capitalist partners to gain hegemony in the alliance and to ensure that the state adequately protected its interests. Because the ultimate goal of the bourgeoisie was to seize state power for itself and to smash its pre-capitalist allies, the capitalists were driven to try to constantly reduce, both in strength and in extension, the material base of the pre-capitalist allies. Not only were there struggles between the bourgeois and the pre-capitalist expropriators, there have also been fierce intra-bourgeois struggles. While capitalism has been the dominant mode of production in Peru for the past several decades, different fractions of the bourgeoisie have sought to control the state in their own particular interests. In keeping with a materialist analysis, first we must demarcate fractions of the Peruvian bourgeoisie according to their material base in production and not according to their political role. A class analysis is a scientific analysis rooted in a consideration of the social relations of production. While the relative strength of the different classes reflects their material base, class-conscious leadership provides the possibility that a class may gain the greatest advantages from its material strength to advance its interests and consolidate its power. The comprador bourgeoisie is part of the big native merchant bourgeoisie in the colonies and dependent countries who act as intermediaries between foreign capital and the local market. Point 2. This fraction of the local bourgeoisie is wholly situated in the sphere of circulation. Its role is to facilitate the expansion of imperial capital in the oppressed country. Since it is not engaged in production, it has no contradictions with imperial capital. On the contrary, its entire existence depends upon the presence of the imperialists. The national bourgeoisie is made up of those capitalists who invest virtually all of their capital in production processes within the national boundaries and includes the owners of large monopoly capitals as well as the owners of small comparatively weak capitals. In Peru, the capital of the national bourgeoisie is found in all sectors of the economy: industry, manufacturing, fishmeal, mining and metal processing, sugar, etc. The Grand Alliance which ruled Peru until 1968 included compradors, certain members of the national bourgeoisie, imperial capitalists, and pre-capitalist expropriators. The unifying force of this uneasy alliance was the common goal of facilitating exports. This conflicted with the interests of the emerging national industrial bourgeoisie whose capital was in manufacturing. Throughout the period 1960 to 8, the productive base of the Grand Alliance, extract of industries and export agriculture, was declining while the manufacturing sector was expanding. Point 3. The national industrial bourgeoisie made repeated attempts to secure its grasp on state power in order to defend its interests. In 1963 this bourgeoisie in manufacturing was momentarily stronger than the other fractions of the bourgeoisie, and Fernando Belaúnde Terry became the president of Peru as a representative of the interests of the national industrial bourgeoisie. Point 4. But the hegemony of this fraction of the bourgeoisie was brief. The members of the Grand Alliance perceived the threat to their continued control of the state and thus to the policies favoring exports. Through their control of the banking sector, they effectively strangled the industrial fraction of the bourgeoisie by withholding credit. Without removing Belaúnde from the presidency, the Grand Alliance quickly reassumed control of the state and continued the policy of favoring the extractive industries and export agriculture to the detriment of manufacturing. The economic crisis beginning in 1967 provided the national industrial bourgeoisie with the possibility for another attempt at state power. Recognizing that it was not yet strong enough to gain control through bourgeois elections, this fraction enlisted the armed forces to be both its front man and its force. Once holding the power, the national industrial bourgeoisie moved to eliminate the material base and through this, the power of the Peruvian partners of the Grand Alliance. Bourgeois democracy with its masquerade of harmonizing conflicting interests through congresses and the like had proved inadequate for the national industrial bourgeoisie. Faced with extinction in the economic crisis, it ripped the facade of democracy off of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and ruled through the armed forces. Contrary to bourgeois interpretations of Peru which maintain that the military rules independently and is above classes, the military rulers of Peru are the loyal agents of the national industrial bourgeoisie. The coup of 1968 was the culmination of the Peruvian bourgeois revolution. This struggle began in the 19th century, but the possibility for its complete success could come only when capitalism developed as the dominant mode of production, when industrial capitalism dominated capitalism in agriculture, and when the material base and the power of the pre-capitalist ruling class was irrevocably weakened. The national industrial bourgeoisie did not take on the entire Grand Alliance in its last, successful bid for power. The strongest partner of this alliance Imperial capital was already finding that the Grand Alliance had outlived its usefulness. Whereas in previous decades the Grand Alliance had facilitated the introduction of foreign capital in mining, agriculture, and banking, and the consequent growth of these sectors, in the 1960s the Peruvian partners of the Grand Alliance were placing obstacles in the path of further industrialization. These obstacles were but straw men for imperial capital, which could not be constrained from taking advantage of the higher profitability in industry, even if such action meant undermining the material base of its partners. And throughout the 1960s the portion of U.S. foreign investment which went to industry was steadily growing. 5 The relationship between the national industrial bourgeoisie and imperial capital was fraught with contradictions, a precarious unity of conflicting interests. Imperialism oppresses countries in the political sphere in order to facilitate the penetration of imperial capital and to secure its competitive advantage over the national capitals. While competition is inherent in capitalism, the possibility exists for the competitive struggle between the imperialists and the national bourgeoisie to be converted into a national struggle, with the national bourgeoisie playing an anti-imperialist role. The national bourgeoisie in general attempts to limit the expansion of imperial capital in its country in order to preserve for itself more of the profits produced in Peru. With the intensification of the contradictions of capital on a world scale, the possibilities for the national bourgeoisie in oppressed countries to play this progressive role have been reduced. In the competitive struggle with imperial capital, the national bourgeoisie is at a great disadvantage. The Peruvian national bourgeoisie is no exception. The modernizing revolutionism of the means of production, machinery and technology, takes place primarily in the advanced industrial countries. This modernizing constantly increases the productivity of labor, less and less labor power is needed to produce the same number of commodities. With production requiring less necessary labor time, each worker in the advanced industrial countries tends to produce more and more surplus value, which is appropriated as profit by the imperialists, the capitalist class in the advanced industrial countries. 6 Because of the lower level of the development of capitalism in Peru, the productive processes are not as efficient and more labor power is needed to produce a given number of commodities than is required in the advanced industrial countries. Because of this, the Peruvian national industrial bourgeoisie cannot produce applies the imperial capitalists and is at a potentially fatal disadvantage in the competitive struggle. Its inability to successfully compete with imperial capital compels the national industrial bourgeoisie to attempt to ally with its formidable rivals. Through such an alliance the national industrial bourgeoisie preserves for itself a portion of the production process closely integrated to imperial capital, avoids competing directly with its more efficient partners, and saves itself from destruction. Of course, like l'alliance est highsonis not static. The national industrial bourgeoisie is constantly trying to own and control more and more production processes within Peru and to appropriate for itself a larger portion of the surplus value produced by Peruvian working class. The struggle within this unstable alliance has given the particular form of anti-imperialism to the Peruvian state. The national industrial bourgeoisie seeks to renegotiate the terms of the alliance with imperial capital, but to do this it needs a popular base. Using nationalist rhetoric, it tried from 1968 to 1975 to appeal to the petty bourgeoisie and even to portions of the working class and the peasantry. In its rhetoric the national bourgeoisie cast all of the blame for Peru's economic backwardness on the imperialists. The free use of anti-imperialist rhetoric was intended to convince the Peruvian people that the imperialists were solely responsible for poverty and exploitation in Peru. The national bourgeoisie was and is careful not to implicate capitalism in this rhetoric because, through capitalist social relations of production, it continues to exploit the working class and appropriate profits. It continues to steer clear of any acknowledgement that classes exist at all in Peru and denies that the working class is exploited or the peasantry oppressed by the Peruvian bourgeoisie. Obviously, the goal of the national bourgeoisie in Peru or elsewhere cannot be to overthrow capitalism. Rather, it hopes to develop and strengthen capitalism in Peru. Because of the advanced level of capitalist development in the imperialist countries, the national bourgeoisie recognizes that strengthening capitalism can only be accomplished through an alliance with the strongest and most advanced capitalists of all, the imperialists. The main aspect of this contradictory alliance alters with the changes in the material conditions. While at all times this alliance is characterized by both unity and struggle, the comparative strength of imperial capital, of the national bourgeoisie, and of the proletariat affects the degree to which it is possible for the national bourgeoisie to struggle against imperialism. In periods of economic prosperity and the expansion of profits such as from 1969 to 1973 in Peru, the Peruvian national bourgeoisie utilized anti-imperialist rhetoric, occasionally but infrequently accompanied by concrete actions, in an attempt to extort from the imperial capitalists a larger portion of the profits produced in Peru. This anti-imperialist rhetoric was accompanied by nationalist appeals to the petty bourgeoisie. In these moments of prosperity, the bourgeoisie could offer material rewards to the petty bourgeoisie in return for its support. While it promised the same to the working class, the national bourgeoisie was hard-pressed to deliver. In the competitive economic struggle, the imperial capitalists can raise the productivity of labor, which leads to an increase in relative surplus value. The national capitalists, struggling to renegotiate the terms of the alliance to secure a bigger piece of the pie, do not have access to the technical innovations which will raise the productivity of labor to the same extent. It has no choice but to assert a more primitive means of extracting more absolute surplus value, lengthening the working day and speeding up production. This heightens the class struggle between the national bourgeoisie and the Peruvian proletariat. Upon seizing power, the Peruvian bourgeoisie made extravagant promises to the working class to enlist its support in the competitive struggle among capitals. The bourgeoisie instituted worker participation in the ownership and management of some companies and profit-sharing plans. But as long as capitalism exists in Peru and the national bourgeoisie is engaged in a bitter struggle over the division of the spoils with the more efficient and stronger imperial capitalists, these promises could be fulfilled only momentarily. Instead, the national bourgeoisie was and is continually driven back to the shop floor to intensify the exploitation of the proletariat and to the countryside to increase the oppression of the peasantry. While capital was expanding rapidly, the national bourgeoisie was able to pass on enough crumbs to the petty bourgeoisie to maintain the support of this vacillating class. In the period 1968 to 75, the state was also able to preserve more or less intact its nationalist and anti-imperialist facade, aided by the revisionist Peruvian Communist Party and a legion of petty bourgeois propagandists, such as the former guerrilla leader, Hector Béjar. The economic crisis of 1975 shattered this image. In general, periods of crisis function to resolve the contradictions in the forces of production by great leaps in the processes of concentration and centralization. The crisis itself momentarily restores the rate of profit because the smaller and less efficient capitals to be destroyed while it larger and more efficient capitals expand. In Peru, the present crisis threatens the national industrial bourgeoisie with destruction. Rather than being presumptuous in the hopes of securing more advantageous terms in the alliance, the national bourgeoisie is no begingits imperialis to save it from extinction. The economic crisis has forced the national bourgeoisie to agree to virtually any terms in exchange for IMF, World Bank, and private bank loans. The terms that the imperialist big brothers are imposing are not totally disagreeable to the national bourgeoisie inasmuch as the aim of the terms of the loans is to safeguard a higher rate of profit for capital in Peru. However, in crises all capitals do not share the losses equally, and the Peruvian national bourgeoisie is receiving a bitter lesson in this fact of capitalism. Whatever illusions it may have nurtured in more prosperous times now have been dashed. The first clear indication that the national industrial bourgeoisie could no longer ward its petty bourgeois sycophants came in February, 1975, when the government answered the demands of the Guardia Civil with bullets. 7 As the crisis deepened, all concessions, both material and ideological, to the petty bourgeoisie were ended as the national bourgeoisie was forced to shed all of its excess baggage in an attempt at self-preservation. To this end, in August, 1975, the bourgeoisie changed figureheads. President Juan Velasco Alvarado, a strong advocate of the alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, was replaced by a president more appropriate for the crisis situation, General Francisco Morales Bermudez. The assault on the working class, which had waxed and waned for 6 years, intensified in 1975. The crisis, which heightened the contradictions between the national bourgeoisie and imperial capital, drove the national bourgeoisie to further increase the exploitation of the working class. The previous attempts at blunting class struggle and creating false consciousness had to be discarded in favor of more direct and repressive methods of squeezing out surplus value on the shop floor. A new economic policy, the Plan Bardia, adopted in March 1976, made no effort to hide its goal, the production of the highest profits possible and the preservation of the capitalist class. This could only be accomplished through the increased exploitation of the working class and heightened oppression of the peasantry. To achieve this, money wages have been virtually frozen while the cost of the means of subsistence has risen on average by about 200%. From early 1975 to 1977, all strikes have been prohibited and job security for workers has been suspended. Many militant labor union leaders have been arrested, thus weakening the leadership of the class-conscious struggles of the working class. Masses of militant workers have been arrested or have simply disappeared. The vanguard of the proletariat, the Marxist-Leninist parties, have been forced into clandestinity and face severe repression. Intellectuals and lawyers who are allies of the working class have been imprisoned or deported. All periodicals which supported the struggles of the working class and the peasantry have been closed. Censorship of the press is now so complete that all news of strikes, demonstrations, arrests, and all manifestations of the unity, militancy, and class consciousness of the working class and the peasantry is suppressed. 2 revolutionary alliances. The bourgeoisie is not the only class which must make alliances in order to secure its control over the state. The leadership of the proletariat applies a concrete analysis of the dominant mode of production and of the material base, strengths and weaknesses, and primary and secondary contradictions of the different classes in society in order to determine with which classes or fractions of a class the proletariat can ally at a particular historical moment in its revolutionary struggle to seize state power. The proletariat needs all possible allies, even if they are but momentary and vacillating in its long struggle to overthrow the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and replace it with the dictatorship of the proletariat. This general rule is no less true in Peru as elsewhere. The more powerful enemy can be vanquished only by exerting the utmost effort, and by the most thorough, careful, attentive, skillful, and obligatory use of any, even the smallest rift between the enemies, any conflict of interests among the bourgeoisie of the various countries and among the various groups or types of bourgeoisie within the various countries, and also by taking advantage of any event, the smallest opportunity of winning a misali event hot hisali be temporary, vacillating, unstable, unreliable and conditional. Those who do not understand this reveal a failure to understand even the smallest grain of Marxism, of modern scientific socialism in general. Point 8. The proletariat takes advantage of all possible mass allies provided that they do not restrict the revolutionary propaganda and agitation of the party of the proletariat, and do not restrict the party's work of organizing the working class and the laboring masses. Point 9. The party of the proletariat reserves the right to strenuously criticize and expose the errors and class nature of its allies while struggling to gain the leadership of all alliances into which it enters. Conditions change and new contradictions emerge in the course of a revolutionary struggle. Allies at one stage in the struggle may turn into bitter enemies at another stage as their fear of, and contradictions with, the proletariat develop. This is true especially as the proletariat gains strength. The proletariat must be prepared for the treachery and desertion of its erstwhile allies as the class struggle intensifies. The party of the proletariat faces a difficult task in pursuing the correct revolutionary strategy. It leads the working class by summing up and concentrating the experience and knowledge of the masses. Through this and the application of the science of Marxism-Leninism, the party develops the scattered experiences of the masses into revolutionary consciousness. Through this process, The party directs the struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and capitalism. This process of summing up and directing struggle always must involve a careful consideration of concrete historical conditions, not merely application of general theoretical guidelines. The principle of using different methods to resolve different contradictions is in which Marxist-Leninists must strictly observe. The dogmatists do not observe this principle. They do not understand that conditions differ in different kinds of revolution and so do not understand that different methods should be used to resolve different contradictions. On the contrary, they invariably adopt what they imagine to be an unalterable formula and arbitrarily apply it everywhere wikon like cause et baxto. Their evolutioner makes a sorry miss off what could have been the 0.10. All revolutionary theoreticians and leaders have emphasized that the proletarian party must make a careful material and class analysis of the specific conditions of its own revolutionary struggle. The vanguard of the proletariat cannot mechanically adopt strategies which proved successful in other struggles. They were successful because they reflected and responded to the unique characteristics of the development of the forces of production and of the class struggle at that particular moment. The contradictions of capitalism are continually resolved to a higher level. To imagine that each revolutionary situation presents the same material conditions, the same contradictions of capitalism and the same class forces is to ignore lessons learned from successful revolutionary struggles. For example, Stalin criticized Trotsky and the left opposition on China for such dogmatism. Notwithstanding the ideological progress of our party, there are still, unfortunately, leaders of a sortinate who sincerely believe that the revolution in China can be directed, so to speak, by telegraph, on the basis of the universally recognized general principles of the Comintern, disregarding the national peculiarities of China's economy, political system, culture, manners and customs, and traditions. What in fact distinguishes these leaders from real leaders is that they always have in their pockets 2 or 3 ready-made formulas, suitable for all countries and obligatory under all conditions. The necessity of taking into account the nationally peculiar and nationally specific features of each country does not exist for them. Nor does the necessity exist for them of coordinating the general principles of the Comintern with the national peculiarities of the revolutionary movement in each country, the necessity of adapting these general principles to the national peculiarities of the state in each country. Hence the attempts to stereotype the leadership for all countries. Hence the attempts mechanically to implant certain general formulas, regardless of the concrete conditions of the movement in different countries. Hence the endless conflicts between the formulas and the revolutionary movement in the different countries, as the main outcome of the leadership of these pseudo-leaders. 11. A major question which revolutionaries in oppressed countries must resolve is, who are their potential allies at the different stages of the revolutionary struggle? Some revolutionaries raise an alliance with the national bourgeoisie to the level of principle and necessity. Others, such as the Trotskyists, exclude this alliance altogether, in practice leaving the proletariat alone to take on the struggle against imperialism and capitalism. The Marxist-Leninist position is to analyze the concrete material conditions, and from this analysis to decide who potential allies are, even though this ally be temporary vacillating. 12. The peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie are the natural allies of the proletariat because both classes are oppressed under capitalism. The unnatural allies of the proletariat include the national bourgeoisie in oppressed countries. Unnatural ally because this is the class which exists through the exploitation of the working class, it is the class which personifies capital, and it is the class which must eventually be overthrown. The possibility for the alliance exists because the entire backward country is oppressed by imperialism. Imperial capital represented by the advanced industrial countries uses political, social, cultural, and other superstructural institutions to facilitate its exploitation of the working class in the backward country. All classes in Peru and in other backward countries, except the comprador bourgeoisie, are oppressed by imperialism. This oppression has caused the national bourgeoisie to play a progressive role at certain historical moments and to enter into momentary alliances with the proletariat against imperialism. The clearest example of this was in the Chinese Revolution. Responding to intervention by the Japanese imperialists, the Chinese national bourgeoisie entered into temporary alliances with the Chinese Communist Party against the dominant feudal ruling class and its imperialist allies in the bourgeois democratic stage of the Chinese Revolution. Stalin, in his insightful writings on the Chinese Revolution, declares that the Chinese Communist Party was correct in entering into this alliance, but he warns the Chinese revolutionaries that coming out of this alliance there were two paths for the development of events in China: either the national bourgeoisie smashes the proletariat, makes a deal with imperialism and together with it launches a campaign against the revolution in order to end the latter by establishing the rule of capitalism, or the proletariat pushes aside the national bourgeoisie, consolidates its hegemony and assumes the lead of the vast masses of the working people in town and country, in order to overcome the resistance of the national bourgeoisie, secure the complete victory of the bourgeois democratic revolution, and then gradually convert it into a socialist revolution. 13. He advised that while the Chinese communists should always make use of the contradictions between feudalism and imperialism, on the one hand, and the national bourgeoisie, on the other, they should always orient their work towards building and strengthening the proletarian movement. In this way they would convert the anti-imperialist bourgeois democratic revolution into socialist revolution, otherwise they would be crushed. Stalin repeatedly warned the Chinese Communist Party against allowing itself to be subordinated to the national bourgeoisie. This would lead to a revolution of the top stratum, a revolution of the national merchant bourgeoisie, arising in a struggle against the foreign imperialists, and whose subsequent development is essentially directed against the peasants and workers. 14. This alliance between the Chinese national bourgeoisie and the Communist Party was strengthened because feudal social relations of production were predominant in China, and imperialism fostered and preserved feudal forms. Under these conditions, the national bourgeoisie may frequently see it in its own interests to join an anti-imperialist alliance and may play a progressive role. But, as Mao has argued, different material conditions may place the national bourgeoisie firmly in the reactionary camp. When imperialism launches a war of aggression against a country, all its various classes, except for some traders, can temporarily unite in a national war against imperialism. At such a time, the contradiction between imperialism and the country concerned becomes the principal contradiction, while all the contradictions among the various classes within the country are temporarily relegated to a secondary and subordinate position. But in another situation, the contradictions change position. When imperialism carries on its oppression not by war, but by milder means, political, economic, and cultural, the ruling classes in semi-colonial countries capitulate to imperialism, and the two form an alliance for the joint oppression of the masses of the people. 15. It is obvious that Stalin and Mao did not see the national bourgeoisie in oppressed countries as an ally of the proletariat at all times and under all conditions. The dominance of a pre-capitalist mode of production and the reinforcing by imperialism of feudalism were the primary conditions for the alliance. For with the development of the productive forces, the bourgeoisie changes from being a new class playing a progressive role to being an old class playing a reactionary role. 16. With the development of capitalism and its expansion on a world scale, the capitalist mode of production has now become dominant in many countries which were formerly predominantly pro-capitalist, such is the case in Peru, and this changes the nature of the contradictions and of the possible revolutionary alliances. In capitalist society the two forces in contradiction, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, form the principal contradiction. The other contradictions, such as those between the remnant feudal class and the bourgeoisie, between the non-monopoly capitalists and the monopoly capitalists, between imperialism and the colonies, are all determined or influenced by this principal contradiction. 17. The possibility is for the national bourgeoisie in Peru and other oppressed countries to play a progressive role have been restricted in the present period. With capitalism dominant, no longer can this class personify the assault by capitalism on the dominant pre-capitalist social relations of production. This has not meant that the proletariat in oppressed country cannibally with its national bourgeoisie against imperialism, only that the possibilities for such an alliance have been reduced. The possibility of an alliance between the national bourgeoisie and the proletariat exists due to imperialism's oppression of backward countries. For the national bourgeoisie, this oppression is most acute in the field of the competitive struggle with imperial capital. While this competitive disadvantage is in the sphere of production, in the inability to produce as cheaply as imperial capital, the form that this assumes in the sphere of circulation is the struggle over markets, loans, and the renegotiation of debts. Clearly, the national bourgeoisie would like to expel the imperialists and be left with the national market to itself. All capitalists seek to eliminate their competitors, particularly the strongest. But the strength of imperial capital and the relative weakness of the national bourgeoisie forces the latter to ally with its formidable rivals, in many cases in order to save itself from destruction. Within this uneasy alliance, the material conditions are such as to push the national bourgeoisie to take advantage of favorable circumstances for the limitation of the scope of imperial penetration, and thereby promote its own expansion. The national bourgeoisie is a class, and how it behaves is a class question. Analyses of the revolutionary struggle in oppressed countries which do not take into account the concrete historical conditions, the contradictions arising out of the development of capitalism to its present imperialist stage, and the class struggle, hinder rather than advance the communist movements. Many such analyses apply the term Third World to all oppressed countries in order to show that these countries are all alike in their opposition to imperialism. Enver Hoxha declares that such terms obscure more than they reveal. All terms, which refer to the various political forces acting in the world today, cover up and do not bring out the class character of these political forces. The slogan of non-aligned countries gives the false impression that a group of states which have the possibility of opposing the superpower blocs is being created. It gives the impression that these countries, all of them, without exception, are anti-imperialist, opposed to war, opposed to the dictate of others, that they are democratic, and even socialist. 18. Hoxha argues that in order to determine correct revolutionary strategy in oppressed countries, one must start with a scrupulous class analysis. The general conclusion that he reaches is that the proletariat, all those who are for the revolution and socialism, must closely link their struggle of the peoples for freedom and independence. This can be done only by resolutely struggling against the bourgeoisie of one's own country, by struggling against imperialism and predatory war. 19. Revolutionaries in Peru have sought to apply this Marxist-Leninist tradition to unite the working class and its allies in the battle against imperialism. Since 1968, the main aspect of the alliance between the Peruvian national bourgeoisie and imperial capital has been collaboration rather than struggle. Obviously, this has limited the possibilities for the proletariat joining the national bourgeoisie in an anti-imperialist alliance. While the progressive leadership of the anti-imperialist forces have in general supported actions by the state that appear genuinely anti-imperialist, this leadership has been wary not to give support to measures which take the form of opposing imperialism while in a sense strengthening the bourgeois alliance and imperialism in Peru. 20 During the Velasco presidency in Peru, the position of several Marxist-Leninist parties was to take advantage of the existing bourgeois freedoms to organize a militant and class conscious workers' movement and to forge links between the proletariat and the peasantry. In this process, Marxist-Leninists revealed the true bourgeois nature of the regime, its close alliance with imperial capital, and its antagonism to the working class and the peasantry. The failure to do this of many so-called Marxist-Leninists such as the revisionist Partido Comunista Peruano, the Moscow-line Peruvian Communist Party, resulted in weakening the working class and the peasantry. This party's uncritical support for the Velasco regime undermined working class unity and class consciousness, leaving the proletariat inadequately prepared to resist the assault by the new government of Morales Bermudez. By failing to make a class analysis, by preaching that the government was leading the anti-imperialist struggle, by admonishing the workers and peasants to refrain from criticizing that government, and by discouraging organizing and strikes, the PCP disarmed the proletariat and the peasantry. A fundamental rule for Marxist-Leninists is that the proletariat not allow itself to become subordinated to the national bourgeoisie, for this can only serve to weaken the working class movement and aid the bourgeoisie to crush it. 3. The role of the state in Peru. Thiroleo, the Peruvian state and the form thetitisum sat in a particular historical moment reflects primarily the development of the forces of production and of the class struggle within Peru. When capitalism is emerging and begins to dominate over the pre-capitalist social relations of production, it needs the strong arm of the state to impose its rule. Analyzing the genesis of the industrial capitalist, Marx writes, power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, hasten, hothouse fashion, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and, shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. 21. The Peruvian national bourgeoisie not only had to crush, once and for all, the power of the pre-capitalist ruling class through destroying the material base and social relations on which its power rested. It also had to stimulate and strengthen capitalism. The active role of the state in facilitating the development of capitalism in agriculture and in hastening the processes of centralization and concentration of capital in industry was necessary in order to combat the expansion of capitalist relations of production. While this active encouragement by the state of the expansion of capital is sometimes interpreted as representing a period of state capitalism, as if this were a particular and recent phenomenon in the development of capitalism, in every country where capital reigns, the state has assumed this role at some point. Writing of the state during the early stage of capitalist accumulation, Marx says, in the ordinary run of things the laborer can be left to the natural laws of production, i.e. to his dependence on capital, a dependence springing from and guaranteed in perpetuity by the conditions of production themselves. It is otherwise during the historic genesis of capitalist production. The bourgeoisie, at its rise, wants and uses the power of the state to regulate wages, i.e., to force them within the limits suitable for surplus value making, to lengthen the working day and to keep the laborer himself in the normal degree of dependence. This is an essential element of the so-called primitive accumulation. 22. In Peru, as in other countries where capitalism is ascending or ascendant, the apparently strong and interventionist state is a historical necessity. The bourgeois state rises to facilitate accumulation and provide the conditions for the production and appropriation of surplus value, i.e., the conditions for the exploitation of labor, which, when capitalism is more highly developed, is enforced by capital itself. While the form that the Peruvian state assumes is primarily dictated by internal contradictions, it is also influenced by the struggle among the imperialist powers. In the present epoch, the leading imperialist countries are the United States and the social imperialist Soviet Union. The weaker imperialist powers are Germany and Japan. In these countries where capitalism has matured to the monopoly stage, the capitalist classes are driven to compete through the export of capital. Each bourgeoisie must continually export its capital to other countries to exploit the working classes there, in order to counteract the tendency for the profitofall in the imperialist thummeland. This intra-imperialist contention creates rifts within imperialism, which the bourgeoisies in oppressed countries can try to take advantage of. The Peruvian national industrial bourgeoisie has utilized the competition among the imperialists in an attempt to bargain for more favorable terms in their alliance with imperial, primarily U.S., capital. President Velasco's familiar slogan, that Peru was neither capitalist nor communist, was in essence a declaration that the Peruvian bourgeoisie would bind itself irrevocably with neither the U.S. imperialists nor the Soviet social imperialists, but would attempt to maintain its independence to side momentarily with whichever set of capitalists offered a better deal. As the contradictions of capital intensify, and the contention among the imperialists heightens, we can expect the Peruvian national bourgeoisie to attempt to play off one imperialist power against the other in hopes of gaining momentary advantages. Like all advantages, these will accrue to a class, the bourgeoisie. Whether these will also be advantages for the proletariat depends upon the political line followed by the leadership of that class. 4. Class analysis and dependency theory. Up to this point we have sought to demonstrate the necessity of making a class analysis of Peruvian society and have developed conclusions based on that analysis. The discussion of classes in society is not and never has been monopolized by Marxists. Reformists, revisionists, and even reactionaries have employed the concept of class to analyze society and have even seen the history of mankind as the history of class struggle. What distinguishes Marxist analysis is that it treats the concept of class as derivative from the material base of society rather than as an autonomous sociological category. Concretely, the development of classes is conditioned by and determined by the development of the social relations of production and the forces of production. An analysis which considers class without first considering the mode of production is both unscientific and trivial. It is unscientific because classes hang in mid-air, brought ex machina into the discussion. It is trivial, because it can never go beyond a mere description of reality. Herein lies our critique and rejection of dependency theory. All the articles in this issue to an extent break with dependency theory. The analysis in every case begins with the social relations of production, and it is only on this foundation that any consideration of political phenomena is constructed. This is the unifying theme of this issue, a unifying theme much more basic than the fact that theoretical shapanto al refer to Peru. Our objection to dependency theory is that it seeks to integrate economic and political phenomena without considering the underlying cause of both, the mode of production. It is worthwhile to briefly state our objection to dependency theory, an analysis which has played a progressive role in the debates over backwardness in Latin America, despite its deficiencies. Point 23 At the heart of dependency theory is the concept of dependence, the domination of one country by another, which is said to condition the development of Latin American countries. However, rigorous definition of this concept has been the despair of dependency theorists themselves. 24 And we do not feel it necessary to repeat these discussions. Relatively clear is the major mechanism by which the development of dependent economies are conditioned. This mechanism is surplus extraction by the center country from the peripheral country. Point 25 Surplus extraction plays independence theory role which exploitation plays in Marxian theory. Opposing the two concepts crystallizes the difference between the two theories. Surplus extraction is a phenomenon between countries, while exploitation is a phenomenon between classes. However, the two are not complementary. This is a fundamental error to imagine thought dependency theorists, through the use of the concept surplus extraction, have built upon Marx's category of exploitation and extended it from the class level to the international level. In fact, what we have is a substitution of concepts, a break with Marx, a replacement of one concept with another. For it is at the class level that all extraction, appropriation, or expropriation of surplus product occurs, with the categories of community, region, or country merely providing the geographic context of this class appropriation of surplus product. Surplus product or surplus labor is appropriated by a class in production, and this process is technically described by the word exploitation. Exploitation is the appropriation of part of the product of one class by another. To understand the origin of this surplus product, we must understand the conditions under which it arises, the social relations of production. However, the dependency theorists initiate their analysis after the barn door has been opened and the horses in full gallop. Looking at surplus product in its circulation between countries, the analysis commences after surplus product has been produced and after it has been appropriated. Such a procedure is hopelessly crippled in its analytical power, for the analysis begins after all the major events are over. It is restricted to the realm of appearances. All the shortcomings of dependency theory derive from this. The transfer of surplus product from one geographic area to another, an act of exchange, can never explain the poverty of the one and the wealth of the other. The explanation of the poverty of some countries and the wealth of others lies in the nature of production, not in the movement of products. If there is a net flow of surplus product out of a country, this represents the fact that there prevail barriers to reproduction on an expanding scale. Here we must explicitly introduce the capitalist mode of production. The goal of capitalism, of capital as a social relation, is not the accumulation of a hoard of commodities nor of money, nor is its goal the amassing of wealth in any particular geographic area. The contradictions of capital require production for greater and greater profit, irrespective of Graphic array or commodity produced. If there were an barriers to the expansion of capital in Latin America, the net flow would be into these countries. Capital does not by design seek the impoverishment of countries through extracting profits from backward countries for use elsewhere, it seeks everywhere to expand where profits are high, thereby reaping the greatest profit possible. Capital retreats with its prize of surplus value only when it is no longer able to exploit labor for the profits it hoped for. Thus, to explain underdevelopment, backwardness, to use Theodor Markand Lenin, we must explain whether barriers to capital's advance. In other words, we must recognize the progressiveness of capitalism. 26 Recognize its expansion internationally as the unwitting handmaiden of revolutionary development, not, like generations of petty bourgeois critics, decry its expansion as the source of all evils. As Lenin wrote, the development of capitalism in the young countries is greatly accelerated by the example and aid of the old countries. 27 Further, the instability and exploitiveness of capitalism in no way amends this. Again, Lenin is clear in attacking petty bourgeois critics of capitalism. Their failure to understand the elements of progress inherent in this instability makes their theories reactionary. 28 The ingredients of the explanation of the barriers to capital's expansion, and thus of backwardness, lie in the sphere of production. A brief discussion of these are found in the paper by Weeks derived from our earlier work 29 itself based on Lenin, among other sources. 30 Basically, it is argued that it is the persistence of pre-capitalist relations of production which are the barrier to the development of capitalism in oppressed countries. These pre-capitalist relations retard productivity growth in the production of wage goods, the means of subsistence. This retardation at some point presents a major problem to capital. Profit derives from the difference between the total time worker labors in the production of commodities under capitalist relations of production and the time he must labor to produce the equivalent of his or her subsistence. The latter equivalent can only be reduced by cheapening the production of wage goods. This cheapening is blocked by pre-capitalist relations of production. 5. The struggle in Peru. A fierce class struggle rages in Peru. The coup of 1968 established the dictatorship of the national industrial bourgeoisie, and as such was a historic and progressive milestone for Peruvian society. The working class and the peasantry have made important gains since 1968. They have developed class consciousness and built fighting organizations to lead their struggles against imperialism and capitalism. With the expansion of capitalism, the proletariat has grown in size and organization. It has rejected the oppressed petty bourgeois union bureaucrats and heightened the struggle against the revisionist leaders who now dominate many unions. Both as the result of revolutionary leadership and spontaneously thepious enshrined proletariat have fought and exposed the class collaboration of the government-created mass organizations, the Confederación Nacional Agraria, the pro-government peasant organization, and the Confederación de Trabajadores Revolucionarios del Perú, the government's trade union. The militant and class-conscious organizations are, in contrast, growing, under revolutionary leadership. As the Peruvian national industrial bourgeoisie struggles to survive in the face of economic crisis, it has intensified the attacks against the proletariat, the peasantry, and the progressive elements of the petty bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is currently seeking to roll back gains which the proletariat and peasantry have achieved through decades of struggle. Direct repression includes the jailing of militant leaders of the working class and peasantry, closing progressive newspapers and magazines, and exiling and jailing intellectuals and professionals such as lawyers. Strikes are in practice illegal. Momentarily, the bourgeoisie appears successful, but part of its success is illusory, for it only represents an advancement of the struggle from conditions of relative bourgeois freedom to a period when the mass struggle must take a more clandestine form, due to the end of that relative freedom. In this new stage of the struggle, the leadership of the proletariat is much more advanced than in the past, much more able to win allies in the struggle against imperialism, and much more prepared for the long struggle for the seizure of state power and the struggle for socialism which will follow. 3. Chapter 11. Backwardness, Foreign Capital and Accumulation in the Manufacturing Sector of Peru, 1954-75. The process of capitalist accumulation is one of crisis and boom, uneven development, and the insatiable greed for the surplus labor of one class by another class. In backward countries, the essence of capitalist accumulation is no different than in advanced countries. But due to the low development of the forces and relations of production in the former, the manifestations of the basic laws of motion of capitalism may differ from the forms assumed in the advanced countries. A particular aspect which assumes great import in backward countries is the ownership of capital, whether it is local or foreign. Some writers are obsessed with this phenomenon of the world of appearances, and in their obsession never discover that the uneven development that characterizes countries of the capitalist world is a consequence of the capitalist mode of production itself, not the result of who owns capital. This obsession with form is the delight of the petty bourgeoisie, which in every country tends to see the thwarting of its pathetic hopes to rise out of its class to be the result of foreign domination and conspiracies, the dirty tricks of imperialists. The purpose of this paper is to investigate the process of accumulation in the manufacturing sector of Peru, and in so doing, to explore the role of foreign capital in that process. But before we can deal with the process of accumulation in Peru, it is necessary to lay to rest certain myths that plague the analysis of backwardness, namely the complementary pseudo-scientific theses that capitalist development in backward countries is blocked by the lack of an internal market and the extraction of surplus, which eliminates the source of accumulation. These theses are, of course, the heart of the dependency school of analysis. We deal with the latter in Section 2, and in Section 3 briefly develop an analysis which places the limits to capitalist development in the sphere of production, the barriers to the production of surplus value inherent in a backward economy. In Section 4, we analyze Peru, emphasizing the role of centralization, the organic composition of capital and the wage in the process of accumulation in manufacturing. It is out of these factors in accumulation that we interpret the role of foreign capital. In the final section, we consider the present crisis in Peru and revolutionary developments arising from it. In all societies, the ascendancy of one class over others derives from the appropriation of surplus labor. It is through this appropriation that class structures are reproduced. Under slavery, the appropriation of surplus labor is obvious in form. The slave owner actually owns the laborer himself. The appropriation of surplus labor is so dramatic under the slave mode of production it appears that the slave does not work for himself at all. Under slavery as under capitalism, the division of the day between necessary and surplus labor time in slavery the entire working time of the laborer appears as surplus or expropriated labor. Under capitalism the opposite obfuscation occurs. There the property relation conceals the labor of the slave for himself. Here the money relation conceals the unrequited labor of the wage laborer. 1 Under feudalism, appropriation of surplus labor sint the form of use of value sur actual labor time. In capitalism the class ascendancy of the bourgeoisie is also the result of the appropriation of surplus labor, but is masked by the wage system, which makes it appear that the laborer is paid the full value of his labor, while in reality he is paid the value of his labor power. That which comes directly face to face with the possessor of money on the market, is in fact not labor, but the laborer. What the latter sells is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, it can no longer be sold by him. Laboris the substance and the imminent measure value but has itself no value. 2. Thereinderingentium a form of the means of subsistency of the laborant products taking the social form of commodities masks, but in no way changes, the fundamental proposition that under capitalism, like under all modes of production with classes, the ascendancy of the ruling class is affected by the appropriation of surplus labor. Once it is realized that bourgeois production is merely one of the historical forms which the appropriation of surplus labor can take, we can begin to understand the nature of backwardness. The appropriation of surplus labor is a phenomenon of production. While it is true that under capitalism the appropriated labor, surplus value, must be realized, i.e., exchanged for money, the appropriation itself occurs in production and is a relationship between classes. Marx, in his writings, repeatedly stressed this. Writing of trade between advanced and backward countries, he says, the favored country recovers more labor in exchange for less labor, although this difference, this excess is pocketed, as in any exchange between labor and capital, by a certain class. Point 3. Thus, in the analysis of backwardness, we must begin with the process of appropriation, a relationship between classes, not between countries. Point 4. This may seem obvious, but, in fact, the most prevalent explanation of backwardness treats the phenomenon as the result of the relations between countries, going as far as to speak of some countries exploiting others. Briefly stated, this position holds that the inequality among nations, or the incompleteness of capitalist development in backward countries, is the result of the extraction of surplus out of one country for the benefit of another country. Point 5. In the modern epoch of imperialism, when the dominant form of appropriation of surplus labor is no longer looting and plundering, the surplus extraction thesis is tantamount to saying that backwardness is a phenomenon of circulation. Viewing exploitation as a relationship between countries involves the bourgeois method of personifying countries with the attendant fiction that class conflict is not the motive force of history, but that conflicts between countries are. Obviously, class conflicts can take the form of conflict between countries, Butitis the task of Marxist-Leninists to reveal the underlying class antagonisms that generate such a form. Point 6. That in many or even most cases there is a net flow of surplus labor out of backward countries into advanced countries in commodity or money form is, no doubt, the case in the present epoch of capitalism. But as we argue in the next section, this is the consequence of backwardness. No discause. Put another way, the net outflow of value from a backward country either through a commodity trade or profit repatriation is one of the forms which backwardness takes. To elevate this transfer of value to a cause of backwardness is to fall into the trap of petty bourgeois nationalism. 7. And identify backwardness with the form capitalism takes, rather than with capitalism itself. While revolutionaries can utilize this nationalism in building alliances, they can have no part of its analytical underpinnings. Indeed, these underpinnings must be exposed. Due to ignoring the class nature of exploitation and never venturing into the sphere of production, the surplus extraction thesis is left with an unresolvable paradox which it can only hope will go unnoticed. If capital in the advanced countries is exploiting the backward countries, then it must follow that profit rates in backward countries are extraordinarily high. Point 8. But if profit rates are high, why does imperial capital repatriate such a large share of its profits as the surplus extraction thesis maintains rather than reinvesting them? That is, why is the surplus extracted? This paradox disappears once the international transfer of value is seen as a consequence of backwardness. In the next part we outline a theory which shows that the nature backwardness initially provides for I profit rates for imperial capital, but due to the nature of backwardness, these high profits are temporary, and the repatriation of profits is explained by a tendency for profitability to decline as imperial capital seizes upon more and more branches of industry. This analysis, grounded in the sphere of production and stressing the interaction between capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of production, exposes the petty bourgeois ideology of the reactionary Peruvian regime. This regime seeks to convince the working class and peasantry that their exploitation derives from the exploitation of their country by foreigners, and not from class exploitation carried out by the dictatorship of the Peruvian bourgeoisie in association with imperial capital. Point 9. Significant, though not necessarily dominant. Since pre-capitalist relations of production persist longest in agriculture, an important aspect of our definition is that a major part of the means of consumption, the use values which provide for the production and reproduction of labor power, are produced pre-capitalistically. Point 10. This aspect of backwardness will play a crucial role in our analysis of bourgeois production in backward countries. We shall also use the term monopoly, by which we mean a situation in which one capital 11 holds a commanding position in one branch of industry. All production in all societies, as noted above, is the result of human labor, and the surplus product of a society is that amount of the product of labor which exceeds what is necessary to reproduce the labor force. Under capitalism, products take the form of commodities, and their exchange values are determined by the dead and living labor time embodied in them, prices are transformed values. Point 12. Profit is the phenomenal form taken by surplus product in bourgeois production, passing through the intermediate form of surplus value. The rate of profit is uniquely determined by the rate of surplus value when commodities sell at their values. Before proceeding, we need to establish some familiar definitions in Marxian theory. Taking social capital as a whole, the value of capitalist production is A equals C plus V plus S, where A is the value of production. C is constant capital, the means of production and depreciation on fixed capital, V is variable capital, and S is surplus value. S equals S slash V is the rate of surplus value, and P equals S slash is the rate of profit. 13. From this, we can write. With other things equal, a rise in the organic composition of capital leads to a fall in the rate of profit, unless compensated by a rise in the rate of surplus value. All new value created in a production period is the result of living labor put in motion and is equal to variable capital plus surplus value. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary labor time. Labor power, like all commodities, tends to sell at its value, and therefore the value of the wage represents the labor time necessary to produce this commodity. Ignoring for the moment changes in constant capital, the rate of profit is determined by the rate of surplus value. Each working day of each worker under capitalist relations of production is divided between necessary labor time and surplus labor time. Therefore, the rate of profit can only be raised, given the organic composition of capital, by reducing necessary labor time relatively to surplus labor time. This can be done by extending the working day without compensation, or by reducing that portion of the working day required to reproduce the worker. Point 14. In the early stages of capitalist development, absolute surplus value is important. 15. But as capitalism matures, it is the raising of relative surplus value that is the engine of capitalist accumulation. Except briefly, relative surplus value can liberalize it through increasing labor productivity in the branches of industry which produce the means of consumption, directly or indirectly, and if commodities are sold at their values, this leads to a fall in the exchange value of the wage, though the use values it can buy may rise. That is, labor power can be cheapened at the same time that the worker is enjoying a higher standard of living. This merely reflects the twofold nature of commodities. In summary, relative surplus value is raised and profit increased by the cheapening of the commodities workers buy, relatively to other commodities. This is the operation of the law of value. Prices of commodities are determined by the labor time required in their production. To quote Marx, in order to effect a fall in the value of labor power, the increase in the productiveness of labor must seize upon those branches of industry, whose products determine the value of labor power, and consequently either belong to the class of customary means of subsistence, or are capable of supplying the place of those means. A fall in the value of labor power is also brought about by an increase in the productiveness of labor, and by a corresponding cheapening of commodities in those industries which supply the instruments of labor and raw material, that form the material elements of the constant capital required for producing the necessaries of life. Point 16. Given that the source of profit is surplus labor time, an increase in the productivity of labor in a branch of industry will result in a sustainable increase in the rate of profit in that branch of industry only to the extent that it does so in all branches. An increase in the productivity of labor only affects the rate of profit in a permanent way if it reduces necessary labor time by cheapening the necessaries of life. That is, increases in productivity do not directly increase the rate of profit in the industry in which they occur except in the short run. In one industry, increases in productivity lower the value of the commodity produced, that is, they reduce the living labor embodied in the commodity per unit. Temporarily, this may raise the rate of profit if capitals can continue to sell the commodity at the existing price, i.e., above value. But the process of competition will drive the price of goods down to their values, eliminating the momentary profit. Point 17. In a fully capitalist society, the advance of the forces of production continually results in the reduction of necessary labor time, since the means of consumption, necessaries of life, are produced capitalistically. It should be noted that even in advanced countries, a portion of necessary labor time is provided pre-capitalistically through the family. As capitalism matures, this portion becomes a barrier to reducing necessary labor time, analogously to the discussion which follows of backward countries. In summary, inherent in capitalist accumulation in advanced societies is the progressive cheapening of commodities and a rising rate of exploitation. For this reason, the rate of surplus value tends to be highest in the most advanced countries. 18 In a backward country such as Peru, on the other hand, a large proportion of the means of consumption is produced pre-capitalistically, and this creates a barrier to raising the rate of surplus value. Necessary labor time in a backward country is largely determined outside of the capitalist sector. Since the internal contradictions of pre-capitalist modes of production do not give rise to revolutions in the means of production, there is a tendency for the value of labor power to stagnate, or not to fall as rapidly as the values of capitalistically produced commodities. This is the relationship inherent in backwardness which prevents the full development of capitalism. 3. Profitability and crises in backward countries. Elsewhere it has been argued theoretically that imperial capital tends to be more efficient in the use of labor power than local capital in backward countries. 19 Below we show this empirically for Peru. As a consequence of this greater efficiency, imperial capital can enter backward countries in anticipation of high initial profit rates. It secures these super profits through producing much more efficiently than local capital and selling above value. This is above value in terms of the living and dead labor embodied in commodities through thermoefficient process buiteturbeloval in terms of the production process of local capitalists. This enables the imperial capitals both to reap super profits and to drive local capital out of operation. In doing this, imperial capitals may establish a temporary monopoly in a branch of industry. This monopoly position and the super profits it implies cannot persist, however. It is an error of petty bourgeois reformism and revisionist interpretations of Marx to equate the growth of monopoly with the permanent elimination of competition. In reality, monopoly creates the conditions for intensified competition by the extraction of super profits. 20 Revisionists and reformists in their analysis of monopoly, as in all other areas, perpetuate the myth that it is the form of capitalism, not capitalism itself, which is the source of society's ills. Their critique of monopoly is that it holds up prices, a theoretical revision of Marx 21 and empirically false, as we have shown for Peru. 22 Monopolies make their super profits through greater efficiency, achieved by the process of centralization, not by higher prices. While the barriers to competition in backward countries may be considerable, there will be a tendency for price to be driven down towards value in the temporarily monopolised industrious capital flows into it to seize upon the super profits. The idea that a monopoly position can be maintained indefinitely contradicts the nature of capital as a social relation, and will be shown to be empirically false for Peru. As renewed competition drives down price in the branch of industry in which imperial capital is reaping super profits, the rate of profit must fall to or below the level that prevailed before imperial capital appeared. This is a result, because the distribution of the working day between necessary and surplus labor time has been unaffected, only the value of the commodity has changed. Thus, we can summarize the process of accumulation in backward countries. Imperial capital enters a branch of industry and reaps super profits by producing more cheaply than local capitals, driving a portion of the latter to ruin. Renewed competition, either from local capital with access to advanced techniques or from other imperial capitals, drives down prices and destroys profitability. At this point, imperial capital leaps to another branch of industry in the backward country to play havoc following the same cycle of super profits, temporary monopoly, and finally the destruction of profitability. It is this cycle, conditioned by the pre-capitalistic production of the means of subsistence, that accounts for the spurts of rapid accumulation followed by crises that characterize backward countries. It is the same process that generates growing importation of foodstuffs, in an attempt by capital to drive down the value of labor power through cheaper, imported substitutes. This response to the barrier to the reduction of necessary labor time has been quite important in Peru, and generates its own counteracting barrier to accumulation. In the next section we apply this analysis of capitalist accumulation in backward countries to Peru during the post-Second World War period. Using it, we can identify the three basic determinants of accumulation in manufacturing: imperial capital, the process of centralization and concentration, and the value of labor power. In pursuing this approach, we make a clean break with those analysts who attribute the incompleteness of capitalist development in Peru to the lack of a home market 23 and surplus extraction. Point 24 here. We have not dealt with lack of a home market thesis budoso elsewhere. 25 showing the tight incorporatest hearers of the Russian Narodnik analysis so brilliantly critiqued by Lenin. Point 26. For accumulation in Peruvian manufacturing. 4.1 Introduction. Elsewhere, we have considered the nature of Peruvian society. 27 and here we only summarize that discussion. During the period under review, Peruvian society passed through a profound change. Until the coup of 1968, Peruvian society was semi-feudal, though capitalist relations of production were becoming increasingly dominant. By semi-feudal, we mean pre-capitalist relations of production characterized sectors of the economy, and the indigenous bourgeoisie had not established its class dictatorship, but ruled in an alliance with a pre-capitalist landed class. Further, only a portion of the bourgeoisie was in this alliance, that part which was involved in export agriculture and finance. Bollinger has shown that such an alliance is a characteristic of the initial emergence of the capitalist mode of production in backward countries. Such an alliance is made possible because of the common interests of the exporting bourgeoisie and the pre-capitalist class, and by the nature of finance capital, which is consistent with the extraction of surplus product through pre-capitalist modus of production. The coup of 1968 brought to power the Peruvian industrial bourgeoisie, establishing its class dictatorship. By virtue of this coup, capitalism became the dominant mode of production in that the bourgeoisie had established its dictatorship, but pre-capitalist relations of production persist and remain important in some sectors. Reliable figures for the manufacturing sector of the Peruvian economy do not begin until 1954-28, but available sources indicate that in 1944-5, there were about 100,000 manufacturing employees in establishments hiring 5 or more, and slightly less in 1950, 1.29, while it is declining in measured employment would seem to indicate a period of post-World War stagnation, a generalization made by many dependency theorists for Latin America as a whole. 30 It is difficult to take these figures seriously. Independent sources show a continual increase in manufacturing production from 1945 to 1950-31, and while it is possible that this increase was achieved with less employment, this is unlikely a priori. It is unlikely a priori, because only under unusual conditions can capital extract a greater mass of surplus value from the same or a smaller labor force, and the purpose of capitalist production is to increase the production of surplus value. 32 Our judgment is that in 1950 there were some 150,000 manufacturing employees in all establishments, and these workers accounted for 14% of national income. 33 As shown elsewhere. 34 The period 1945-7, was one of positive but relatively slow growth of manufacturing output compared to the overall trend in production for 1945-74. Taking into account the upward trend value of production growth, the manufacturing sector was in long-term relative decline until 1957, followed by an upward swing in accumulation thereafter. This upward swing was interrupted by the economic crisis of 1967-9, then arrested again in 1976 by a crisis which threatens to be much more severe. 35 The trend rate of growth of manufacturing in Peru has been quite high, about 7 to 8% per annum over the last 20 years. 36 And this production has been almost entirely for the internal market. In 1971 to 1973, less than 10% of the market value of manufacturing production was exported, and over half of these was in fact from the mining sector. 37 Peru provides a clear empirical refutation of the theoretically confused thesis that industrialization in backward economies is limited by the size of the home market. The explanation for the crisis in manufacturing in 1967 to 1969 and 1975 to the present lies elsewhere. 5. Foreign capital and centralization. Ignoring the dialectical nature of capitalism, petty bourgeois nationalists stress on lighthose aspects of the spread of foreign capital into Peru, support their analysis that it is the form of capital that explains Peru's backwardness. In fact, the entry of imperial capital is both the source of Peru's industrialization and activates the forces which block the full development of industrialization. In Table 11.1 we provide several indices of Peru's process of accumulation in manufacturing for the years 1950 to 73. The last column gives a rough measure of the importance of imperial capital in the manufacturing sector. Here is calculated the ratio of the inflow of foreign finance into the sector total investment in fixed capital actually realized during a year. For any 1 year, this may not be the portion of investment in fixed capital by foreigners, since the foreign funds may not be converted into fixed capital form in the year they enter the country. However, by using the annual averages over a number of years, we obtain an indication of the importance of foreign capital in the expansion of total fixed capital. The time periods chosen for the table are not arbitrary, but correspond to discontinuous jumps in the ratio of foreign capital to realized domestic investment. In 1958, the ratio was 0.364, while it had been 0.269 in 1957, and only once above 0.3 from 1950 to 1957. In 1963 the ratio was over 0.5 for the first time, an increase from 0.363 in 1962. Finally, in 1968, the ratio was 0.729, compared to 0.576 in 1967.38. The other columns in Table 11.1 give annual compound growth rates for various indicators for the period selected. That is, they give the growth rate between two selected years as a constant trend value. To overcome the problem of atypical and extreme year-end values, this growth rate has been calculated on the basis of a 3-year moving average. 39 The general relationship between foreign capital and the growth of production is clear. Manufacturing production grew slowest in Peru when foreign capital was least important. The sudden increase in imperial participation in manufacturing in 1958, which represented a shift out of the relatively unprofitable extractive sectors 40, was associated with a burst of rapid accumulation in 1957 to 62, continuing at a slightly lower rate during the periods 1962 to 67 and 1967 to 73. The last period shows a lower rate of growth as a result of the crisis of 1967 to 9, which we have analyzed elsewhere. 41. In terms of our theoretical discussion, this period, 1957 to 62, represents the phase of imperial penetration when more efficient, foreign capitals were seizing markets from local capitals and progressively eliminating monopoly positions. For 1954, 63 the degree of centralization in 18 branches of manufacturing decreased by an average of 30%. 43 This was the period in which imperial capital was destroying local monopolies in the sphere of circulation because of their greater efficiency in the sphere of production. During 1963-7, the trend was reversed, with centralization rising by an average of 3% across branches. In this second period, the competitive struggle advanced to the point of foreign capital's elim. In adding or marginalizing local capitals, indeed, this process, accelerated by the economic crisis of 1967-9, brought on the military coup of 1968, as the national industrial bourgeoisie seized state power to save itself from extinction. 44 While the process of centralization is irreversible in the advanced capitalist countries, this is not the case in a backward country. The effect of intra-capitalist competition on eliminating temporary monopolization is quite clear in Peru. In addition to the overall changes mentioned, by looking at changes in centralization branch by branch, we find that these changes over the periods 1954 to 63 and 1963 to 7 are negatively related to the level of centralization at the beginning of each period, and that the relationship is significant statistically. That is, in each period, branches of industry with a high degree of centralization tended to become less centralized and vice versa. The relationship for 1967 to 73 is more complex. Thus, the growing monopoly position of foreign capital in 1963 to 7 and the super profits obtained by selling above value created the possibility and necessity of its antithesis, stimulating the inflow of new capital, particularly from Germany and Japan. 45 From 1967 to 1973, the degree of centralization fell in all 18 branches of manufacturing by an average of 55%. Thus, we must see the process of centralization in Peru as part of the dialectical process of accumulation. The creation of monopolies, local or foreign, represents one phase in the accumulation process, and the strongest weapon in the destruction of monopolies in Peru and other backward countries is capital itself, its boundless expansion in search of greater profits. To view imperial capital as having the effect of monopolizing Peruvian manufacturing, and to speak of imperial monopoly capital as if this were a permanent state of affairs, is to lose the essence of the accumulation process, as well as being empirically false. Looking at the period 1950 to 73 with the aid of our theoretical analysis of accumulation in backward countries, we see that it covers the period of entry of imperial capital on a large scale in search of profits through more efficient production than local capitals, into the phase of crisis and stagnation that is a necessary part of that accumulation process. Rapid accumulation from 1957 to 62 resulted from foreign capital seizing upon branches of industry ripe for the picking, and in the subsequent years up to about 1967, imperial capital enjoyed its golden age of super profits in Peruvian industry. However, with the resurgence of competition from other imperial capitals, these super profits began to dwindle, and with them, the rate of accumulation. In 1967 to 9 occurred the first slump in Peruvian manufacturing in almost 2 decades, and we interpret this as the coming to fruition of the barriers to extracting surplus value inherent in a backward country. 6 Sources of accumulation. Organic composition of capital. In its most general form, the process of accumulation derives from the appropriation of surplus labor. Under capitalism, this surplus labor is appropriated by the exchange between capital and labor, in which the commodity labor power is purchased at its value. That is, the exchange between capital and labor is an exchange of equal values. 46 Through this exchange the capitalist appropriates the use value of labor power, which creates an amount of value in excess of the value of the commodity labor power. In an actual situation, as in Peru, the analysis of the process of accumulation only begins with this abstract model. The actual process of accumulation in Peruvian manufacturing has been conditioned by certain characteristics of backwardness, and the most important are centralization, the particular circumstances affecting the organic composition of capital, and the twofold nature of the wage paid to laborers. Under bourgeois production there is a preeminent tendency for the organic composition of capital to rise. 47 And there are counteracting tendencies. While it is an empirical question as to which tendency prevails at any moment, the necessary tendency for the organic composition of capital to rise is inherent in the growth of productivity, and follows from the concept of capital itself, i.e., it is not an empirical, but a theoretical proposition. It is the rise in the organic composition of capital that is the source of crisis, since the rate of profit tends to fall as the organic composition of capital rises. The following discussion presumes that the means of production are produced at lower values in the advanced countries, and that these lower values are transformed into lower prices in international trade. This does not require goods to be sold at value, but for lower values to transform into lower prices. In Table 11.2 we compute the organic composition of capital in market price and the of manufacturing inputs which derive from abroad for the period 1955 to 73. The table demonstrates an important mechanism which has appeared in Peruvian manufacturing to counteract the tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise, namely, the possibility of importing a larger proportion of the means of production from the advanced capitalist countries where they are produced more efficiently. The organic composition of capital moved in a cyclical pattern over the years 1955 to 73, tending to rise in the late 1950s and middle 1960s. In both cases, the rise was arrested by an increase in the share of imported inputs. That is, the importation of the means of production tended to lower the organic composition of capital. This of course conflicts with the argument that underdeveloped countries suffer systematically in exchange with developed countries. By this argument, the prices of imported machinery rise continuously due to the monopoly power of developed countries. It is beyond the scope of this paper to deal with this argument restricted to the sphere of circulation. Here we only show that the negative relationship between the organic composition of capital and the share of constant capital imported is very close and statistically highly significant. 2/3 of the variation in the organic composition of capital is explained by variations in the share of inputs imported. Statistically, there is less than one possibility in 200 that the relationship is random. The estimated relationship indicates that a 1% rise in the share of inputs imported leads to a 0.86% fall in the organic composition of capital. The relationship was estimated by using the technique of a dummy variable to divide the period into two parts, 1955 to 66 and 1967 to 73. The implication of this division is pursued below. We argued theoretically that the pre-capitalist nature of the production of the means of subsistence is the primary obstacle to accumulation in backward countries and explore this empirically below. From Table 11.2, we see that an important counteracting tendency to the barriers to raising relative surplus value has been the cheapening of the means of production by their importation. In this way, capital in Peru repeatedly has been able to arrest the rising organic composition of capital and to maintain the rate of profit. In short, the rate of profit is positively related to the rate of surplus value and negatively related to the organic composition of capital. Capital has been blocked in its attempt to raise the rate of surplus value and has maintained the rate of profit by reducing the organic composition of capital in price terms by importing the means of production. However, this cheapening of the means of production through importation has not been enjoyed by all capitals, but in part reflects the increased import. Ansio of foreign capitals. While we have a notate and theshario of foreign and local inputs used by imperial as opposed to local capital, it would be strange indeed if foreign capital did not import a proportionally larger share of its inputs than national capital. 48 One of the great advantages of foreign capital over local capital is that the production processes of the former are designed to use the cheaper foreign inputs, as well as being intrinsically more efficient. Considering only the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital, this ability to forestall a fall in the rate of profit by the importation of cheaper inputs has its limits. As with all temporary resolutions of the contradictions of capital as a social relation, it has forestalled crisis only to advance the contradictions to a higher level. In Table 11.2, we see that the rising trend in the organic composition of capital in price terms from 1965 to 1967, which laid the basis of the crisis in manufacturing 49, was reversed by a sharp increase in the share of inputs imported. But this was achieved at a higher level of both the organic composition of capital and the share of inputs imported. In other words, after 1967, the same level of the organic composition of capital was associated with a higher import share than prior to 1967. Our interpretation of this is that the same organic composition of capital could be maintained only by a higher level of imports of the means of production. Below, we explain this in terms of the value of labor power. 7. The productive advantage of foreign capital. Before turning to the value of labor power, we consider the relative efficiency of foreign and local capitals. Throughout this analysis, we have taken it as theoretically established that there is a tendency for imperial capital to be more efficient than local capital. Now we consider this empirically. Unfortunately, we have comparative data only for 1969 and 1973. Also, we cannot compare the results from the 2 years for the purpose of drawing any conclusions about changes in relative efficiency, because the 1969 data are for the largest 200 compañías in the manufacturing sector of Peru, and 1973 data are from a random sample of all companies. 50 Table 11.3 gives the result of the comparison for 19 branches of industry at 2-digit level. 51 of the 19 2-digit branches of manufacturing, in only 3 is average productivity per worker greater in local companies than foreign companies, and in these branches the difference is not statistically significant. That is, the variation around the two means, for foreign and local capitals, is so great that the fact that one mean is larger may be purely an accident of the sample selected. In one sector no comparison is possible, because no local companies are listed. In 9 of the remaining 15 branches, we can be 90% or more confident that the average productivity in foreign firms is in fact higher and not just a statistical accident. Elsewhere, we have argued that the military coup of 1968 in Peru led to the creation of an alliance between the national industrial bourgeoisie and imperial capital, and that one of the important benefits of this alliance to imperial capital was that the Peruvian state facilitated the restructuring of imperial capital out of relatively less profitable areas and into more profitable zones. These was done by nationalization with compensation. The statistical analysis in Table 11.3 strongly substantiates this argument. The manufacturing industries in which major nationalizations occurred were food processing, paper, publishing and printing, basic metals, and fish meal. In all of these but one, printing and publishing, foreign companies had no significant productivity advantage over local companies. Foreign capital was significantly more productive for food processing as a whole, but it was not in the sub-branch of sugar refining where a nationalization occurred. And printing and publishing, where foreign capital was more efficient, is the exception that proves the rule. In this branch the foreign companies were not nationalist, it was only the local companies owned by grand bourgeoisie the flung from power, that were nationalist. As shown for mining in this number of Latin American perspectives, the nationalizations were nothing more than the process of centralization and restructuring of capital, an attempt to overcome the contradictions in the accumulation process as manifested in specific sectors. Thus there presented an impetus to accumulation by imperial capital. For 1973, the data on comparative productivity are more detailed, but less comprehensive, covering 7 2-digit industries and 15 sub-branches at the 3-digit level. In all 7 2-digit industries, foreign companies have on average higher productivity per worker. Further, we can be 99% confident that the difference is real and not accidental in 5 of the 7. In another, our confidence drops only to 95%. Only in electrical equipment is the difference not significant. At the more disaggregated level, local companies have higher productivity than foreign companies in only 1. In 11 of the 15 sub-branches, there is a 90% or better probability that the difference in average productivity per worker is not accidental. The data for 1973 indicate a much more extensive productive advantage for foreign firms than the data for 1969, i.e., the 1973 data show foreign capital to be of higher productivity in textiles, clothing, and basic metals, while the 1969 data do not. The nature of the 1973 sample suggests it to be much more reliable. Thus, the information in tables 11.3 and 11.4 strikingly demonstrates the productive advantage of imperial capital. This advantage is largely due to imperial capitals being larger. In column 3 of table 11.4, the difference in productivity per worker is adjusted for size of company. This adjustment is made through regression analysis, in which output per worker is explained as a function of size of company and ownership, where the latter takes the form of a dummy variable. In column 3, the so-called T-statistic measures the significance of the difference in mean productivity between national and foreign companies as if both were on balance the same size. In 2 of the 7 2-digit branches, foreign companies remain significantly more productive after we account for size of enterprise. At more disaggregated 3-digit level, The larger size of foreign capitals accounts for their productive advantage in all sub-branches except non-metallic metals. These statistics substantiate our earlier analysis of accumulation in backward countries and for Peru in particular. The rapid accumulation during the period 1957 to 67 was the result of the entry of foreign capital, seizing upon branches of industry in which it had competitive advantage. As shown in the previous subsection, this advantage was augmented by the importation of the means of production which reduced the organic composition of capital. In this part, we have shown the extent of imperial capital's productive advantage and its persistence. To this point, we have considered the inherent contradiction in the accumulation process, arising from the pre-capitalist production of the means of consumption, only as a theoretical proposition. In the next part, we consider this empirically. The tendency for the production of use values in pre-capitalist agriculture to grow slower than in industry is inherent in backwardness. This tendency has been quite marked in Peru. From 1955 to 1973, gross national product grew at 5.2% in constant prices, while agricultural output grew at only 2.4%. Further, the difference between the two rates of growth increased after the early 1960s. From 1963 to 1973, GNP grew at 5.2%, as before, but agricultural output growth fell to 1.9%. 52 The slow growth of agricultural use values is the source of the pressure on profitability in the capitalist sector, as we showed theoretically in section 3. If we look back at table 11.1, we see in columns 3 and 4 the consequence of this in the manufacturing sector. The first column gives the growth rate of the producer real wage or the wage cost to capital. This is the growth rate of the nominal wage, divided by an index of manufacturing prices. This measures the real exchange value of the wage to capital. The wage the capitalist must pay determines how much labor power he can obtain from a given advance of variable capital. By raising prices, capital can seek to offset an increase in the wage paid. Thus, a price increase has the effect of devaluing the wage from capital's point of view. For example, if the wage rises by 10% and the price of what labor produces rises by 10%, capital, at the end of its circuit, can purchase as much labor power as before with the capital realized in money form. 53 In table 11.1, we see that the earliest period was characterized by a rising producer real wage. In the second period, the wage cost to capital actually fell, even though money wages rose. This was also the period of most rapid growth of output and employment. However, in the last two periods, the wage cost to capital rose at an increasing rate. These were periods of rapidly rising manufacturing prices, but money wages rose even faster. It is to be noted that the wage cost to capital need bear no close relationship to the purchasing power of wages, which is determined by movements in the prices of the means of consumption, largely produced pre-capitalistically in Peru until the 1970s. In general, the purchasing power of wages rose faster than the wage cost to capital. This indicates that manufacturing prices rose faster than agricultural prices. Obviously, such a relationship is in the interest of the capitalist class, since it allows for workers' demands for a higher standard of living to be met in part from outside of the capitalist sector. The ability to hold food prices down despite slow growth of output per man during several periods has been the result of both importing wage goods and state policies to depress agricultural prices directly. The latter lies beyond the scope of this paper. 54 The ability to keep prices of the means of consumption down relatively to the prices of manufactures is limited when agriculture is pre-capitalist and the production of agricultural use values grows slowly as a consequence. The relatively slower rise in the prices of the means of consumption in Peru has been achieved through importation of workers' necessities of life. This is shown in table 11.5, where we give the share of consumption goods in total imports and divide them into non-durable goods and food products. From the early 1950s to the early 1970s, consumer goods fell sharply as a share of imports. However, the share of non-durable consumer goods fell only slightly, and actually rose in the last period. and the share of imports consisting of food products remained virtually unchanged from 1958 to 1967, while the total volume of imports was rising dramatically. While in the early 1950s imports represented about 8% of total consumption of food, in the mid-1960s this proportion reached over 11%. 55 These imports reflect the necessity to reduce the value of labor power, but the inability to do so through domestic production. This is due to the pre-capitalist nature of food crop agriculture before 1968, and the problems associated with the so-called land reform subsequently. 56 The necessity to import goods for workers' consumption is shown dramatically by a study which found that the poorest 20% of the urban Peruvian population in the early 1970s had the highest import content of their expenditures compared to all other income classes. 57 While the state has not released reliable figures on food imports in recent years, all indications are that the problem is growing more acute. 58 Indeed, available data on agricultural production show that the need for more food imports is growing. Table 11.6 gives the domestic output in metric tons of the major staples of the working class diet for the years 1968 to 74. Our interpretation is that the land reform in part sought to capitalize agriculture in order to drive down the value of labor power and raise the rate of surplus value in the industrial sectors. While the data in Table 11.6 are only for a few years, these are the crucial ones, and they indicate that success has been limited. The production of potatoes in 1972-4 was below the 1970-1 peak by 12%, while maize production in 1974 was the highest of the 7 years. The average for 1972-4 was the same as for 1969-1, and rice production has fallen absolutely. Only in the production of wheat has there been a substantial increase from 1969-71 to 1972-4. But even here the rate of growth of output is slower than the rate of growth of either population or the industrial proletariat. In bourgeois production, profit derives from the difference between the value of labor power and the value of the commodities which that labor power produces in combination with the means of production. In this part, while we have not directly measured the value of labor power, a task which is probably impossible in practice, we have indicated the stagnation in the production of use values in agriculture. We take this as prima facie evidence of slow or zero productivity growth in that sector. 9. Crisis in manufacturing. Crisis and its attendant characteristics of unemployment, falling wages, and the intensification of work are inherent in capitalism. This is true in Peru as in other capitalist countries. This is true regardless of the ownership of capital, deriving from capital itself as a social relation. The significance of foreign ownership in Peru is that imperial capital was the major source of the rapid accumulation in manufacturing from 1957 to 67. This imperial capital-led accumulation accelerated the dialectical process by which crises became inevitable. The gathering storm of economic crisis in manufacturing is not the result of foreign looting and plundering, but the pre-capitalist nature of agriculture. The source of crisis lies in the stagnation of agriculture, for it is only by cheapening the means of consumption that relative surplus value can be raised. Ultimately, this can only be done by the Peruvian land reform successfully capitalizing agriculture. The present crisis of the Peruvian economy reflects the further maturing of the inherent contradictions in accumulation in backward countries, as developed above. Despite all-time record high exports in 1975, the Peruvian state faced its worst balance of payment deficit in history. 2 devaluations represented attempts to correct this massive excess of imports over exports. But the adjustment synthesphere of circulation cannot touch the underlying contradictions arising from the interaction of the value of labor power and the tendency of capitalist production to reduce the value of commodities. 59 The current repressive steps taken by the bourgeois regime, virtually outlawing strikes, arresting labor militants, militarily suppressing work stoppages, represent the response of the local and imperial capitalist classes to the contradictions they face. Unable to reduce the value of labor power, they seek to drive the wage below that value. Temporarily, they may be successful, as in 1967-9, when manufacturing real wages fell. However, short of a prolonged, primarily military assault against the working class, this is a very temporary solution. Indeed, a prolonged repression of the working class itself would provide only temporary relief. Further sustained accumulation in the Peruvian economy and particularly in manufacturing must be achieved by the revolutionizing of the agricultural sector. The basis for this was created by the land reform. We can expect more intense efforts by the state to raise productivity in that sector. However, the bourgeoisie faces a growing militancy in the peasantry and can only achieve the necessary productive changes through an intense class struggle. In this class struggle, the bourgeois state cannot, as in 1968, present itself to the peasantry as the crusading enemies of the hated landlord class. 60 The Peruvian bourgeoisie entered the current crisis with its cloak of anti-imperialism in tatters, the true nature of its military frontman government no longer concealed by a mythical independence. And the petty bourgeoisie driven increasingly into the camp of the proletariat and peasantry. The class struggle the bourgeoisie sought to undermine has now emerged in more intense form.